aristocratism. Aristocratic. Obsolete form of aristocratic. Aristocraticness. The state or quality of being aristocratic. Aristocratization. Alternative form of aristocratization. Aristocratism. The principles of aristocrats. Aristocratisms. Plural of aristocratism. Aristocratization. The fact or process of becoming aristocratic. Aristocratize. To render aristocratic. Aristocrats. Plural of aristocrat. Aristodemocracy. A form of government in which power is shared between the people and the aristocracy. Aristodemocratic. Relating to aristodemocracy. Aristodemocratical. Alternative form of aristodemocratic. Aristogene. A developmental unit that can evolve and serve a functional purpose in the hypothesis of aristogenesis. Aristogenes. Plural of aristogene. Aristogenesis. A type of orthogenesis that operates by means of a creative principle. Aristogenetic. Of or relating to aristogenesis. Aristogenic. Relating or adapting to producing the very best offspring. Eugenic with an aim towards an optimal state. Aristogenics. A form of eugenics that aims to produce the very best offspring. Aristography. A system of shorthand writing combining the principles of straight joinable and insertable vowel strokes and curved consonant strokes. Aristol. An antiseptic made from thymol and iodine. Aristolactam. A lactam derived from aristolactic acid. Aristolactams. Plural of aristolactam. Aristoling. A bicyclic sesquiterpene 7R7AR7BS11778 tetramethyl 2,3,5,6,7,7B hexahydro 1AH cyclopropa naphthalene. Aristolachine. A bicyclic sesquiterpene produced by certain fungi. Aristolochiaceous. Of or relating to the family Aristolochiaceae of typical vines. Aristolochic. Derived from a plant of the family Aristolochiaceae. Aristolochic acid. A carboxylic acid derived from phenanthrene extracted from plants of the family Aristolochiaceae. Though sometimes used as a herbal remedy, it is a rodent carcinogen and can cause endemic nephropathy in humans. Aristolachin. Synonym of aristolochic acid. Aristolachine. Synonym of aristolochic acid. Aristological. Pertaining to Aristology. Aristologus. A person who studies Aristology. Aristologus. Plural of Aristologus. Aristology. The art or science of dining. Aristolactam. The aristolactam 14-methoxy 3,5-dioxa 10-azipentacyclo 9.7.1.026.0 819.013 nanodeca 1 18.2 6 7 11 19 12 14 16 heptene 9.1. Aristomer. A segment of the arista. Aristomers. Plural of aristomer. Aristomonarchy. Ruled by the best class of people as monarchs. Aristonctine. Any plesiosaur of the clade Aristonctini. Aristonctines. Plural of Aristonctine. Aristophagus. Lacto-ovo-vegetarian. Aristophagus. Plural of Aristophagus. Aristophanian. Of or pertaining to Aristophanes, his plays or his poetry. Aristophanes. An ancient Greek male name, most famously borne by a playwright who lived from circa 446 BC to circa 386 BC. Aristophanian. alternative form of Aristophanian, Aristophanic, Aristophanian, Aristophanic man, synonym of Homo Aristophanius, Aristophanes, a classicist who studies the works of Aristophanes, Aristophanists, plural of Aristophanes, Aristophrenic, of superior mind or intellect, Aristopia, a name for a fictional utopia, Aristos, plural of Aristo, Aristotelian, alternative spelling of Aristotelian, Aristotelians, plural of Aristotelian, Aristotles, a lunar impact crater, Aristotelian, a disciple of Aristotle. For ancient Greek disciples, see peripatetic. For medieval Christian ones, see scholastic. Aristotelian unities, plural of Aristotelian unity, Aristotelian unity, synonym of classical unity, Aristotelianism, the philosophical system of Aristotle 384 BCE, 322 BCE and his followers. Aristotelian, in an Aristotelian manner, Aristotelians, plural of Aristotelian, Aristotelic, Aristotelian, Aristotelism, synonym of Aristotelianism, Aristotle, a male given name, Aristotle's dictum, the principle that whatever is affirmed or denied of a whole kind may be affirmed or denied respectively of any subkind of that kind. Aristotle's lantern, the 5 united jaws and accessory icicles of certain sea urchins. Aristotle's lanterns, plural of Aristotle's lantern. Aristotelian, alternate icicles of certain sea urchins. Aristotle's lanterns, plural of Aristotle's lantern. Aristotelian, alternative form of Aristotelian. Aristotelians, plural of Aristotelian. Aristotles, plural of Aristotle. Aristotype, a high-symmetry crystallographic structure type that can be viewed as an idealized version of a lower symmetry structure. Aristotypes, plural of Aristotype. Aristoxenian, of or pertaining to Aristoxenus. Arists, plural of Arist. Aristulate, having a short beard or on. Aristi, a surname from Spanish in turn from Basque. Aristis, plural of Aristi. Arida, a surname. Aridas, plural of Arita. Aru, abbreviation of arithmetic. Arithlog paper, semi-logarithmic graph paper. Arithmancer, someone who practices arithmancy. Arithmancers, plural of arithmancer. Arithmancy, divination using numbers that are the equivalent of letters of a name. Arithmetic, misspelling of arithmetic. Arithmetically, misspelling of arithmetically. Arithmetic, the mathematics of numbers, integers, rational numbers, real numbers, or complex numbers under the operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Arithmetic average, the arithmetic mean. Arithmetic averages, plural of arithmetic average. Arithmetic bar, synonym of louse insect. Arithmetic bugs, plural of arithmetic bar. Arithmetic combinatorics, a field of mathematics in the intersection of number theory, combinatorics, ergodic theory, and harmonic analysis. Arithmetic densities, plural of arithmetic density. Arithmetic density, the arithmetic logic unit. Arithmetic mean, the measure of central tendency of a set of values computed by dividing the sum of the values by their number. Arithmetic means, plural of arithmetic mean. Arithmetic operation, Any one of the four basic operations in arithmetic: addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division. Any one of said operations as implemented on a computer. Arithmetic operations. Plural of arithmetic operation. Arithmetic operator. Any of the four basic operators in arithmetic, namely addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Arithmetic operators. Plural of arithmetic operator. Arithmetic progression. A sequence in which each term except the first is obtained from the previous by adding a constant value, known as the common difference of the arithmetic progression. Arithmetic progressions. Plural of arithmetic progression. Arithmetic sequence. Synonym of arithmetic progression. Arithmetic sequences. Plural of arithmetic sequence. Arithmetic series. The sum of the terms in an arithmetic progression. Arithmetic spiral. Synonym of Archimedean spiral. Arithmetic spirals. Plural of arithmetic spiral. Arithmetic geometric mean. A mean of two numbers which is the common limit of a pair of sequences whose terms are defined by taking the arithmetic and geometric means of the previous pair of terms. Arithmetic geometric means. Plural of arithmetic geometric mean. Arithmetical. Of or pertaining to arithmetic, particularly the functions of arithmetic noun. Stress on the second syllable. Arithmetical hierarchies. Plural of arithmetical hierarchy. Arithmetical hierarchy. A hierarchy which classifies the complexity of first-order formulae and sets defined by them based on the number of alternations between series of unbounded existential quantifiers and universal quantifiers. Arithmetical progression. Synonym of arithmetic progression. Arithmetical progressions. Plural of arithmetical progression. Arithmetical set. A set of natural numbers that can be defined by a formula of first-order Peano arithmetic. Arithmetical sets. Plural of arithmetical set. Arithmetically. In a way characterized by addition of increments rather than multiplication by factors or exponentiation by exponents by an arithmetic progression. Arithmeticals. Plural of arithmetical. Arithmetician. One with expertise in arithmetic, a mathematician. Arithmeticians. Plural of arithmetician. Arithmeticity. The state or quality of being arithmetic. Arithmetico-geometric. Relating to both arithmetic and geometric progressions. Arithmetico-harmonic. Relating to both arithmetic and harmonic progressions. Arithmetics. Plural of arithmetic. Arithmetic. Spelling of arithmetic. Arithmetician. Obsolete form of arithmetician. Arithmeticians. Plural of arithmetician. Arithmetizable. Able to be arithmetized. Arithmetization. The treatment of mathematics by methods involving only the fundamental concepts and operations of arithmetic. Arithmetizations. Plural of arithmetization. Arithmetize. To treat a mathematical system by methods involving only the fundamental concepts and operations of arithmetic. Arithmetize. Simple past and past participle of arithmetize. Arithmetizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of arithmetize. Arithmetizing. Present participle and gerund of arithmetize. Arilmo. Numbers, arithmetic. Arithmocracies. Plural of arithmocracy. Arithmocracy. A form of government where decisions are made based purely on the numerical majority of supporters. Arithmocratic. Relating to arithmocracy. Arithmogram. The number obtained by summing the numerical values of the letters of a word. Arithmograms. Plural of arithmogram. Arithmograph, an early mechanical calculator. Arithmographic, in which words are encoded as numbers. Arithmographs, plural of arithmograph. Arithmography, a formal presentation of the properties of numbers. Arithmology, the science of numbers, basic arithmetic. Arithmomancy, alternative form of arithmancy. Arithmomania, an obsessive-compulsive disorder in which the subject feels the need to count things. Arithmomanias, plural of arithmomania. Arithmometer, a calculating machine. Arithmometers, plural of arithmometer. Arithmophobia, the irrational fear of numbers or arithmetic. Arithmosophia, alternative form of arithmosophy. Arithmosophy, a form of numerology that equates letters or words with numbers. Arithmomancy, alternative form of arithmancy. Arides, plural of arity. Aritox, used in the names of monoclonal antibodies, indicating that they are linked to a chain of the ricin protein. Aridra, a male given name from Sanskrit. The number of arguments or operands a function or operation takes. For a relation, the number of domains in the corresponding Cartesian product. Idas, a transliteration of the ancient Greek male given name letter 1s0 for rho epsilon iota omicron sigma Arios, Arius, notably born by Arius, circa 250-336, a priest in Alexandria, the founder of Arianism. Arixe, any of feliars in Udi. Arixedes, plural of Arixenie. Aria, a female given name. Area, a female given name. Ares, abbreviation of Arizona, a state of the United States. Era, a surname. Arizaga, a surname. Arizagas, plural of Arizaga. Arizas, plural of Ariza. Arise, obsolete spelling of arise. Arizin, past participle of arise. Arias, third person singular simple present indicative of arise. Arising, present participle and gerund of arise. Arismendi, a surname. Arismendes, plural of Arismendi. Arizola, an unincorporated place in Arizona, United States. Arizolas, plural of Arizola. Arizona, a state in the southwestern United States, established 1912. Capital, Phoenix. Arizona ash, synonym of velvet ash Fraxinus velutina. Arizona ashes, plural of Arizona ash. Arizona black walnut, synonym of Arizona walnut jublins major. Arizona perfume. The poison gas used for execution in a gas chamber. Arizona room, a typically a closed patio or sunroom used as a sleeping patio before the advent of air conditioning. Arizona rooms, plural of Arizona room. Arizona State, ellipsis of Arizona State University. Arizona sycamore, Placenus radii, a sycamore tree native to Arizona and New Mexico. Arizona sycamores, plural of Arizona sycamore. Arizona walnut, an American walnut tree of species Juglans major. Arizona walnuts, plural of Arizona walnut. Arizona's beach, synonym of Puerto Penasco City in Sonora, Mexico. Arizona-like, resembling the U.S. state of Arizona or some attribute of it. Arizonan, of or pertaining to Arizona or its culture. Arizonans, plural of Arizonan, Arizonian, synonym of Arizonan, Arizonians, plural of Arizonian, Arizonite, a titanate of iron, Fe2 309. Arizonites, plural of Arizonite. Arith, a surname. Ariops, plural of Ariz. Arden, a town and municipality of Värmland, Sweden. Arith, a surname. Ariops, plural of Ariz. Arden, a town and municipality of Värmland, Sweden. Arjona, a surname. Arjonas, plural of Arjona. Arda, a male given name. Argent wax, hard, yellow, brittle wax made by the Indian wax scale ceroplasts Seriferous on arjun and mango trees. Arduna, a male given name from Sanskrit, popular in South Asia. Arginaphthonolicide, a naphthol glycoside found in the tree Terminalia arjuna. Arjunas, plural of arjuna. Arginetin, a flavonoid found in the tree Terminalia arjuna. Argineticide, a triterpene glycoside found in the tree Terminalia arjuna. Arginolic acid, a pentacyclic triterpenoid found in the tree Terminalia arjuna. Arginolatin, a triterpene glycoside found in the tree Terminalia arjuna. The boat built by the biblical Noah to carry himself and the animals of the planet during the flood. Ark at E, uncommon spelling of ark at E. Ark clam, any of the small to large-sized edible saltwater clams in the family Arcidae. Ark clams, plural of ark clam. Ark load, alternative form of ark load. Ark loads, plural of ark load. Ark of the Covenant, the sacred container, a gold-plated wooden chest of the 2 tablets of law, the 10 commandments given to Moses by the Hebrew God. Ark shell, any of the family Arcidae of saltwater clams or marine bivalve mollusks. Ark shells, plural of ark shell. Ark storm, alternative form of ark storm. Ark storms, plural of ark storm. Ark floater, an aged actor. Ark floaters, plural of ark floater. Ark latex, a socio-economic region of the United States comprising the parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, and Oklahoma around the borders between these 4 states. Ark, abbreviation of Arkansas, a state of the United States. Arcadelphia, a city, the county seat of Clark County, Arkansas, United States. Akazai, a transliteration of the Belarusian male given name Cyrillic letter 456 ikdatkoi Arkadzij. Akaze, a transliteration of the Belarusian male given name Cyrillic letter 456 ikdatkoi Arkadzij. Arda, the 5 pillars, requirements, or devotional duties of Islam, Shahada, Salat, Zakat, Saum, and Hajj. Arkansas, the killing or murder of a political opponent, but framed as a suicide. Arkansas, archaic form of Arkansas River in the United States. Arkansan, of or from Arkansas. Arkansans, plural of Arkansan. Arkansas, a state in the south-central region of the United States. Capital and largest city, Little Rock. Arkansas City, a town, the county seat of Desha County, Arkansas, United States. Arkansas County, one of 75 counties in Arkansas, United States. County seats, DeWitt and Stuttgart. The first named is also spelled DeWitt. Arkansas elevation, a shooter's adjustment by aiming higher than the target's position in the sight to allow for the bullets drop during travel rather than adjusting the sight. Arkansas elevations. Plural of Arkansas elevation. Arkansas mudalia. Leptoxus arkansensis, a freshwater snail endemic to Arkansas in the United States. Arkansas toothpick, a Bowie knife. Arkansas toothpicks, plural of Arkansas toothpick. Arkansassan, synonym of Arkansan. Arkansassans, plural of Arkansassan. Arkansasian, synonym of Arkansan. Arkansasians, plural of Arkansasian. Arkansas, obsolete spelling of Arkansas. Arkansas, a native or resident of the state of Arkansas in the United States of America. Arkansasiers, plural of Arkansasier. Arkansian, of or from Arkansas. Arkansians, plural of Arkansian. Arkansai, synonym of Brookite. Ardars, the urial subspecies of sheep. Artat, alternative form of arcot. Art, obsolete form of art. Arcow, a surname. Archaeological, relating to archaeology. Archaeologist, someone who studies the story of Noah's Ark, particularly by searching for physical evidence which would corroborate it. Archaeologists, plural of archaeologists. Archaeology, the study of the story of Noah's Ark, particularly the search for physical evidence which would corroborate it. Arkasha, a female given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. Artful, enough to fill an ark. Artfuls, plural of artful. Arkale, a long tie-waist jacket worn by the peoples of the Caucasus and Iran, made of various kinds of fabric such as silk, satin, cloth, cashmere, and velvet, traditionally depending on the social status of its owner. Arkhalids, plural of Arkhali. Arkhanvai, an amag of Mongolia. Arkhangelsk, alternative form of Arkhangelsk. Arkhangelsk, an oblast in northwestern Russia. Archimes, alternative spelling of Archimedes. Arcombe, a village in Arcomathcowood Parish in City of Lancaster District, Lancashire, England, OS Grid Ref SD 5872. Arcomathcowood, a civil parish in City of Lancaster District, Lancashire, England. Archon, alternative form of Archon. Archons, plural of Archon. Archons, plural of Archon. Argi, a native or resident of the state of Arkansas in the United States of America. Argies, plural of Argi. Arkansas, a surname. Arkanstalls, plural of Arkanstal. Archai, belonging to Noah's Ark. Archites, plural of archite. Arclatex, alternative spelling of arclatex. Arclatex, alternative spelling of arclatex. Argo, a surname. Arclubby, a small village in Plumblin Parish, Cumberland Council Area, Cumbria, England, previously in Allerdale Borough OS Grid Ref NY 1439. Arkley, a village in the borough of Barnet, Greater London, England, historically in Hertfordshire OS Grid Ref TQ 225,955. Arklys, plural of Arkley. Arklai, resembling or characteristic of an ark. Arkleten, a village located in what was historically East Prussia and is now Poland. The village is now called Arklady. Arkload, enough to fill an ark. Arkloads, plural of Arkload. Arklow, a town in County Wicklow, Ireland. Arco, a surname. Ardenom, dated form of Arakonom. Arcos, plural of Arco. Arcos, an arenite sandstone consisting of at least 25% feldspar grains. Arcoses, plural of Arcos. Arcase, of or pertaining to Arcos. Arcasite, synonym of Imsonite. Arcas. Plural of Arc. Argosy, a village in the metropolitan borough of Doncaster, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 5706. A arcade storm, alternative form of arcstorm. Arcstorm, a very severe rainstorm lasting for many days, fed by an atmospheric river causing massive flooding. A arcade storms, plural of a arcade storm. Arcstorms, plural of arcstorm. Arcsudite, Kielate. Arcsutite, Idalate. Arkwright, an English surname originating as an occupation. Arkwright Town, a village in Sutton-cum-Duckmanton Parish, northeast Derbyshire District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4271. Arkwrights, plural of Arkwright. A female given name. Arlanda, an international airport in Sweden, serving the city of Stockholm. Orlando, a male given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. Arlois, a French surname. Arlberg, a massif shared between the states of Vorarlberg and Tyrol in Austria, bordered by the Verwall in the south, the Lechquellen in the northwest, and the Lechtal Alps in the northeast. The region has a long tradition of winter sports, mainly skiing and its villages rely on tourism as their main source of income. Arlberg Pass, a mountain pass in Vorarlberg and Tyrol, Austria, crossing the Arlberg Massif, connecting the state of Vorarlberg and the Klosterdal in the west with the state of Tyrol and the Stanzertal in the east. It was traditionally used as a mule track for salt trading before being paved and receiving motorized traffic. The traffic brought by the rise of tourism in the region eventually became too heavy for the pass to bear, so the Arlberg Road Tunnel was built to bypass the massif. Arlberg Technique, a progressive system that takes the skier from the snowplow turn to the parallel Christie through measured stages of improvement. Initialism of alcohol-related liver disease. Arlecton, a village in Arlecton and Frizington Parish, Cumberland Council area, Cumbria, England, previously in Copeland Borough. OS Grid Ref NY0419. Arlecton and Frizington, a civil parish in Copeland Borough, Cumbria, England. Arledge, a surname. Arleches, plural of Arledge. Arlene, a female given name originating as a coinage variant of Arlene. Arla, a surname. Arlena, a female given name originating as a coinage variant of Arlene. Arlie, a female given name originating as a coinage. Arlay, synonym of car by Indian language. Arles, a city in Bouches-du-Rhône department, Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur, France. Arles-sur-Tech, a town and commune of Pyrénées-Orientales department, Occitania, France, historically part of northern Catalonia. Arlesse, a small town and civil parish in central Bedfordshire district, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 1935. Arlesia, of, from, or relating to the city of Arles, Provençal-Côte d'Azur, France. Arlésiens, plural of Arlesian. Arleta, a neighborhood of the San Fernando Valley, Los Angeles, California, United States. Arley, a village in Aston by Budworth Parish, Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6781. Arlage, a surname. Arlages, plural of Arlage. ROI, a female given name originating as a coinage of older usage, variant of Arlene. Arlenham, a village and civil parish in Stroud District, Gloucestershire, England, situated in a large loop in the River Severn. OS Grid Ref SO 7011. Arlington, a place in England. Arlington County, the smallest of the 95 counties in Virginia, United States. It is adjacent to Washington, D.C., and coterminous with the census-designated place of Arlington. Arlingtonian, of or relating to Arlington County, Virginia, United States. Arlingtonians, plural of Arlingtonian. Arlo, a male given name. Arlon, the capital city of the Walloon province of Luxembourg, Belgium. Ars, a surname. Ars, plural of Arlt. Arlesa, a female given name. Ar, initialism of accelerated reply mail, a service of the United States Postal Service. Ar, abbreviation of Armenian. Armball, a type of delivery, the finger spin, equivalent of a wrist spinner's slider or suitor. Armballs, plural of armball. Armbone, alternative spelling of armbone. Armbones, plural of armbone. Arm candy, an attractive, seemingly romantic companion who accompanies a person in public simply so that one or both of the individuals can gain attention, enhance social status, or create an impression of sexual appeal. Arm Day, a day dedicated to arm exercises. Arm days, plural of arm day. Arm garter, a garter worn on the sleeve of a shirt above the elbow to hold the lower part of the sleeve tight and keep the cuff in the correct position. Arm garters, plural of arm garter. Arm guard, alternative form of arm guard. Arm guards, plural of arm guard. Armhole, alternative form of armhole. Armholes, plural of armhole. Arm in arm, with arms linked together, with arms around each other's shoulder or waist, of two or more people. Arm in crook, with arms linked together. Arm of Finland, the municipality of Enontekiö in Finland. Arm of flesh, human strength, or a. Arm out, to arm oneself with weapons. Armpit, alternative form of armpit. Armpits, plural of armpit. Armpub, chronic exertional compartment syndrome of the forearm. Armrest, alternative form of armrest. Armrests, plural of armrests. Arm River, a river in Saskatchewan, Canada. Arm span, the length of a person's outstretched arms, measured from the fingertips of the two middle fingers. See also fam. Arm spans, plural of arm span. Arm the lead, to fill the hollow in the bottom of a sounding lead with tallow in order to discover the nature of the bottom by the substances adhering. Arm to the teeth, to equip thoroughly with weapons. Arm twist, alternative spelling of arm twist. Arm twisted, simple past and past participle of arm twist. Arm twister, alternative spelling of arm twister. Arm twisters, plural of arm twister. Arm twisting, alternative spelling of arm twisting. Arm twistings, plural of arm twisting. Arm twists, third person singular simple present indicative of arm twists. Arma, to supply or be supplied with arms weapons. Arm wrestle, alternative form of arm wrestle. Arm wrestle, simple past and past participle of arm wrestle. Arm wrestler, alternative form of arm wrestler. Arm wrestlers, plural of arm wrestler. Arm wrestles, third person singular simple present indicative of arm wrestle. Arm wrestling is strength sport with two participants, in which each participant grips the other's hand and tries to pin the other's arm onto a surface. Ard, archaic form of arm. Arm's length, a distance approximately equal to the length of a human's arm. Arm's length price, the price at which an interested purchaser and an interested seller would freely agree to transact or to trade between related parties, but conducted as if they were unrelated, to ensure that there is no ensuing conflict of interest. Arm's length prices, plural of arm's length price. Arm's length principle, the principle that the parties in a transaction should be independent and on an equal footing without any favorable treatment, fiduciary duties, etc. Arm's lengths, plural of arm's length. Arm's reach, the area within which something may be accessed without moving. Armchair, dated form of armchair. Armchairs, plural of armchair. Armchest, a portable chest for storing weapons or tools on a ship. Armchests, plural of armchests. Arm in arm, alternative form of arm in arm. Armpiece, alternative form of armpiece. Arm-whist, to use personal pressure to persuade. Arm-whisted, simple past and past participle of arm-whists. Arm-whister, one who arm-whists. Arm-whisters, plural of arm-whister. Arm-whisting, the use of personal pressure to persuade. Arm-whistings, plural of arm-twisting. Arm-whists, third person singular simple present indicative of arm-twists. Arm-wrestle, a bout of arm-wrestling. Arm-wrestle, simple past and past participle of arm wrestle. Arm wrestler, someone who arm wrestles. Arm wrestlers, plural of arm wrestler. Arm wrestles, plural of arm wrestle. Arm wrestling, alternative form of arm wrestling. Abbreviation of Armenia. Initialism of autoaggressive moving average. Armable, able to be am. Armacost, a surname. Armacosts, plural of armacost. Armada, the Spanish Armada, which sailed against England in 1588. Armadale, a small coastal village on the Isle of Skye, Highland Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NG 6303. Armades, plural of armada. Armadilla, a small armada. Armadillas, plural of armadilla. Armadillid, any woodlouse of the family Armadillidae. Armadillidae, any pillbug in the family Armadillidae. Armadillids, plural of Armadillidae. Armadillids, plural of armadillo. Armadillo, any of the burrowing mammals covered with bony, jointed, protective plates, families Dasypodidae and Chlamyphoridae in the order Cingulata found in the Americas, especially in South America. Armadillo ant, the neotropical ant Tatuiders tessuja. Armadillo ants, plural of armadillo ant. Armadillo bug, a woodlouse, any of various terrestrial isopods of suborder Anisidea. Armadillo egg, a jalapeno popper, especially when wrapped in bacon or sausage meat. Armadillo eggs, plural of armadillo egg. Armadillos, plural of armadillo. Armadillos, plural of armadillo. Armado, obsolete form of armada fleet of warships. Armados, plural of armado. Armados, plural of armado. Armageddon, Mount Megiddo, the site of a prophesied final battle between the forces of good and evil. Armageddonism, belief in the coming Armageddon. Armageddonist, one who believes in the coming Armageddon. Armageddonists, plural of Armageddonists. Armageddons, plural of Armageddon. A city in Northern Ireland, which is the county town. Arangan, a transliteration of the Persian or order male given name Arabic Alif, Arabic At, Arabic Meme, Arabic Cain, Arabic Alif, Arabic Noon, Armagan. Armagnac, a region and former county of the Duchy of Gascony in modern-day France. Armagnacs, plural of Armagnac. Armagast, a surname transferred from the given name. Armagasts, plural of Armagast. Armalcali, an orthorhombic mineral first discovered on the moon. Armalcolites, plural of Armalcolite. Armalize, any of several assault rifles originally made in the USA from the late 1950s. Armalite and the ballot box, an electoral strategy pursued by the Irish Republican movement in the 1980s and early 1990s, where elections in Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland were contested by Sinn Féin, while the IRA continued military operations against the British Army and RUC. Armalites, plural of Armalite. Armally, a surname. Armament, a body of forces equipped for war. Armamentaria, plural of armamentarium. Armamentaries, plural of armamentary. Armamentarium, all of the equipment available for carrying out a task, especially all the equipment used by a physician in the practice of medicine. Armamentariums, plural of armamentarium. Armamentary, an armory or arsenal place to store weapons. Armaments, plural of armament. Armançon, a river in Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, France, a tributary of the Yonne. Armand, a surname. Armando, a surname. Armandos, plural of Armando. Armanet, a surname from French. Armamite, a trigonal rhombohedral black mineral containing arsenic, carbon, hydrogen, manganese, and oxygen. Armani, a surname from Italian. Armanism, an esoteric ideological system pioneered by Guido van List based around paganism and the Aryan race. Armaria, plural of Armarium. Armarian, synonym of Amaria's medieval monastery librarian. Armarians, plural of Armarian. Armaioa, plural of Armarialum. Armarialum, a kind of cupboard for storing documents. Armarium, synonym of ambry cupboard or storage area. Armarias, the librarian in a medieval monastery who kept, repaired, and catalogued its manuscripts and books. Armesti, a commune and village in Alameda County, Romania. Armitage, a surname. Armata, a female given name of primarily 19th and early 20th century usage. Armathwaite, a village in Heskett Parish and Ainstable Parish, Eden District, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NT 5046. Armado, a surname from Italian. Armatil. Alternative letter case form of armatil. Armatils. Plural of armatil. Alternative letter case form of armatils. Armatali. Plural of armatil. Armataliki. A district in which the Armatils enforced Ottoman rule. Armatalikia. Plural of Armataliki. Armatali. Plural of Armatalos. Armatalos. Alternative form of armatil. Armator. A ship owner. Armators. Plural of armator. Armados. Plural of armado. Armature. A detachment of soldiers, soldiers collectively. Armatured. Fitted with an armature. Armatureless. Without an armature. Armatures. Plural of armature. Armaturing. Present participle and gerund of armature. Armad. A male given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. Armavir. A province of Armenia. Armazek. An extinct written Aramaic language used for administration in the South Caucasus in the 1st centuries AD. Armband. A band worn around the arm, usually to symbolize mourning or protest. Armbanded. Wearing an armband. Armbands. Plural of armband. Armoire. A joint lock where the elbow is hyperextended in order to cause pain or injury. Armbarred. Simple past and past participle of armbar. Armburing. Present participle and gerund of armbar. Armbars. Plural of armbar. Armbinder. A restraint that binds the arms together into a single sleeve. Armbinders. Plural of armbinder. Armboard. A device designed to provide support for a person's arm during surgical practices. Arbone. A bone in the arm, specifically the humerus. Armbands. Plural of armbone. Armbrace. Any of several forms of harness that support an injured arm. Armbraces. Plural of armbrace. Armbruster. A surname. Armbrusterized. A mineral with a chemical formula K5Na3Mn3Mn2C900H4H2O. Armchair. A chair with supports for the arms or elbows. Armchair copy. Perfectly clear reception. Armchair critic. A person who makes criticisms on a subject they have little knowledge of or practical experience in. Armchair criticism. A comment or criticism made by an armchair critic. Armchair criticisms. Plural of armchair criticism. Armchair critics. Plural of armchair critic. Armchair linguistics. Any linguistic enterprise employing introspection rather than empirical methods, such as elicitation. Armchair psychologists. One who gives psychological advice or speculates about a person's mental health without any qualification to do so. Armchair psychologists. Plural of armchair psychologists. Armchair psychology. The practice of giving psychological advice or speculating about a person's mental health without any qualification to do so. Armchair quarterback. A person who watches sports on television, typically American football, who often verbally suggests plays or critiques the players and coaches. Armchair quarterbacks. Plural of armchair quarterback. Armchair tick. The addition of a new bird to one's personal list resulting from a change in taxonomy or a delayed identification. Armchair ticks. Plural of armchair tick. Armchair traveler. Someone who experiences travel from the comfort of their own home, for example by watching travel documentaries or reading adventure stories. Armchair travelers, plural of armchair traveler. Armchaired, furnished with armchairs. Armchairing, present participle and gerund of armchair. Armchairs, plural of armchair. Armpo, a type of metal roadside safety barrier. ARMD, abbreviation of age-related macular degeneration. ARMD, abbreviation of armored. Obsolete spelling of arm. Ard, equipped, especially with a weapon. Armed and dangerous, possessing a weapon and likely to try to harm or kill someone with it. Armed bullet, Agonus cataphractus, a fish covered in hard bony plates. Armed bullheads, plural of armed bullhead. Armed conflict, a contested incompatibility that entails the use of armed force between two parties, including a territory, the government of a state, or both. Armed conflicts, plural of armed conflict. Armed force, singular of armed forces. Armed forces, the military forces of a nation, such as the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and sometimes Coast Guard or Border Guard, which are tasked with the defense of the nation and its citizens, if necessary through use of deadly force. Armed merchantman, a merchant ship that has weapons aboard for fighting or potential fighting. Armed merchantmen, plural of armed merchantmen. Armed police, police in general. Armed probe, a military reconnaissance mission performed with heavy combat units where hostile contact with the enemy is expected. Armed probes, plural of armed probe. Armed rebellion, synonym of revolt. Armed rebellions, plural of armed rebellion. Armed response, a response to a political issue that involves military action or the use of weapons. Armed responses, plural of armed response. Armed revolt, synonym of revolt. Armed revolts, plural of armed revolt. Armed robberies, plural of armed robbery. Armed robbery, a theft where the thieves are armed with weapons. Armed secession, synonym of secession. Armed secessions, plural of armed secession. Armed struggle, an irregular political conflict waged by an armed rebel group attempting to overthrow the prevailing regime or otherwise achieve or secure political rights. Armed struggles, plural of armed struggle. Armed the lead, simple past and past participle of armed the lead. Armed to the teeth, equipped thoroughly with weapons. Armed up, simple past and past participle of arm up. Armness, the state or quality of having a particular type of or number of arms. Armo, a surname from French. Armals, plural of armo. Armin, alternative form of Armino. Armendares, a surname. Armendarizes, plural of Armendares. Armendares, a surname. Armendarizes, plural of Armendares. Armenia, ancient kingdom in the Armenian highlands southeast of Black Sea and southwest of Caspian Sea. Area now divided between Turkey, Republic of Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Iran. Armenia Inferior, Lesser Armenia. Armenia Minor, Lesser Armenia. Armeniaceous, apricot colored. Armenian, of from or pertaining to Armenia, the Armenian people, the Armenian language, or the Armenian alphabet. Armenian Apostolic Church, the National Church of Armenia. Armenian blackberries, plural of Armenian blackberry. Armenian blackberry, synonym of Himalayan blackberry. Armenian bowl, an earthy clay, usually red due to iron oxide, native to Armenia, but also found in other places and used in medicine and as a pigment. Armenian bowls, plural of Armenian bowl. Armenian Catholic, a member of the Armenian Catholic Church. Armenian Catholics, plural of Armenian Catholic. Armenian cracker bread, synonym of lavash. Armenian cracker breads, plural of Armenian cracker bread. Armenian cucumber, Cucumis milovarflexuosus, a long, slender variety of muskmelon which resembles a cucumber in taste and inner appearance. Armenian cucumbers, plural of Armenian cucumber. Armenian disease, familial Mediterranean fever. Armenian genocide, alternative letter case form of Armenian genocide. Armenian genocide, the systematic mass murder of around 1 million ethnic Armenians in the Ottoman Empire during World War I 1915-1917. Armenian Genocide Memorial Day, synonym of Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day. Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day, a public holiday in Armenia and the Republic of Artsakh, and which is also observed by the Armenian diaspora on April 24th, held annually to commemorate the victims of the Armenian genocide. Of 1915. Armenian Highland, a plateau in the north of Western Asia, connecting the Lesser Caucasus with the Taurus Mountains. Total area, about 400,000 square kilometers. Average elevation, 1,500 to 2,000 meters. Highest point, Mount Ararat. The area lies mostly in eastern Turkey, also includes the whole of modern Armenia, southern Georgia, western Azerbaijan, northwestern Iran, Nakhichev, and Nagorno-Karabakh. Armenian Kingdom of Cilicia, an independent principality formed during the High Middle Ages by Armenian refugees fleeing the Seljuk invasion of Armenia. Located outside of the Armenian highland and distinct from the Armenian Kingdom of Antiquity, it was centered in the Cilicia region northwest of the Gulf of Alexandretta in what is today southern Turkey. Armenian question, the issues surrounding the status and protection by Western powers of Armenians in Ottoman and formerly Ottoman areas. Armenian question, alternative letter case form of Armenian question. Armenian Sign Language, a sign language of Armenia. Armenian Soviet Socialist Republic, synonym of Armenian SSR. Armenian SSR, one of the 15 Soviet Socialist republics that made up the former Soviet Union 1920-1991, name changed in 1990, became independent as the Republic of Armenia in 1991 after the collapse of the USSR. Armenian Studies, a field of humanities covering Armenian history, language, and culture. Armenianization, the act or process of Armenianizing. Armenianize, to make Armenian. Armenianize, simple past and past participle of Armenianize. Armenianizers, third person singular simple present indicative of Armenianize. Armenianizing, present participle and gerund of Armenianize. Armenianness, the quality or state of being Armenian. Armenians, plural of Armenian. Armenic, Armenian. Armanicum, an iodine-based antiseptic drug from Armenia invented to cure HIV. Armanid, alternative form of Armenoid. Armenification, the act or process of making Armenian. Armenes, a village and commune of Kara-Severin County, Romania. Armenism, alternative letter case form of Arminism. Arminisms, plural of Arminism. Armonite, an orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing aluminum, barium, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Armonites, plural of armonite. Armonize, synonym of Armenianize. Armonize, simple past and past participle of armonize. Armonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of armonize. Armonizing, present participle and gerund of armonize. Armeno, Armenia, Armenian. Armenosratid, any of the extinct cephalopods in the family Armenosratidae. Armenosratids, plural of Armenosratid. Armenoid, a member of a subtype of the Caucasian race, similar to Dinarid but with stockier bodies and slightly darker pigmentation, found mainly in the northern part of Western Asia. Armenoids, plural of armenoid. Armenological, of or pertaining to armenology. Armenologist, one who engages in armenology. Armenologists, plural of armenologists. Armenology, Armenian studies. Armenophile, someone with unusual admiration or partiality for the Armenian people, culture, language, or history. Armenophiles, plural of armenophile. Armenophilia, unusual admiration or partiality for the Armenian people or Armenian culture, language, or history. Armenopho, a person having a fear, dislike of, hatred or aversion to the Armenians, Republic of Armenia and the Armenian culture. Armenophobes, plural of Armenopho. Armenophobia, fear, dislike, or hatred of the Armenians, Republic of Armenia and the Armenian culture. Armenophobic, showing Armenophobia. Armenopolis, former name of Gerla. Armat, a surname. Armenteros, a surname from Spanish. Armenterosas, plural of Armenteros. Armentrout, a surname. Armentrouts, plural of Armentrout. Armants, plural of Arment. Armor, a surname. Amir, any member of the thrift genus Armeria. Ameas, plural of Amiria. Armors, plural of armor. Arms, a surname. Armus, second person singular simple present indicative of arm. Armet, a type of medieval helmet which fully enclosed the head and face, first found in the 1420s in Milan. Arma, third person singular simple present indicative of arm. Armithasi, a particular steroid glycoside. Armits, plural of armit. Armfield, a surname. Armfields, plural of armfield. Armfloat, synonym of armband, one of a pair of inflatable plastic bands, normally worn on the upper arms, to help the wearer, often a child, float in water and learn to swim. Armfloats, plural of armfloat. Armul, the amount an arm or arms can hold. Armful, obsolete spelling of armful. Armballs, plural of armful. Armballs, plural of armful. Argart, of uncertain meaning, perhaps describing gaunt or slender limbs. Armbard, a protective cover for the arm. Armbards, plural of armbard. Armhole, a human armpit. Armholes, plural of armhole. Armoak, a hook-like projection on the M of a cephalopod, such as on the M-hook squid Genetus fabricea. Armoaks, plural of armhook. Armiansk, a city in Crimea in southern Ukraine. Armidale, a city in the Northern Tablelands, New South Wales, Australia. Army, obsolete spelling of army. Army, having the specified number of armies. Armies, plural of army. Armivorous, bearing arms, weapons. Armiger, an esquire originally carrying the armor of a knight, hence later a man of the gentry ranking below a knight. Armigeral, synonym of armigerous. Armigero, obsolete form of armiger. Armigeros, plural of armigero. Armigerous, entitled to bear a coat of arms. Armigers, plural of armiger. Armijo, a surname. Armijos, plural of armijo. Armul, alternative form of armel. Armul, alternative letter case form of armel. Armilla, an armband awarded as a military decoration in ancient Rome. Armily, plural of armilla. Armillaria, any of the genus Armillaria of parasitic fungi, a honey fungus. Armillaria root disease, synonym of mushroom root rot. Armillaria root rot, synonym of mushroom root rot. Armillarias, plural of armillaria. Armillaria describes a mushroom with attached gills, a fleshy stem, and an annulus. Armillary, resembling a bracelet or armilla, consisting of rings or circles. Armillary sphere, an instrument consisting of graduated metal circles used to represent the motions of celestial bodies around the earth. Armillary spheres, plural of armillary sphere. Armillas, plural of armilla. Armillate, synonym of armillary. Armels, plural of armel. Armels, plural of armel. Armilestrum, a festival in ancient Rome in honor of Mars, the god of war. Armen, a male given name from German or Latin. Armination, a sea slug of the suborder Arminacea. Arminations, plural of armination. Arminda, a female given name. Armi, a surname. Arming, present participle and gerund of arm. Arming press, a bookbinder's press for stamping titles and designs on the covers of books. Arming presses, plural of arming press. Arming sword, a sword seen as a being a part of someone's set of arms or military accoutrements, a warrior's regimental or official sword. Arming swords, plural of arming sword. Arming the lead, present participle and gerund of arm, the lead. Arming to the teeth, present participle and gerund of arm to the teeth. Arming up, present participle and gerund of arm up. Armings, plural of arming. Arminian, a person who follows the soteriological doctrine of the Dutch theologian Jacobus Arminius that people are able to choose to resist or accept divine grace and therefore faith and salvation through free will. Arminianism, a school of thought within Protestantism based on the theological ideas of Jacobus Arminius. Arminianus, a member of the Protestant denomination founded by Jacobus Arminius. Arminianistic, or relating to Arminianism. Arminianists, plural of Arminianus. Arminianize, to make Arminian. Arminianize, simple past and past participle of Arminianize. Arminianizer, one who Arminianizes. Arminianizers, plural of Arminianizer. Arminianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Arminianize. Arminianizing, present participle and gerund of Arminianize. Arminians, plural of Arminian. Arminid, any of the sea slows in the family Arminidae. Arminids, plural of arminin. Armini, synonym of antorite. Arminius, a chieftain of the Cherustian ancient Germanic tribe who defeated the Romans in the Battle of the Teutoburg Forest. Arminoid, a member of the superfamily Arminoidea. Arminoids, plural of arminoid. Armipotens, power in arms, military might. Armipotent, powerful in battle. Armipotens, plural of armipotent. Armazement, resounding with arms or weapons. Armistead, a surname. Armisteads. Plural of armistead. Armistice, the armistice agreement signed between the Allies and Germany on 11 November 1918 to end World War I, by extension the end of World War I. Armistice Day, 11th November, the anniversary of the signing of the Armistice Agreement to end World War I, commemorating the fallen of that war. Armistices, plural of armistice. Armit, a surname. Armitage, an English habitational surname. Armitage Bridge, a suburban village in the metropolitan borough of Kirklees, West Yorkshire, England. ub.idvgtbre SC 1313. Armitage with Handsacker, a civil parish in Lichfield District, Staffordshire, England, which includes the named places. Armitages, plural of armitage. Armit, a surname. Arm length, the length of each arm of an interferometer. Arm lengths, plural of arm length. Armless, having no arms. Armless wonder, a person who does not have any arms and appears as a circus sideshow. Armless wonders, plural of armless wonder. Armlessly, in an armless way, without arms. Armlessness, the state or condition of being armless, lack of arms. Armlet, a band worn on the arm for ornamental or identification purposes. Armlets, plural of armlet. Armley, a suburb of Leeds, West Yorkshire, England. ub.idvgtbre SC 2733. Armlifting, the sport of lifting or manipulating weights with a predominant dependence on grip strength. Armlie, resembling or characteristic of an arm limb. Armload, as much as can be carried with one or a pair of arms. Armloads, plural of armload. Armlie, a wrestling move in which the opponent's arm is held immobile. Armlocked, simple past and past participle of armlock. Armlocking, present participle and gerund of armlock. Armlocks, plural of armlock. Armoire, as long as a person's arm. Initialism of autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao. Armo, alternative letter case form of armo. Armodafinil, a stimulant-like drug and active enantiomer of modafinil, being investigated for the treatment of various conditions such as depression, fatigue, and schizophrenia. Armography, choreography. Armoire, dated form of armoire. Armoire, a type of cupboard, cabinet, or wardrobe originally used for storing weapons. Armoires, plural of armoire. Armoires, plural of armoire. Armamency, divination using the shoulder blade of an animal. It was taken from a dead animal and thrown into a fire, and the cracks formed in the bone were then interpreted. Arma, a surname. Armoire, a census-designated place in Kings County, California, United States. Armand, a surname from French. Armands, plural of Armand. Ammoniac, obsolete. Form of ammoniac. Harmonica, a musical instrument made of blown glass bowls mounted on a spindle turned originally by a foot pedal and played with wetted fingers, producing an ethereal sound. Technically, it is a crystallophone. Harmonicas, plural of harmonica. Harmonicist, someone who plays an harmonica. Harmonicists, plural of harmonicists. Harmonico, alternative spelling of harmonico. Harmonico, a stringed instrument with 7 strings and 6 courses and 1 string, the middle one doubled. It is structurally a combination of a guitar and a trez. Harmonico guitar, synonym of harmonico. Harmonico guitars, plural of harmonico guitar. Harmonicos, plural of harmonico. Harmonicos, plural of harmonico. Armands, plural of arman. Armor, a surname. Armor plate, a plate made of a tough material designed to withstand impact from a bullet, sharp instrument, etc., especially one worn on the body. Armor plates, plural of armor plate. Armor bearer, alternative spelling of armor bearer. Armor bearers, plural of armor bearer. Armor piercing, intended to pierce armor. Armor piercing shot, an armor piercing solid metal projectile having no bursting charge, in use mainly during World War II, abbreviated AP, or simply shot. Armor piercing shots, plural of armor piercing shot. Armor plated, covered with a hard steel plate, especially of vehicles, boats, and defenses. Armor bearer, one who carries armor for another. Armor bearers, plural of armor bearer. Armored, clad or equipped with arms or armor. Armored car, alternative spelling of armored car. Armored cars, plural of armored car. Armored combat, fighting between armored warriors such as knights, heavy infantry, heavy cavalry. Armored combat fight, a match in the sport of armored combat fighting. Armored combat fighting. Medieval weapons. Several variations of the sport exist, which include melee combat for last man standing winners, team versus team, and one-on-one combat. Armored combat fights, plural of armored combat fight. Armored combat vehicle, alternative spelling of armored combat vehicle. Armored combat vehicles, plural of armored combat. Combat vehicle. Armored cruiser, a type of cruiser, the warship common in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, carrying a small number of moderately heavy main guns plus a large secondary battery of smaller guns and with armor protecting the sides in upper and lower decks, but lighter and with thinner armor and less powerful guns than a battleship. A mainstay of battle fleets around the turn of the 20th century, but displaced from this role by the more powerful battle cruiser after ca. 1908, becoming obsolescent by the time of WWI. Armored cruisers, plural of armored cruiser. Armored fighting vehicle, alternative spelling of armored fighting vehicle. Armored fighting vehicles, plural of armored fighting vehicle. Armored fists, synonym of iron fist, the symbol of an army's tank or cavalry branch. Armored fists, plural of armored fists. Armored personnel carrier, an armored vehicle for carrying infantry soldiers in combat. Armored personnel carriers, plural of armored personnel carrier. Armored rat, Hoplomys gymurus, a spiny rodent of Latin America. Armored rats, plural of armored rat. Armored soldier, synonym of trooper, a soldier of private rank in cavalry or armor. Armored soldiers, plural of armored soldier. Armored train, alternative form of armored train. Armored trains, plural of armored train. Armored truck, alternative spelling of armored truck. Armored trucks, plural of armored truck. Armorer, a manufacturer of weapons, especially of guns. Armorers, plural of armorer. Armorial, of or relating to heraldry or to heraldic arms. Armorial bearing, heraldry that consists of a design or image depicted on a shield. Armorial bearings, plural of armorial bearing. Armorial, obsolete form of armorial. Armorially, in terms of or by means of armorial bearings. Armorials, plural of armorial. Armoric, relating to armorica, armorican. Armorica, the northwestern part of ancient Gaul, corresponding to modern Brittany. Armorican, of, from, or pertaining to Armorica. Armorican Massif, a geologic massif that covers a large area in the northwest of France. Armoricans, plural of armorican. Armories, plural of armory. Armoring, present participle and gerund of armor. Armorings, plural of armoring. Armorists, a person skilled in the bearings of coats of arms, and all relating to their emblazonment. Armorists, plural of armorists. Armorless, with an absence of armor, unarmored. Armoli, resembling or characteristic of armor. Armorplast, a fictional material often described as being strong, flexible, and transparent. Armors, plural of armor. Armorsmith, alternative form of armorsmith. Armorsmithing, alternative form of armorsmithing. Armorsmiths, plural of armorsmith. Armory, U.S. standard spelling of armory. Armos, plural of armo. Armor, a surname. Armor plate, alternative spelling of armor plate. Armor plating, heavy plate steel or other strong plate metal installed to create armor on a structure or vehicle. Armored, obsolete form of armored. Armor piercing, alternative form of armor piercing. Armor plated, alternative form of armor plated. Armor bearer, one who carries armor for another. Armor bearers, plural of armor bearer. Armored, simple past and past participle of armor. Armored car, an armored truck to transfer valuables between locations which possesses armor against light firearms. Armored cars, plural of armored car. Armored combat, alternative spelling of armored combat. Armored combat fight, alternative spelling of armored combat fight. Armored combat fighting, alternative spelling of armored combat fighting. Armored combat fights, plural of armored combat fight. Armored combat vehicle, an armed and armored military vehicle for fighting troops which runs on wheels or caterpillar track. Armored combat vehicles, plural of armored combat vehicle. Armored cruiser, alternative spelling of armored cruiser. Armored cruisers, plural of armored cruiser. Armored fighting vehicle. An armed and armored military vehicle which runs on wheels or caterpillar track used by fighting troops. Armored fighting vehicles. Plural of armored fighting vehicle. Armored fists. Synonym of iron fist, the symbol of an army's tank or cavalry branch. Armored fists. Plural of armored fists. Armored personnel carrier. Alternative spelling of armored personnel carrier. Armored personnel carriers. Plural of armored personnel carrier. Armored train. A railway train protected with armor. Armored trains. Plural of armored train. Armored truck. A truck used to transfer valuables between locations which possesses armor against light firearms. Armored trucks. Plural of armored truck. Armorer. Alternative spelling of armorer. Armorers. Plural of armorer. Armorhead. Synonym of boarfish. Armorheads. Plural of armorhead. Armorio. British spelling of armorio. Armorials. Plural of armorio. Armories. Plural of armory. Armoring. Present participle and gerund of armor. Armorings. Plural of armoring. Armorist. Alternative form of armorist. Armorists. Plural of armorists. Armorless. Alternative form of armorless. Armorly. Alternative spelling of armorly. Armor blast. Australia, Canada, Ireland, New Zealand, South Africa, and UK spelling of armorplast. Armors. Plural of armor. Armorsmith. A person who forges armor such as greaves, breastplates, and leg plates. Armorsmithing. A profession that involves forging armor pieces, such as greaves and helms, out of raw materials like metal or steel. Armorsmiths. Plural of armorsmith. Armorstone. Durable, wear-resistant stone. Armorstones. Plural of armorstone. Armory. A place where arms are kept, an arsenal. Armagh. A village between Balmoney and Ballycastle, County Antrim, Northern Ireland, Irish grid ref D0632. Armozin. A thick plain silk, generally black, used for clerical garments. Armozins. Plural of armozin. Armazine. Alternative form of armozin. Armazines. Plural of armazine. Armpiece. A piece of armor that protects the arm. Armpieces. Plural of armpiece. Armbith. The cavity beneath the junction of the arm and shoulder. Armpit fart. A simulation of the sound of flatulence made by creating a pocket of air between the armpit of a partially raised arm and the hand, and then swiftly closing this pocket by bringing the arm close to the torso. Armpit farts. Plural of armpit fart. Armpits. Plural of armpit. Armpitted. Having armpits of a specified kind. Armplate. Plate armor worn on one's arms. Armplates. Plural of armplate. Armrack. A frame, generally vertical, for holding small arms. Armracks. Plural of armrack. Armrest. Part of the seat of a chair that is designed to support the arm. Armrests. Plural of armrests. Arm ring. A ring worn on the arm. Arm rings. Plural of arm ring. Plural of ARM. Arms. Weaponry. Weapons. Arms and legs, plural of an arm and a leg. Arms bearer, alternative form of arms bearer. Arms bearers, plural of arms bearer. Arms control, restrictions upon the development, production, stockpiling, proliferation, and usage of weapons, especially weapons of mass destruction. Arms dealer, a person involved in the distribution and sale of weapons, especially when it also involves smuggling. Arms dealers, plural of arms dealer. Arms factories, plural of arms factory. Arms factory, a factory where weapons are produced. Arms of flesh, plural of arm of flesh. Arms race, a competition for military supremacy between two powers, especially for the most weapons and the best military technology. Arms races, plural of arms race. Arms the lead, third person singular simple present indicative of arm the lead. Arms to the teeth, third person singular simple present indicative of arm to the teeth. Arms trafficking, the process of smuggling, distributing, and selling illegal weapons. Arms up, third person singular simple present indicative of arm up. Arms bearer, one who carries weapons for another. Arms bearers, plural of arms bearer. Arms a, alternative form of arms I. Armes, plural of arms I. Arms bearer, alternative form of arms bearer. Arms bearers, plural of arms bearer. Arms bearing, the act of bearing arms, the possession of weapons. Amsei, a set of obsolete single-byte character encodings for the Armenian alphabet. Arm tie, an opening in a garment for the attachment of a sleeve, an armhole. Arm thighs, plural of arm thigh. Armsful, plural of armful. Armsful, plural of armful. Armsfuls, plural of armful. Arm shield, a badge worn on the sleeve of a soldier's uniform in the shape of a shield, used to denote allegiance. Arm shields, plural of arm shield. Armshouse, bloodshed, violence. Armscote, a storage room or armory where firearms and magazines are kept. Armscotes, plural of armscote. Armsmaker, a manufacturer of weapons. Armsmakers, plural of armsmaker. Armspan, alternative form of armspan. Armspans, plural of armspan. Armstand, a die from a platform that starts from the hands. Armstands, plural of armstand. Armstead, a surname. Armsteads, plural of Armstead. Armstraw, an English surname transferred from the nickname, originally a nickname for someone with strong arms. Armstrong County, one of 67 counties in Pennsylvania, United States. County seat, Kittanning, named after John Armstrong Sr. Armstrong gun, an early type of wrought iron breech-loading cannon where the breech is sealed by screwing the rear breech face tightly against the rear end of the barrel. Armstrong guns, plural of Armstrong gun. Armstrong limit, alternative form of Armstrong limit. Armstrong limit, synonym of Armstrong line. Armstrong lie, the altitude above sea level at which water boils without a pressurized environment, and at which a person would require a pressure suit or pressurized environment to survive, and avoid having their bodily fluids boil away. Armstrong number. Number theory. Armstrong numbers. Plural of Armstrong number. Armstrong oscillator. An electronic oscillator circuit which uses an inductor and capacitor to generate an oscillation. Armstrong oscillators. Plural of Armstrong oscillator. Armstrong's axioms. A set of references or, more precisely, inference rules used to infer all the functional dependencies on a relational database. Armstrong's line. Alternative form of Armstrong line. Armstrongian, of or relating to David Mallet Armstrong, 1926-2014, Australian philosopher, known for his work on metaphysics and the philosophy of mind. Armstrongite, a monoclinic sphenoidal mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, and zirconium. Armstrongs, plural of Armstrong. Art, abbreviation of armament. Poverty, want, wretchedness, misery, calamity. Armor, a village and civil parish in the metropolitan borough of Doncaster, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 6204. Arns, plural of armt. Armtwisting, alternative spelling of arm-twisting. Armure, a fabric woven with a raised pattern similar to chain mail. Armures, plural of armure. Armwear, accessories worn on the arm. Armoid, a surname. Armuds, plural of armor. Army, the fandom of the K-pop boy band BTS. Army, a sports team representing the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. Armia, a tropical nomadic ant, principally in the subfamilies Doralini and Leptinillini, that preys on other insects. Armiant syndrome, behavioral and reproductive traits such as obligate collective foraging, nomidism, and highly specialized queens that allow organisms such as army ants to become the most ferocious social hunters. Army ants, plural of army ant. Army boot, combat boot. Army boots, plural of army boot. Army brat, one who has a parent or parents in the military, possibly one who lives on a military base. Army brats, plural of army brat. Army crawl, to crawl using only or primarily the arms, allowing the rest of the body to trail behind. Army crawled, simple past and past participle of army crawl. Army crawling, present participle and gerund of army crawl. Army crawls, third person singular simple present indicative of army crawl. Army cutworm, the caterpillar of Euxoa auxiliaris miller moth, a pest on some crops. Army cutworms, plural of army cutworm. Army general, a title used in many countries to denote the rank of general nominally commanding an army in the field. Army golf, the situation when a player is spraying the golf ball all over the golf course in different directions. Army green, any of several hues of dull green used by various militaries for their uniforms. Army greens, plural of army green. Army of Northern Virginia, the main Confederate army in the Eastern Theater in the American Civil War. It was headed by Robert E. Lee during most of its existence. Army time, the period of intense military activity in the islands during World War II. Army volunteer, to make someone perform a task or duty, especially one they are not prepared or willing to do. Army volunteered, simple past and past participle of army volunteer. Army volunteering, present participle and gerund of army volunteer. Army volunteers, third person singular simple present indicative of army volunteer. Army worm, alternative form of army worm. Army worms, plural of army worm. Army worm, alternative form of army worm. Army worms, plural of army worm. Armless, without an army. Army-like, resembling or characteristic of an army. Armament, a member of a Chinese Communist army. Armormen, plural of armament. Army, plural of army. Army speak, the jargon used in the army. Armitage, a surname. Armorwear, clothing to be worn by the army. Armorworm, the larva of any of the genera Spodoptera and Mythna of noctuid moths, which typically feed in large, destructive groups on food crops and grasses. Armorworms, plural of armorworm. Initialism of Amazon resource name. A surname. Ara, alternative form of ain't. Arna, a township in Pine County, Minnesota, United States. Arna, alternative form of as RNA. Arna, a male given name from Sanskrit or Bengali, meaning sea. Arnage, a commune near Le Mans, Sarthe Department, Pays de la Loire, France. Arna, a city in Halkidiki Prefecture, Greece. Arnall, a surname from Old English. Arnalls, plural of Arnall. Arnamagnium, alternative form of Arnamagnian. Arnamagnium, alternative form of Arnamagnian. Arnamagnian, of or pertaining to Arni Magnusson or his work or dedicated to him. Arneas, alternative form of Arnot. Arneats, plural of Arneat. Arnen, archaic form of Anato. Arneto, archaic form of Anato. Arnar, an inhabitant of Albania and neighboring mountainous regions, especially an Albanian serving in the Turkish army. Arnauts, plural of Arnaut. Arnav, a male given name. Arnta, a village which is divided into Lower Arncott and Upper Arncott, and a civil parish in Cherwell District, Oxfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 6117. Art, a surname. Arnteistert homologation, synonym of Arnteistert synthesis. Arnteistert procedure, synonym of Arnteistert synthesis. Arnteistert reaction, synonym of Arnteistert synthesis. Arnteistert synthesis, a series of chemical reactions designed to convert a carboxylic acid to a higher carboxylic acid homologue, i.e., with one additional carbon atom. Arnchal's law, a claimed law which suggests that highly diluted pharmaca or poisons enhance life processes, while strong concentrations may inhibit these processes and even terminate them. Arnchal's laws, plural of Arnchal's law. Ars, plural of Arnt. Or, a male given name from the Germanic languages occasionally used in English. Arnia, alternative form of Arnea. Arno, Alpha Leporis, the brightest star in the constellation of Lepus. Arnido, a barangay of Bolinao, Pangasinan, Philippines. Arnegard, a city and town in North Dakota. Arnes, a white wine grape variety originating from Piedmont, Italy. Arnell, a surname. Arnels, plural of Arnell. Arner, a surname. Arners, plural of Arner. Arns, plural of Arn. Arnesby, a village and civil parish in Harborough District, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 6192. Arneson. A surname. Arnesons, plural of Arneson. Arneson. A surname. Arnes. Pronunciation. Spelling of Ernest. Arnet. A surname. Arnet. A surname. Arnets. Plural of Arnet. Armets. Plural of Arnet. Arne. A surname. Arnes. Plural of Arnie. Initialism of United States Army National Guard. ARNUM. A city, municipality, and capital of Gelderland, Netherlands. Arnhem Land, an historical region of 97,000 sq.km in the northeastern corner of the Northern Territory, Australia, controlled by the Northern Land Council, inhabited by local Aboriginals. Arne. Initialism of angiotensin receptor neprilysin inhibitor. Arne. The wild water buffalo Bubalus arni. Arnica. Any of several plants of the genus Arnica considered to have medicinal properties, especially Arnica montana. Arnicas, plural of Arnica. Arnesin, a bitter resin that is an active principle of Arnica montana. Arnesin, an alkaloid obtained from the Arnica plant. Anil, a cytotoxic triterpene with the molecular formula CHO2. Arne, a diminutive of the male given name Arnold. Arnamite, synonym of antorite. Arnes, traditional Philippine stick fighting, a martial art. Arnazes, plural of Arnes. Arak, an unknown or empty sector of an itinerary. Arc, plural of arc. Arno, a river in Tuscany that flows through Pisa and Florence. Arno, a male given name from the Germanic languages brought to England by Normans. More or less equal parts. Arnold Palmers, plural of male given name from the Germanic languages brought to England by Normans. More or less equal parts. Arnold Palmers, plural of Arnold Palmer. Arnold Schwarzenegger, misspelling of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger, a Musliman. Arnold Schwarzeneggers, plural of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold's cat map, a chaotic map from the torus into itself. Arnold's Cove, a town in Newfoundland, and Labrador, Canada. Arnold Shirey malformation, Shirey malformation. Arnold Shirey malformations, plural of Arnold Shirey malformation. Arnoldi, a surname. Arnoldian, or relating to Arnold of Brescia. Arnoldianism, support for the ideas of Matthew Arnold 1822-1888, British poet and cultural critic. Arnoldians, plural of Arnoldian. Arnoldus, a member of a proto-Protestant Christian movement of the 12th century that opposed infant baptism, the Eucharist, and the material wealth of the Roman Catholic Church. Arnoldists, plural of Arnoldus. Arnold, a beta blocker drug. Arnhem, a surname. Arnons, plural of Arnon. Arnas Grove, a suburban area in the borough of Enfield, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2992. Arnos Vale, a suburb in the southeast of the city of Bristol, England. OS Grid Ref ST 6071. Arna, a surname. Arnots, plural of Arna. Arna, a surname. Arnad, archaic form of anato. Arnato, archaic form of anato. Arnauts, plural of Arnaut. Arnu is beaked whale, a whale of species Beretias annexia. Arnu is beaked whales, plural of Arnu is beaked whale. Initialism of advanced registered nurse practitioner. Anper, a town in Ontario, Canada. Anpriori, a native or inhabitant of Anprior. Anpriorites, plural of Anpriori. Plural of ARN. Arns, a surname from German. Arnses, plural of Arns. Arnseye, a village and civil parish in Westmoreland and Furness District, Cumbria, England, previously in South Lakeland District OS Grid Ref SD 4578. Arntville, a surname. Arnson, a surname. Arnsons, plural of Arnson. Arns, a surname. Arnses, plural of Arns. Armet, the Erznet. Armets, plural of Arnas. Arnwein, a surname from German. Arnweins, plural of Arnwein. Arne, a diminutive of the male given name Arnold from the Germanic languages. Arnsen, a surname from German. Arnsens, plural of Arnsen. Arrow, abbreviation of average rate option. Arrow, aromantic not experiencing romantic attraction. Arrow-ace, alternative form of arrow-ace. Arrow-aces, plural of arrow-ace. Arrow-ace, aromantic and asexual. Arrow-aces, plural of arrow-ace. Arrowlao, aromantic and allosexual. Arrowlaos, plural of arrowallo. Arrowspec, alternative form of arrowspec. Arrow/ace, alternative form of arrow-ace. Arrow/aces, plural of arrow/ace. Arrows, alternative form of arrow-ace. Arrowses, plural of arrows. Arrowo, alternative form of arrowallo. Arrows, plural of arolo. Aronia, a mountain in the southeastern part of the Achaea prefecture in southwestern Greece. Error, abounding with noise, abounding with laughter. Aroba, alternative spelling of araba. Arobes, plural of arobo. Arate, a surname. Araches, plural of aracha. Arat, a surname from Spanish. Araches, plural of arach. Aracho, a surname. Arachos, plural of aracho. Arachuku, a local government area of Avia State, Nigeria. Arariara, the California pepper tree, actually native to South America, not California skinnismal. Arana, a plant of southern Africa of genus Quaqua, especially Quaqua mammillaris, or its fruit. Aronas, plural of arona. Araflux, generally aromatic, but sometimes experiencing varying degrees of romantic attraction. Arophili, a phosphodiesterase inhibitor. Aerogenate, a salt or ester of aerogenic acid. Aerogenic acid, an intermediate in the shikime pathway formed by the emanation of prophenic acid. Eroha, love and compassion. Eroi, any plant of the family RC found chiefly in the topics. Aroideus, of or relating to the aroids. Aroids, plural of aroid. Aroid, avant, began, go away, leave. Arointed, simple past and past participle of aroind. Arointing, present participle and gerund of aroint. Errants, third person singular simple present indicative of aroint. Aruk, synonym of utazi, the plant Gongra melodifolium. Arolia, plural of aroleum. Aroleum, a median lobe into which the protarsis expands in an insect's leg. Arola, stone pine. Arola pine, a pine tree of the species Pinus sembra, native to alpine Europe. Arola pines, plural of arola pine. Arolas, plural of arola. Arola, a smell, especially a pleasant spicy or fragrant one. Aroma lamp, a device that diffuses essential oils, emitting scent to the surrounding area. Aroma lamps, plural of aroma lamp. Aromacology, the study of the influence of odors on human behavior and to examine the relationship between feelings and emotions. Aromathendrin, the tricyclic hydrocarbon 117-trimethyl 4-methylidene 2,3,4,8,5,6,7,7-B-octahydro 1-AH cyclopropa-E-azylene found in eucalyptus. Aromathendrins, plural of aromathendrin. Aromathendrin, a flavonol found in the wood of Pinus sibirica. Aroma, having an aroma of a specified kind. Aromagram, a graphical representation of the components of an aroma, typically produced by gas chromatography. Aromagrams, plural of aromagram. Aromalus, lacking in aroma, odorless. Aromanian, of from or pertaining to the Aromanian people or the Aromanian language. Aromanians, plural of Aromanian. Aromantic, that feels little or no romantic attraction to others and has or romantic desire. Aromanticism, the state of experiencing little or no romantic attraction to others and slash or desire. Aromanticity, the state of not experiencing romantic attraction to others. Aromantics, plural of aromantic. Aromaphize, any botanical substance used in aromatherapy. Aromaphites, plural of aromaphize. Aromas, a census-designated place in Monterey County and San Benito County, California, United States. Aroma, an aromatic. Aromata, plural of aroma. Aromatase, an enzyme responsible for aromatization of androgen hormones into estrogens. Aromatases, plural of aromatase. Aromatherapeutic, of or pertaining to aromatherapy. Aromatherapies, plural of aromatherapy. Aromatherapists, a practitioner of aromatherapy. Aromatherapists, plural of aromatherapists. Aromatherapy, the use of selected fragrances in lotions and inhalants in an effort to affect mood and promote health. Aromatic, fragrant or spicy. Aromatic compound, any compound which exhibits aromaticity. Aromatic compounds, plural of aromatic compound. Aromatic ginger, Tacheri Kimphia galanga. Aromatic rice, any of various medium to long-grained rices with a nutty aroma and taste. Aromatic rices, plural of aromatic rice. Aromatic vegetable, any vegetable used as a flavor base for cooking, usually by sweating or sautéing. Carrots, onions, garlic, peppers, and celery are often used for this purpose. Aromatic vegetables, plural of aromatic vegetable. Aromatical, aromatic. Aromatically, in an aromatic manner. Aromaticalness, the state or quality of being aromatical. Aromaticities, plural of aromaticity. Aromaticity, the property of having aroma. Aromatic, obsolete form of aromatic. Aromatics, plural of aromatic. Aromaticness, the state or quality of being aromatic. Aromatics, plural of aromatic. Aromatai, a glucoside present in some citrus plants. Aromatique, obsolete form of aromatic. Aromatization, alternative spelling of aromatization. Aromatize, alternative spelling of aromatize. Aromatize, simple past and past participle of aromatize. Aromatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of aromatize. Aromatizing, present participle and gerund of aromatize. Aromatizable, that can be aromatized. Aromatization, the conversion of aliphatic components of petroleum into aromatic compounds as part of the refining process. Aromatizations, plural of aromatization. Aromatize, to make aromatic, fragrant, or spicy. Aromatize, simple past and past participle of aromatize. Aromatizer, one who, or that which aromatizes or renders aromatic. Aromatizers, plural of aromatizer. Aromatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of aromatize. Aromatizing, present participle and gerund of aromatize. Aromatogram, a test for the antibacterial activity of essential oils, especially those used in aromatherapy. Aromatograms, plural of aromatogram. Aromatas, aromatic. Aromats, plural of aromat. Aromabatid, any frog of the family Aromabatidae. Aromabatids, plural of aromabatid. Aeromorphosis, the trend in evolution towards a greater amount of organization. Aromates, misspelling of aromatase. A male given name from Hebrew. A less common spelling of Aaron. Arana, a place name. Aramanur, a village and commune of Iași County, Romania. Aramis, the state of not experiencing romantic attraction to others. Aaron holds set, one of the 288 sets of 7 of the 28 bitangents of a chordic curve corresponding to the 7 odd theta characteristics of a normal set. Aaron holds sets, plural of Aaron holds set. Aronia, Shopeberry. Aronius, plural of Aronia. Arona, a surname. Aranos, plural of Aronoff. Arona, a surname. Aronov, plural of Aronov. Aronovitz, a surname. Aronovitzes, plural of Aronowitz. Aranus, a surname transferred from the given name. Aronses, plural of Aarons. Aronson, a surname. Aronsons, plural of Aronson. the howl of a wolf or dog. Eroga, alternative form of ioga. Eroga, alternative form of ioga. Arusha, alternative form of Arusha. Arist, of a bird roosting. Aristo, a member of a tribe of the Micmac Native American people of Aroostook County, Maine. Aroostook County, the largest of the 16 counties in Maine. United States. County seat, Holton. Aroostook War, a military and civilian confrontation 1838-1839 between the United States and the United Kingdom over dispute of an international boundary between the British colony of New Brunswick and the U.S. state of Maine. Aroostooks, plural of Aroostook. Arova, a social concept among the Anatens of affection and empathy expressed through sharing and cooperation. Araf, any of various medical remedies. Arohatic, having both aliphatic and aromatic properties. Arophobia, fear, dislike, or hatred of aromantic people and or human aromanticism. Arapol, initialism of the Ahmadi religion of peace and light. Arur, former name of succor. Arora, a member of the Sindhi/Punjabi subcaste of Kshatriya. Aroras, plural of Arora. Aroroi, a municipality of Masbate, Philippines. Aro, plural of Aro. Aros, plural of Aro. Arosa, a town and municipality in Grissens Canton, Switzerland. Aros, simple past of arise. Arosis, second person singular simple past indicative of arise. Araspec, belonging or related to the aromantic spectrum. Arostegui, a surname from Spanish. Arosteguis, plural of Arostegui. Aretinoi, any of a group of synthetic derivatives of a retinoid that contains a benzene ring. Aretinoids, plural of aretinoi. Aretinol, an alpha/beta blocker medication. Raum, forming a circle or closed curve containing something. Around about, nearly, approximately. Around and around, alternative form of round and round. Around one's ears, alternative form of about one's ears. Around Robin Hood's barn, the long way around, a roundabout or circuitous route. Around the bend, alternative form of round the bend crazy, insane. Around the clock, all the time or seemingly all the time, constantly. Around the corner, imminent, very soon. Around the horn, via shipboard communications, formerly metal tubes with ear horn-like ends. Around the horn, alternative letter case form of around the horn. Around the traps, here and there, in various places. Around the way, nearby, in the same neighborhood. Around the wicket, bowling the ball from the side of the wicket that puts the bowler's bowling hand farther from the wicket. Around the world, around Earth from east to west, or west to east, thus crossing all meridians. Around the worlds, plural of around the world. Around the clock, all day and night, all of the time. Aroundness, the quality of ERM. Arura, alternative form of era. Aras, plural of arura. Arousability, ability to be aroused. Arousable, that can be aroused. Arousal, the act of arousing or the state of being aroused. Arousals, plural of arousal. Arouse, to stimulate or induce feelings. Aroused, sexually excited, randy, lustful. Arousement, arousal. Arouser, someone or something that arouses. Arousers, plural of arouser. Arouses, third person singular simple present indicative of arouse. Arouses, second person singular simple present indicative of arouse. Arousa, third person singular simple present indicative of arouse. Arousing, present participle and gerund of arouse. Arousingly, in an arousing manner. Arousingness, the quality of being arousing. Arousings, plural of arousing. Arousometer, an instrument that participants in experiments can use to indicate their changing levels of sexual arousal. Arousometers, plural of arousometer. Arrow, in a row, line, or rank, successively. Arowana, any of various large freshwater fish belonging to the family Osteoblossidae, especially from genera Heterodes, Osteoblossum, and Scleropiges, found in South America, Southeast Asia, Australia, and Africa. These fish are mainly carnivorous and are characterized by large, bony scales, a toothed tongue, and wide, slanted mouth. Arowanas, plural of arowana. Around, obsolete form of around. Arrow, any univalent radical RCO derived from an aromatic carboxylic acid. Arylation, reaction with or conversion to an aryl group. Arylations, plural of arylation. Aryls, plural of aryl. Aroit, alternative form of aroint. Aroited, simple past and past participle of aroint. Arointing, present participle and gerund of aroint. Aroints, third person singular simple present indicative of aroint. Arrows, simple past of arise. Aura, initialism of absolute refractory, period. Aura, a surname. Ara, acronym of Advanced Research Projects Agency, renamed to DARPA in 1972. RB, initialism of Advanced Research Projects Agency Energy. ARPABET, alternative letter case form of ARP-ABET. ARPABET, a set of phonetic transcription codes developed by Advanced Research Projects Agency ARPA. Arpod stri, any of the stripesberry of 8 gules and origin forming a particular heraldic and vexillologic configuration used since the early 13th century mainly in Hungarian heraldry. Arpod stripes, plural of arpod stri. Arpadian, related to the Arpad dynasty of Hungary, c. 855-1301 c. Arpadians, plural of Arpadian. Arpadun, a city in Essonne Department, France. Arbanat, initialism of Advanced Research Projects Agency Network, the world's first operational packet switching network. Arpanas, alternative spelling of Arpanet. Arpasu de Jos, a commune and village in Sibiu County, Romania. Artavan, a commune of Drôme Department, France. Arpedi, plural of arpeggio. Abigando, a passage to be played in the style of a harp. Abigandos, plural of abigando. Abidia, to play a chord as an arpeggio. Abigende, simple past and past participle of arpeggiat. Abibies, third person singular simple present indicative of arpeggiat. Adiating, present participle and gerund of arpegia. Arpeggiation, the act of arpeggiating, of spreading a chord out instead of playing the notes simultaneously. Arpeggiations, plural of arpeggiation. Arpeggio, a feature of some synthesizers that automatically steps through a sequence of notes based on an input chord, thus creating an arpeggio. Arpeggiators, plural of arpeggiator. Arpeggio, the notes of a chord played individually instead of simultaneously, usually moving from lowest to highest. Arpeggio, simple past and past participle of arpeggio. Arpeggioing, present participle and gerund of arpeggio. Arpeggione, a six-string musical instrument of the 19th century, fretted and tuned like a guitar but bowed like a cello and held vertically between the knees. Arpeggiones, plural of arpeggione. Arpegginist, someone who plays the arpeggione. Arpeggionists, plural of arpeggionists. Arpeggios, plural of arpeggio. Arda, alternative form of arpent old unit of measure. Ardent, plural of arpent. Arbet, a pre-metric French unit of length, having various official measures. Arpents, plural of arpent. Arpetin, alternative form of Arpetin Franco-Provençal. Arde, initialism of action role-playing game. Arde, plural of arbora, a patchwork picture made predominantly by women in Chile, especially as a form of underground protest during the military dictatorship 1973-90 of Augusto Pinochet. Artilleras, plural of arpillera. Arpillerista, an artist who makes arpilleras. Arpilleristas, plural of arpillerista. Arben, a surname. Arpine, obsolete form of arpent. Arbines, plural of arpine. Ardens, plural of arpin. Arpida, a female given name from Sanskrit. Arpitan, Franco-Provençal. Arpitania, the Alpine region of France in which the Arpitan language was once spoken. Arpitanian, of or from Arpitania. Ardu, initialism of average revenue per paying user. Arprenacid, a coccidioste used in veterinary medicine. Arpromidine, a histamine 1 receptor antagonist. Plural of ARP. Arbus, a surname from German. Ardses, plural of ARPS. Arvu, initialism of average revenue per user / unit, the revenue divided by subscribers / subscriptions for a given measure of time. Arcueto, shaped like a bow curve, arch, curve. Arquebus, alternative form of Harquebus, an obsolete matchlock firearm. Arquebusade, the shot of an arquebus. Arquebusades, plural of arquebusade. Arquebuse, alternative form of arquebus. Arquebuse, simple past and past participle of arquebus. Arquebuses, plural of arquebuse. Arquebusier, a soldier armed with an arquebus. Arquebusiers, plural of arquebusier. Arquebusing, present participle and gerund of arquebus. Argas, a surname from French. Arquettes, plural of arquette. Arquifu, alternative form of alquifu. Architecture, misspelling of architecture, most prevalent among Spanish speakers. Initialism of annual recurring revenue. Abbreviation of arrival. Alternative form of R. Alternative form of R, a butanese alcoholic beverage. Rava, a city in northern district Israel. Adada, cooked in a hot, fiery style with garlic, tomatoes, and chili. Ratach, alternative form of uricacha. Uricacha, a South American plant grown as a root vegetable, Uricacia xanthorrhiza. Uricachas, plural of uricacha. Urat, alternative form of orach plant. Urat, an alcoholic drink distilled from coconut palm flowers in South Asia. Urax, plural of Iraq. Arath, a surname. Aragon, archaic form of Aragon. Aragonian, archaic form of Aragonian. Aragonians, plural of Aragonian. Aragonite, archaic form of Aragonite. Aragonites, plural of Aragonite. Aragonitic, alternative form of Aragonitic. An expletive. Array, to officially charge someone in a court of law. Arraignable, capable of being arraigned. Arraign, simple past and past participle of arraign. Arraigny, one who is arraigned. Arraignees, plural of arraigny. Arraigner, one who arraigns. Arraigners, plural of arraigner. Arraignists, second person singular simple present indicative of arraign. Arraigno, third person singular simple present indicative of arraign. Arraigning, present participle and gerund of arraign. Arraignings, plural of arraigning. Arraignment, the formal charging of a defendant with an offense. In many jurisdictions it includes their response in the form of a plea, typically as guilty, not guilty, or no contest. Arraignments, plural of arraignment. Arraigns, third person singular simple present indicative of arraign. Arajan, a city in Panama. Rau, a hamlet in Leconfield Parish, East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref TA 0444. Arabid, a surname. Arabids, plural of Arabid. Arad, ellipsis of Isle of Arran, Scotland. Aran brown, the butterfly Arabia ligia. Aran browns, plural of Aran brown. Aran Elderslie, a municipality in Bruce County, Ontario, Canada. Aran. Alternative form of Aran spider. Arrange, to set up, to organize, to put into an orderly sequence or arrangement. Arrange someone's funeral, to kill someone, put to death. Arrangeability, the property of being arrangeable. Arrangeable, that can be arranged especially in a specified manner. Arrange, simple past and past participle of arrange. Arranged marriage, the marriage union of two people planned by someone other than the two people who are united in it. Arranged marriages, plural of arranged marriage. Arranged spiritual, synonym of spiritual. Arranged spirituals, plural of arranged spiritual. Arrangement, the act of arranging. Arrangements, plural of arrangement. Arranger, one who arranges. Arrangers, plural of arranger. Arranges, third person singular simple present indicative of arrange. Arrangist, second person singular simple present indicative of arrange. Arranger, third person singular simple present indicative of arrange. Arrangen, pronunciation spelling of arranging. Arranger, present participle and gerund of arrange. Arrangings, plural of arranging. Rhymet, misspelling of arrangement. Rhymets, plural of arrangement. Arans, plural of aran. A surname. Aretor, comparative form of errant, more errant. Arantas, superlative form of errant, most errant. Errantly, in an errant manner, utterly, thoroughly, outright. Arants, a surname. Is, plural of errants. Aratsa, alternative spelling of errant. Whereas, a city, the capital of Pas-de-Calais department. Hauts of France, France, the historic center of the Artois region. Erased, covered with eraz. Erasing, a fabric of wool or silk used for working the figures in embroidery. Erasines, plural of erasing. Erases, plural of eraz. Erasbe, a surname. Erasmus, plural of Erasmus. Erastra, a device formerly used by gold miners for grinding auriferous quartz, crudely resembling a mortar and pestle, with the crushing element dragged around by horse or mule. Erastras, plural of erastra. Eraster, alternative form of erastra. Erasters, plural of eraster. Eraswise, placed in such a position as to exhibit the top and two sides, the corner being in front, said of a rectangular form. Arredal, a traditional Portuguese unit of mass, usually equivalent to 459 g. Arredals, plural of arredal. Ara, ellipsis of a row turtle. Row turtle, a turtle of species Podocnemis expansa. Row turtles, plural of a row turtle. Brought, obtained or gotten, seized. Brought, obsolete form of errant. Arouse, plural of arow. Aravak, alternative form of arawak. Aravaks, plural of arawak. Array, clothing and ornamentation, raiment. Array cable, any of a set of submarine power cables connecting wind turbines in an offshore wind farm. Array cables, plural of array cable. Array controller, a controller of any array of equivalent hardware components. Array controllers, plural of array controller. Array decay, the conversion of an array variable into a pointer to its first element. Array ambera, a type of plucked lamellophone, a Western adaptation of the African ambira. Array amberas, plural of array ambera. Arrail, the way something is arrayed or laid out. Arrails, plural of arrail. Array, simple past and past participle of array. Arrayer, one who arrays. Arrayers, plural of arrayer. Arrayus, second person singular simple present indicative of array. Array, third person singular simple present indicative of array. Arraying, present participle and gerund of array. Arrayings, plural of arraying. Arraylet, any of the subarrays that make up a larger array-like data structure whose elements do not have to be stored contiguously. Arraylets, plural of arraylet. Array-like, resembling or characteristic of an array. Arrayment, array clothing. Arrayments, plural of arrayment. Arrays, plural of array. Arizola, a surname. Arizolas, plural of arizola. Array, alternative form of array. Array, to declare, tell, interpret, explain. Aride, present participle and gerund of arreed. Areids, third person singular simple present indicative of arreed. Arida, a surname from Spanish. Ariendes, plural of ariga. Arir, towards the rear, backwards. Ariru, the condition of being in arrears. Arrearages, plural of arrearage. Arrear, plural of arrear. Areka, alternative spelling of Erica. Erekes, plural of ereka. Erect, to direct. Erectories, plural of erectory. Erectory, a vertical beam or post. Erected, simple past and past participle of erect. Erecte, present participle and gerund of erect. Erector, synonym of erector. Erector pili, any of the small muscles attached to hair follicles in mammals, the contraction of which causes the hairs to stand on end. Erectors, plural of erector. Erectors pylorem, plural of erector pili. Erects, third person singular simple present indicative of erect. Aurd, simple past and past participle of are. Redondo, a surname. Arredondos, plural of arredondo. Ari, obsolete spelling of Ariad. Regue, a surname. Reguens, plural of Oreguin. Arellano, a surname. Arellanos, plural of Arellano. Arrendator, alternative spelling of arrendator. Arrendators, plural of arrendator. Arenatacus, alternative form of Arenatacus. Arenatoki, alternative form of Arenatoki. Irritation, a letting or renting, especially a license to enclose land in a forest with a low hedge and ditch under a yearly rent. Orientations, plural of orientation. Alternative spelling of arrent. Arella, a surname. Areolas, plural of areola. Eruption, the act of taking away, removal. Ereptatus, possessed, raving, isolated from reality. Error, Arrow, Erert, an Australian Aboriginal people of Central Australia, largely within the southern part of the Northern Territory. Erets, plural of erert. Irers, plural of arer. Arrest, a check, stop, an act or instance of arresting something. Arrest me read, alternative form of arrest me read. Arrest warrant, an official document that authorizes law enforcement officials to arrest a named person and to bring that individual before a court of law or other authority. Arrest warrants, plural of arrest warrant. Arrest me read, alternative form of arrest me read. Arrest me red, of a bright red color. Arrestability, the state or quality of being arrestable. Arrestable, capable of or suitable for being arrested, taken into police custody. Arrestable offense, a criminal offense such that the offender may be arrested without warrant. Arrestable offenses, plural of arrestable offense. Arrestants, a mayor of the ability of a filtrative mudas from the app. Arrestances, plural of arrestants. Arrestant, any substance that halts insect development, as used in pesticides. Arrestants, plural of arrestant. Arrestation, the act of arresting. Arrestations, plural of arrestation. Arrested, simple past and past participle of arrest. Arrested decay, state of preservation where no attempt is made to improve a ruin, but rather to keep it from deteriorating any further. Arrested development, a state where development has stopped prematurely. Arrested developments, plural of arrested development. Arrestee, a person who is under arrest. Arrestees, plural of arrestee. Arrestor, one who places another under arrest. Arrestor bed, a short, gravel-filled, uphill exit ramp from a freeway or motorway designed to reduce the speed of an out-of-control vehicle. Arrestor beds, plural of arrestor bed. Arresters, plural of arrestor. Arrestest, second person singular simple present indicative of arrest. Arresta, third person singular simple present indicative of arrest. Arresting, any of a group of proteins that regulates signal transduction within cells. Arresting, striking, gripping. Arresting gear, a system used to quickly decelerate a landing aircraft, essential for landing on an aircraft carrier, although land-based airfields can also be equipped with arresting gear. The most common system consists of a series of transverse wire ropes designed to snag an aircraft's tailhook connected to a hydraulic or mechanical energy absorbing system. But other systems exist typically only for use in an emergency situation, which use a net to slow down an aircraft. Arresting gears, plural of arresting gear. Arrestingly, in a way or to an extent that is arresting, so as to catch the attention suddenly. Arrestingness, the quality of being arresting, of suddenly capturing the attention. Arrestants, plural of arrestin. Arrestive, tending to arrest. Arrestively, in an arrestive manner. Arrestiveness, the quality of being arrestive. Arrestment, the action of arresting in any sense. Arrestments, plural of arrestment. Arrestor, alternative form of arrestor. Arresters, plural of arrestor. Arrests, plural of arrest. Alternative form of arrert. Arrert, a formal sentence of the King or Parliament of France, hence a decree, a ruling. Arreti, of, from or pertaining to Arezzo, Italy. Aretines, plural of aretine. Rather, a village and civil parish in the center of the Isle of Wight, England. OS Grid Ref SC 5486. Arets, plural of aret. Arets, plural of arert. Arai, a surname from Catalan. Arise, plural of arai. Abbreviation of arrangement. Amas, plural of act. Out, abbreviation of arrangement. Acts, plural of act. Money or some other valuable item given to evidence a contract, a pledge or earnest. Plural of hat. Arhenian, of or relating to Sant Arrhenius 1859-1927, Swedish chemist. Arrhenius, a surname from Swedish notably held by Svante Arrhenius. Arrhenius acid, a compound which yields H+ ions protons when dissolved in water. One of three main definitions of acid. Arrhenius acids, plural of Arrhenius acid. Arrhenius equation, an equation which approximates the dependence of the rate of any chemical reaction on the temperature. Arrhenius equations, plural of Arrhenius equation. Arrhenoblastoma, an ovarian tumor that releases testosterone or other male hormones. Arrhenoblastomas, plural of arrhenoblastoma. Arrhenogenic, producing mostly male offspring. Arlenogeny, the production of only male offspring. Arrhenotochic, relating to arrhenotoky. Arrhenotochus, relating to arrhenotoky, producing males from unfertilized eggs. Arrhenotochously, by means of arrhenotoky. Arrhenotoky, the production of male offspring by parthenogenesis. Arrheinencephalies, plural of arrheinencephaly. Arrheinencephaly, the congenital absence of the rhinencephalon. Arrhenia, congenital absence of the nose. Arrhezol, having no roots. Arrhizotonic, whose stressed syllable is in the suffix. Arrhizos, having no root, applied to parasitical plants which have no root, but adhere to other plants by any part of their surface, and derive their nourishment from them, also to mosses and hepatico which are destitute to rhizoids. Arrhythmia, an irregular heartbeat, a lack of a regular pulse. Arrhythmias, plural of arrhythmia, which can refer to types of arrhythmia, cases of arrhythmia, or episodes of arrhythmia. Arrhythmic, without rhythm. Arrhythmical, alternative form of arrhythmic. Arrhythmically, in an arrhythmic manner, without a fixed rhythm. Arrhythmicity, the quality of being an onset of arrhythmia. Arrhythmogenic, relating to arrhythmogenesis. Arrhythmogenicity, the condition of being arrhythmogenic. Arrhythmokinesis, rapid, alternating ballistic movements of the fingers typical of Parkinson's disease. Arrhythmologist, a physician who is a specialist in arrhythmia. Arrhythmologists, plural of arrhythmologists. Arrhythmology, the study, diagnosis, and treatment of cardiac arrhythmia. Arrhythmy, lack of rhythm. A surname. Ariades, plural of Ariaga. A male given name from ancient Greek. Ariaza, a surname. Ariazes, plural of Ariaza. Arabada, a mass nesting of marine turtles. Arabades, plural of Arabada. Arexeo, a layer of plaster laid slightly coarsely to provide a key for the intonaco. Arexeos, plural of Arixeo. Arai, to please, to gratify. Aride, simple past and past participle of arai. Arides, third person singular simple present indicative of arai. Ariding, present participle and gerund of arai. Arai, a myrrh or guillemot. Arianen Beth male. Arianen Beth male, a village and commune of Ariege department, Occitania, France. That which is behind or subordinate, the rear. Alternative form of arrière. Arrivat, a proclamation as of the French kings, calling not only their immediate feudatories, but the vassals of these feudatories to take the field for war. Arrière-bands, plural of arrière-ban. Arrière-garde, the rear guard of an army or other force. Arrière-gardes, plural of arrière-garde. Arrière-pensée, a mental reservation or ulterior motive. Arrière-pensées, plural of arrière-pensée. Arrière-voucher, an arch behind a door or window. Arrière-vouchers, plural of arrière-voucher. Arrière-pensée, misspelling of arrière-pensée. Arrière-pensée. Misspelling of arrière-pensée. As, plural of arrière. Arrière-pensées, plural of arrière-pensée. Arriero, a person who transports goods using pack animals. Arrieros, plural of arriero. Arrays, plural of array. Arreda, a surname from Spanish. Arredas, plural of arredeta. Arriflex, an early kind of portable film camera, the first to use a reflex mirror shutter. Arriflexes, plural of arriflex. Arrilaga, a surname. Arriladas, plural of arrilaga. Irring, present participle and gerundivar. Arigton, a village and civil parish in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 3250. Arrington, plural of Arrington. Areola, a surname from Spanish in turn from Basque. Areolas, plural of areola. Aribid, any of the fish of the family Aribi. Aribid, alternative form of Aripid. Arebidids, plural of Arepidid. Arebids, plural of Arepid. Ares, a sharp edge or ridge formed by the intersection of two surfaces. Aridis, plural of aris. Arish, alternative form of irsh. Ariges, plural of arish. Ariswise, alternative form of ariswise. Ariswise, diagonally, tiles so laid relative to walls or walkway. Ariual, obsolete spelling of arrival. Ariu, obsolete spelling of arrive. Arrive, simple past and past participle of arrive. Arrived, an arrival, especially one by ship or boat. Arrivages, plural of arrivage. Arrival, the act of arriving, reaching a certain place. Arrival gate, the gate at which a vehicle that transports passengers is arriving. Arrival gates, plural of arrival gate. Arrival time, synonym of time of arrival. Arrival times, plural of arrival time. Arrivals, plural of arrival. Arrivance, arrival. Arrivancy, alternative form of arrivance. Arriva, a person who is arriving or has just arrived. Arrive, to reach, to get to a certain place. Arrive at, to reach a destination. Arrive, simple past and past participle of arrive. Arrived at, simple past and past participle of arrive at. Arrive at or sigh, farewell, goodbye, see you later, non-definitive farewell. Arrive at or sis, plural of arrive at or sigh. Arrive, past participle of arrive. Arriver, one who arrives, usually one who arrives in a specified way. Arrivers, plural of arriver. Arrives, third person singular simple present indicative of arrive. Arrives at, third person singular simple present indicative of arrive at. Arrivest, second person singular simple present indicative of arrive. Arrive, third person singular simple present indicative of arrive. Arrivator, misspelling of arrivator. Arriving, present participle and gerund of arrive. Arriving at, present participle and gerund of arrive at. Arrivism, alternative form of arrivisme. Arrivisme, the state or behavior of an arriviste. Arriviste, an upstart or newcomer, nouveau riche parvenu, an ambitious, brash, or arrogant person who has yet to integrate with his or her new social group. Arrivistes, plural of arriviste. Arriveste, relating to or characteristic of an arriviste. Arisen, a surname from Spanish. Arisen, plural of arisen. Arroba, a traditional Spanish unit of mass varying by time, location, and substance, but generally around 11.5 kilograms. Arrobas, plural of arroba. Arases, plural of aras. Aratar, a village in Argyll and Bute Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NN 2904. Aroden, subjected to erosion, wasted away under pressure. Ardes, the state of being arrogant, a type of extreme or foolish pride in which someone feels much superior to another. Arrogances, plural of arrogance. Arrogancy, obsolete spelling of arrogancy. Arrogances, plural of arrogancy. Arrogance, arrogance. Arrogance, having excessive pride in oneself, often with contempt or disrespect for others. Arrogantly, in an arrogant manner, with undue pride or self-importance. Arrogantness, arrogance. Arrogate, to appropriate or lay claim to something for oneself without right. Arrogated, simple past and past participle of arrogate. Arrogates, third person singular simple present indicative of arrogate. Arrogating, present participle and gerund of arrogate. Arrogation, the unjust assumption of rights or privilege. Arrogations, plural of arrogation. Arrogative, making undue claims and pretensions, prone to arrogance. Arrogance, obsolete form of arrogance. Arrogant, obsolete form of arrogant. Arrogantide, a monoclinic mineral containing aluminum, calcium, fluorine, hydrogen, iron, manganese, oxygen, phosphorus, potassium, and sodium. Arakoth, a classical Cubano-class EKO type TNO that was visited by the NASA space probe New Horizons 1. Era, a surname. Aromanches, ellipsis of Aromanches les Bains, a coastal commune in Calvados department, Normandy, France. Aromanches les Bains, a coastal commune in Calvados department, Normandy, France. Aramdi, a surname. A male given name from Hebrew, a less common spelling of Aaron. Arana, a surname. Aranas, plural of Arana. Arrondissement, an administrative division in some French or Dutch-speaking countries. Arrondissements, plural of arrondissement. Aaronville, a commune of Val d'Oise department, Île-de-France, France. Aranvilles, plural of Aranville. Aro, a form of grape concentrate typically produced in Spain, made by boiling unfermented grape juice into a syrup. It may be added to dark, sweet wines. Arrows, to drench, to besprinkle, to moisten. Arrows, simple past and past participle of arrows. Arroses, third person singular simple present indicative of arrows. Arrowing, present participle and gerund of arrows. Arrowing, the wasting away of a vessel wall under pressure. Erosions, plural of erosion. Arrose, gnawing, shearing, corroding. Iridolata, a form of rolled up pancetta. Arrowet, a surname from French. Arrow, simple past of arrive. Arrows, plural of arrow. Arrowian, of or relating to Kenneth Arrow 1921-2017, American economist. Arrow, a surname. Arrow, a plant of genus Peltandra, which has an edible root. Arrow bag, a quiver for arrows. Arrow bags, plural of arrow bag. Arrow bamboo, a tall slender Japanese bamboo of species Pseudosausa japonica, medica. Arrow bamboos, plural of arrow bamboo. Arrow board, a large programmable electronic sign, often mounted on a trailer, displaying an illuminated arrow pattern to direct traffic flow around construction zones, incidents, or otherwise closed road lanes. Arrow crab, synonym of yellow line arrow crab Stenoranchus seticornis. Arrow crabs, plural of arrow crab. Arrow in the quiver, one of several available options or courses of action. Arrow key, any of a set of keyboard keys marked with directional arrows, used for navigation through documents and lists, etc. Arrow keys, plural of arrow key. Arrow of time, the direction of time within a four-dimensional relativistic view of the cosmos. Arrow paradox, alternative form of Arrow's paradox. Arrow paradoxes, plural of arrow paradox. Arrow poison, a poisonous substance applied to arrowheads. Arrow poisons, plural of arrow poison. Arrow prayer, a very short prayer suitable for uttering at any time. Arrow prayers, plural of arrow prayer. Arrow slit, an embrasure, a hole through which arrows are shot. Arrow slits, plural of arrow slit. Arrow switch, the action of changing the north direction during an event, typically for the last round of a Mitchell movement, so that the pairs who were north-south become east-west and vice versa. This allows a single winning pair to be determined. Arrow switches, plural of arrow switch. Arrow with Weefley, a civil parish in Stratford-on-Avon district, Warwickshire, England. Arrow worm, a predatory marine worm of the phylum Chaetognatha. Arrow worms, plural of arrow worm. Arrow's paradox, the paradox demonstrated by Arrow's theorem, by which no voting system can be perfectly fair in all circumstances. Arrow's theorem, a theorem stating that no voting system can be perfectly fair in all circumstances. Specifically, when voters have three or more distinct alternatives, no ranked voting electoral system can convert the ranked preferences of individuals into a community-wide complete and transitive ranking while also meeting the specified set of criteria: unrestricted domain, non-dictatorship, Pareto efficiency and independence of irrelevant alternatives. Arrow finger, the forefinger. Arrow fingers, plural of arrow finger. Arrowhead, alternative spelling of arrowhead. Arrowheads, plural of arrowhead. Arrowhole, an embrasure, a hole through which arrows are shot. Arrowholes, plural of arrowhole. Arrow poison frog, a poison dart frog Dendrobatidae spp. Arrowroot, alternative spelling of arrowroot. Arrowroots, plural of arrowroot, alternative form of arrowroots. Arrow straight, completely straight, straight as an arrow. Arrowwood, alternative form of arrowwood. Arrowback, a chair whose back incorporates a series of tapering vertical bars. Arrowbacks, plural of arrowback. Arrow, obsolete spelling of arrow. Arrowed, simple past and past participle of arrow. Arrows, plural of arrow. Arrowgrass, any of various grass-like plants of the genus Triglycine. Arrowgrasses, plural of arrowgrass. Arrowhead, the pointed part of an arrow, the weapon. Arrowheaded, shaped like the head of an arrow, cuneiform, cunitic. Arrowheads, plural of arrowhead. Arrowy, in an arrowy manner, like an arrow. Arrowing, present participle and gerund of arrow. Arrowleaf, having arrow-like leaves. Arrowleaf groundsel, Senecio triangularis, a groundsel of North America. Arrowless, without an arrow. Arrowless, a small arrow. Arrowlets, plural of arrowlet. Arrow-like, resembling or characteristic of an arrow. Arrowmaker, a person who makes arrows. Arrowmakers, plural of arrowmaker. Arrowwood, a surname. Arrows, plural of arrowed. Arrowpoint, synonym of arrowhead, pointed part of an arrow used as a weapon. Arrowpoints, plural of arrowpoint. Arrowroof, impenetrable to arrows. Arrowroot, Maranta erinacea from the Marantaceae family, a large perennial herb native to the Caribbean area with green leaves about 15 centimeters long. Arrowroots, plural of arrowroot. Arrows, plural of arrow. Arrows in the quiver, plural of arrow in the quiver. Arrows of time, plural of arrow of time. Arrowslit, a slit as in a castle wall through which arrows can be fired. Arrowslits, plural of arrowslit. Arrowsmith, a surname originating as an occupation. Arrowsmiths, plural of arrowsmith. Arrowtail, a fish Melanonis zugmeri. Arrowtails, plural of arrowtail. Arrowtooth, having teeth shaped somewhat like an arrow. Arrowtooth flounder, a flatfish of species Atheris stomias. Arrowtooth flounders, plural of arrowtooth flounder. Arrowtown, an old gold mining town in Otago, New Zealand. Arrowverse, the fictional shared universe that serves as the setting of various live-action series based on DC Comics superheroes. Arrow 2012, The Flash 2014, Legends of Tomorrow 2016, etc. Arrowweed, Pluchia sericea, a North American shrub. Arrowweeds, plural of arrowweed. Arrowwood, Any of several species of genus Viburnum of eastern North America and other viburnums that have naturalized in North America. Arrowwoods, plural of arrowwood. Arrowword, a kind of crossword puzzle with the clues written in the grid accompanied by arrows that indicate the position and direction of the answers. Arrowworms, plural of arrowword. Arrowworm, a transparent predatory marine worm of the phylum Chaetognatha found in plankton. Arrowworms, plural of arrowworm. Arrow, consisting of arrows. Arroyo, a surname. Arroyos, plural of arroyo. Arroyo, a surname from Spanish. Arroyo Concepcion, a town in Santa Cruz Department, Bolivia, on the border with Brazil. Arroyo Grande, a city in San Luis Obispo County, California, United States. Arroyo Willow, Salix lasiolbis, a tree of western North America. Arroyos, a surname from Spanish. Arroyoses, plural of arroyos. Arroz, a surname from Portuguese. Arroz caldo, Filipino rice porridge casserole, rice and chicken gruel. Arroz con palo, a traditional dish of Spain and Latin America, made with chicken and rice and closely related to paella. Arroz, plural of arroz. Plural of arr. Plural of r. Initialism of American Registry of Radiologic Technologists. Arruda, a surname from Portuguese. Arrudas, plural of arruda. Arrhythmia, alternative form of arrhythmia. Arrhythmias, plural of arrhythmia. Arithmogenesis, misspelling of arithmogenesis. Arithmogenic, misspelling of arithmogenic. Arithmogenicity, misspelling of arithmogenicity. Arithmogenic, misspelling of arithmogenic. Initialism of acute radiation syndrome. Plural of AR. Alternative letter case form of Rs. Ars Antiqua, the medieval music of Europe during the High Middle Ages, between approximately 1170 and 1310. Ars Gratia Artis, alternative form of art for art's sake. Ars Nova, a musical style that flourished in the Kingdom of France and its surroundings during the late Middle Ages, particularly between the preparation of the Roman de Fauvel 1310s and the death of composer Guillaume de Machaut in 1377. Associate of the Royal Scottish Academy. Arsa deficiencies, plural of arsa deficiency. Arsa deficiency, synonym of metatraumatic leukodystrophy. Arsebenzein, synonym of arsenine. Arsebenzeins, plural of arsebenzene. Arsation, synonym of arsacid. Arsaces, the dynastic name of several Parthian and Armenian kings of the Arsacid dynasty. Arsacetin, the arsenic acid 4-acetamidophenyl arsenic acid formerly used to treat syphilis and trypanosomiasis. Arsatian, synonym of arsacid. Arsacid, of or pertaining to the Parthian dynasty, established by Arsaces which ruled the Parthian Empire during 247 BC, 224 AD, Armenia during 54-428, as well as Iberia and Caucasian Albania. Arsacidi, plural of arsacid. Arsacidin, synonym of arsacid. Arsacidins, plural of arsacidin. Arsacide, archaic form of arsacid. Arsasides, plural of arsacide. Arsasids, plural of arsacid. Arsames, a male given name from Old Persian of historical usage. Arsamasata, an ancient city. Arsane, the compound arsine as H3. Arsanes, plural of arsane. Arsanylate, any salt or ester of arsenilic acid. Arsanolates, plural of arsanolate. Arsenilic acid, an organoarsenic compound used as a veterinary feed additive to promote growth and prevent or treat dysentery in poultry and swine. Arsenthridine, the heterocycle formerly derived from phenanthridine by replacing the nitrogen atom with one or arsenic. Arsenthridines, plural of arsenthridine. Arsenylidine, the arsenic analog of a carbene ares. Arsenylidines, plural of arsenylidine. Arsenilium, alternative form of arsenilium ion. Arsenilium ion, the cation H2 as plus derived from arsine. Arsenilium ions, plural of arsenilium ion. Arsazine, the six-membered aromatic heterocycle containing 4 carbon atoms, 1 nitrogen atom, and 1 arsenic atom. Arsazanes, plural of arsazine. Arskin, alternative form of arshin. Arskins, plural of arskin. Arsguy, a hamlet in Ponsbury Parish, Shropshire, England, southwest of Shrewsbury, OS Grid Ref SJ 4308. Arscots, plural of arscot. Ars, abbreviation of aryl sulfatase E and enzyme deficiencies in which are associated with abnormalities in cartilage and bone development. Ars, the buttocks, or more specifically, the anus. Arsabout, alternative form of arse around. Arse about face, placed or arranged the opposite way to the way it should be. Arse about tit, alternative form of arse about face. Arse antlers, a tattoo on a person's lower back, especially one with a horizontally spreading design. Arse around, to behave in a clownish, irresponsible, or inefficient manner. Arse bandit, a gay man. Arse bandits, plural of arse bandit. Arse biscuit, a piece of dried excrement that remains attached to the hair of the anus. Arse biscuits, plural of arse biscuit. Arse breath, alternative form of arse breath. Arse breaths, plural of arse breath. Arse cheeks, buttocks. Arse crack, alternative spelling of ass crack. Arse cracks, plural of arse crack. Arse end, the worst or inferior part. Arse end of nowhere, a very remote place. Arse ends, plural of arse end. Arse has gone clean out of alternative form of arse is gone right out of Arse has gone out of alternative form of arse is gone right out of Arse has gone right out of alternative form of arse is gone right out of Arse in a sling, alternative form of ass in a sling. Arse is clean out of alternative form of arse is gone right out of Arse is gone right out of Matters, especially economic matters, have gone very wrong. Things are out of control. Arse is out of alternative form of arse is gone right out of Arse is right out of alternative form of arse is gone right out of Arse liquor, alternative form of ass liquor. Arse liquors, plural of arse liquor. Arse lift, synonym of butt lift. Arse like a Japanese flag. an anus inflamed by the passage of spicy foods. Arse overhead, turning over completely when tripping or falling awkwardly, tumbling over. Arse over tip, tumbling or falling, upside down. Arse over tate, tumbling, falling, upside down, unstable or unbalanced. Arse up, to mess up, to botch. Arshcrack, alternative spelling of ass crack. Arshcracks, plural of arshcrack. Send Charlie, synonym of tail end Charlie. Arsbach, to perform anal sex on another. Arsbacht, simple past and past participle of arsfuck. Arsfucking, present participle and gerund of arsfuck. Arsfucks, third person singular simple present indicative of arsfuck. Arskizzer, as sycophant. Arskizzers, plural of arskisser. Arslicker, alternative form of asslicker. Arslitters, plural of arslicker. Arslicking, sycophancy. Arsup, a mistake or blunder, a cock-up. Arsups, plural of arsup. Arzawash, alternative spelling of arsuwash. Arsabiscuit, alternative form of arsbiscuit. Arsabiscuits, plural of arsabiscuit. Arsprat, an annoying or contemptible person with bad breath. Arsbreaths, plural of arsbreath. Arzech, the area hyperbolic secant function, i.e. the inverse hyperbolic secant function. Arsit shake, a buff. Arsit shakes, plural of arsit shake. Arsiclown, alternative form of a sclown. Arsiclowns, plural of arsiclown. Arsergrack, alternative spelling of asscrack. Arsergracks, plural of arsicrack. Arsicont, rare form of a scunt. Arsicunts, plural of arsicont. Art, simple past and past participle of arse. Arstabout, simple past and past participle of arse about. Arsed around, simple past and past participle of arse around. Arsed up, simple past and past participle of arse up. Arsodine, an imitation gold used in gilding. Arsoface, a contemptible person. Arsofaces, plural of arsoface. Arsofoot, a great crested grebe or little grebe. Arsofucker, alternative form of asfucker. Arsofuckers, plural of arsofucker. Arsehole, enough to fill a person's arse. Arseholes, plural of arseful. Arsehat, British standard spelling of asshat. Arsats, plural of arsehat. Arsad, an idiotic or undesirable person. Arsads, plural of arsehead. Arsehole, Danas. Arsehob, Bruck. Arsehobum, alternative form of assholdom. Arseholery, obnoxious behavior. Arseholes, plural of arsehole. Arseholic, of pertaining to or being an arsehole. Arsud, the state or quality of being a arse. RLS, alternative form of assless. Arsolicker, alternative form of asslicker. Arsoliquors, plural of arsoliquor. Arsole, backwards, arsolings. Alternative form of arsoling. Arsolode, a large amount. Arsolodes, plural of arsolode. Arsolon, backwards on one's arse. Arsamunch. Alternative form of a smunch. Arsamuncher, alternative form of a smuncher. Arsamunchers, plural of arsamuncher. Arsamunches, plural of arsamunch. Arsenal, the Arsenal Football Club. Arsenal of democracy. Alternative form of arsenal of democracy. Arsenal of democracy. The United States of America as supplier of extensive material support to U.S. allies during World War II, or post-war U.S. as the manufacturer and possessor of the greatest quantity of advanced military weaponry in the world, in the service of defending governments favoring the United States, mostly democracies. Arsenal plane. A cargo plane filled with munitions that are deployed when airborne by dropping them out the rear door and having the weapons perform any necessary targeting and maneuvering by themselves. Arsenal planes, plural of arsenal plane. Arsenal ship, a ship filled with missiles, typically cruise missiles, which it can launch to attack far-off targets, but which has little in the way of other capabilities, similar to a modified cargo ship. A floating missile battery, a floating missile fire base. Arsenals, plural of arsenal. Arsenami, an arsenical that is a proposed chemotherapeutic agent against filaria and trichomonas. Arsenet, any salt or ester of arsenic acid. Arsenate, treated, mixed, or reacted with arsenic or an arsenet. Arsenates, plural of arsenet. Arsenatian, containing arsenate anions. Arsenatian, conversion of a substance to or reaction of a substance with an arsenate, a salt or ester of arsenic acid. Arsenatians, plural of arsenatian. Arsenault, a surname from French. Arsenaults, plural of arsenault. Arsenazo, any of a small group of azo dyes having arsenic acid groups that are sensitive to calcium, hafnium, and similar metals. Arsenazos, plural of arsenazo. Arsen brachybuscae, a monoclinic prismatic honey yellow mineral containing arsenic, hydrogen, iron, lead, oxygen, and zinc. Arsen desquoisite, an orthorhombic bisphenol mineral containing arsenic, hydrogen, lead, oxygen, and zinc. Arsenault, a surname from French. Arsenault, a surname from French. Arsenaults, plural of arsenault. Arsenos, plural of arseno. Arsemi, an allotrope of arsenic that has a two-dimensional structure similar to graphene. Arsenes, annoying foolishness. Arsenfast, resistant to arsenic. Arsenium, a surname from Armenian. Arsenians, plural of Arsenian. Arseniases, plural of Arseniases. Arseniases. Chronic arsenic poisoning. Arsenet. Arsenates, plural of arseniate. Arseme, a toxic gray brittle nonmetallic chemical element symbol as with an atomic number of 33. Arsenic acid, a poisonous, white crystalline compound, H3SO4, formed from arsenic pentoxide and water. It has the same structure as phosphoric acid and is used in the manufacture of arsenics. Arsenic monophosphide, a phosphide compound of arsenic with the chemical formula as P. Arsenic monoxide, an oxide compound of arsenic with the chemical formula as O. Arsenic monoxide monochloride, an inorganic compound of arsenic with the chemical formula as Alkyl. Arsenic oxybromide, a bromide compound of arsenic with the chemical formula as BrO. Arsenic pentachloride, the binary compound of arsenic and chlorine as Cl5. Arsenic pentafluoride, a fluoride compound of arsenic with the chemical formula as F5. Arsenic pentaselenide, a selenide compound of arsenic with the chemical formula as 3C5. Arsenic pentasulfide, a sulfide compound of arsenic with the chemical formula as 2S5. Arsenic pentoxide, an oxide compound of arsenic with the chemical formula as 2O5. Arsenic sulfide, alternative form of arsenic sulfide. Arsenic sulfide, arsenic trisulfide as 2S3, a bright yellow soft compound used as a pigment. Arsenic tetrachloride fluoride, an inorganic compound of arsenic with the chemical formula as Cl4F. Arsenic tetraoxide, an oxide compound of arsenic with the chemical formula as 3O4. Arsenic tribromide, a bromide compound of arsenic with the chemical formula as Br3. Arsenic trichloride, a colorless oily liquid as Cl3 used in the synthesis of organic arsenic compounds. Arsenic trifluoride, a fluoride compound of arsenic with the chemical formula as F3. Arsenic trihydride, the compound arsine. Arsenic triiodide, an iodide compound of arsenic with the chemical formula as I3. Arsenic trioxide, an industrially important and highly toxic oxide of arsenic that occurs as the mineral claudetite, formula as 2O3. Though in liquid, gaseous, and some solid forms, it has molecules of the form as 4O. Arsenic triphosphide, a phosphide compound of arsenic with the chemical formula as P3. Arsenic triselenide, a selenide compound of arsenic with the chemical formula as 2C3. Arsenic trisulfide, the bright yellow sulfide of arsenic as 2S3 that occurs as the mineral orpiment and has been used as a pigment. Arsenic trisulfide, alternative spelling of arsenic trisulfide. Arsenical, of or pertaining to or containing arsenic. Arsenical bronze, a natural and artificial alloy of copper containing a small amount of arsenic that oxidates less than pure copper and was widely used during the Chalcolithic period. Arsenical bronzes, plural of arsenical bronze. Arsenical copper, synonym of arsenical bronze. Arsenical iron, the mineral arsenopyrite. Arsenicalism, synonym of arseniaces. Arsenicals, plural of arsenical. Arsenicate, to arsenicize, treat, or impregnate with arsenic. Arsenicated, treated with arsenet or other arsenic compound. Arsenicates, third person singular simple present indicative of arsenicate. Arsenicating, present participle and gerund of arsenicate. Arsenication, the action with arsenic. Arsenicism, a disease produced by arsenic poisoning. Arsenicize, to treat with arsenic. Arsenicize, simple past and past participle of arsenicize. Arsenicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of arsenicize. Arsenicizing, present participle and gerund of arsenicize. Arsenic, obsolete form of arsenic. Arsenic, poison with arsenic. Arsenicophagy. The eating of arsenic, formerly practiced for supposed health benefits. Arsenicosis, arsenic poisoning. Arsemix, plural of arsenic. Arseni, an ionet is an arsenic atom with 3 extra electrons and charge -3. Arsenides, plural of arsenide. Arsenido, a ligand formed by removing a hydrogen from an arsine. Arseniferous, containing or producing arsenic. Arsemi, the aromatic heterocycle C5H5 as having the structure of pyridine but with an arsenic atom replacing the nitrogen. Arsenoplate, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, calcium, iron, lead, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, and sodium. Arsenicerite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, calcium, hydrogen, iron, and oxygen. Arsenious, of or containing arsenic with a valence of 3. Arsenious acid, synonym of arsenic trioxide. Arsenism, arsenic poisoning. Arsenite, any oxidant of tartlet arsenic, especially the azo3-ion or protonated derivatives, any salt containing this anion or any ester of arsenious acid. Arsenites, plural of arsenite. Arsemission, containing arsenite anions. Arsenium, the radical cation H2 as colon derived from arsine. Arseniurate, an arsenide. Arseniuretid, alternative form of arseniuretid. Arseniurates, plural of arseniurate. Arseniuretid, combined with arsenic. Arseniuretid hydrogen, the compound arsine. Arsenis, a male given name of historical usage. Arseme, a transliteration of the Ukrainian male given name acute and Cyrillic letter 456 ikaturi arsenage. Arseno, used to name compounds and minerals in which an element is replaced by arsenic. Arsenoan, containing trivalent arsenic. Arsenobenzene, the aromatic derivative of arsenic C6H5 as equals as C6H5, whose derivatives include some pharmaceuticals. Arsenobenzenes, plural of arsenobenzene. Arsenobetine, the derivative of betine CH as plus CH2CO- in which arsenic replaces the nitrogen atom. Arsenobetines, plural of arsenobetine. Arsenoblasts, masculine nucleus. Arsenoblasts, plural of arsenoblasts. Arsenocholine, the organic compound formerly derived from choline by replacing the nitrogen atom with arsenic. Arsenocholines, plural of arsenocholene. Arsenochromate, any salt or anion containing arsenate and chromate in a fixed proportion. Arsenochromates, plural of arsenochromate. Arsenoclassite, a mineral containing arsenic, hydrogen, manganese, and oxygen. Arsenocrandolite, a trigonal-to-trigonal pyramidal mineral containing aluminum, arsenic, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and strontium. Arsenoferrite, synonym of cafarsite. Arsenofluorencite, an arsenic-rich variety of the mineral fluorencite. Arsenogorseicite, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing aluminum, arsenic, barium, fluorine, hydrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus. Arsenogoyazite, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing aluminum, arsenic, barium, calcium, fluorine, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and strontium. Arsenohuachicornite, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal bronze mineral containing arsenic, bismuth, nickel, and sulfur. Arsenolamprite, a shiny gray-white form of arsenic composed of orthorhombic crystals. Arsenolidine, a saturated, 5-membered heterocycle having 4 carbon atoms and 1 arsenic atom. Arsenolipid. Any compound formally derived from a phospholipid by replacing the phosphorus atom with arsenic. Arsenolipids, plural of arsenolipid. Arsenolite, a mineral form of arsenic trioxide. Arsenolites, plural of arsenolite. Arsenomyergerite, synonym of smithite. Arsenomolybdate, any heteropolymolybdate containing arsenic. Arsenomolybdates, plural of arsenomolybdate. Arsenopalladinite, a triclinic petiole silver white mineral containing antimony, arsenic, and palladium. Arsenophage, one who eats arsenic. Arsenophages, plural of arsenophage. Arsenophagy, the practice of eating arsenic. Arsenophenylglycine, an arsenic compound used to treat trypanosomiasis in animals. Arsenopyrite, a silvery gray ore of arsenic, a mixed arsenide and sulfide of iron, Fe as S. Arsenopyrites, plural of arsenopyrite. Arseniosilicate, a chemical compound which is a variation of a silicate where some silicon atoms are replaced by arsenic. Arsenosilicates, plural of arsenosilicate. Arsenossugar, any of several carbohydrates that contain arsenic, found in certain marine algae. Arsenosugars, plural of arsenossugar. Arsenosulfonite, an isometric hextetrahedral bronze mineral that is a mixed sulfide of arsenic, copper, and vanadium. Arsenotherapy, the treatment of a disease with a compound of arsenic. Arsenothiol, any thiol that is also an arsine derivative. Arsenothiols, plural of arsenothiol. Arsenotropher, that feeds of arsenic compounds. Arsenotrophy, feeding on arsenic compounds typically by microbes. Arsenoas, of, related to, or derived from arsenic, especially in an oxidation state of 3, arsenious. Arsenoas hydri, the compound arsine. Arsenosi, the functional group is equals O, any organic compound containing this group. Arsenosides, plural of arsenosi. Arsenpolybasite, a monoclinic prismatic black mineral containing antimony, arsenic, copper, silver, and sulfur. Arsensumabide, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, copper, hydrogen, lead, oxygen, and sulfur. Arsenuranospethite, a tetragonal dipyramidal mineral containing aluminum, arsenic, hydrogen, oxygen, and uranium. Arsenuranoite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing arsenic, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and uranium. Arsenian, a surname from Armenian. Arsenians, plural of arsenian. Arsopane, a saturated 7-membered heterocycle having 6 carbon atoms and 1 arsenic atom. Arsopanes, plural of arsopane. Arsophenamine, alternative form of arsphenamine. Arsophenamines, plural of arsophenamine. Arsopi, an unsaturated 7-membered heterocycle having 6 carbon atoms, 1 arsenic atom, and 3 double bonds. Arsopines, plural of arsopine. Arsas, plural of ars. Ars is about. Third person singular simple present indicative of ars about. Ars is around. Third person singular simple present indicative of ars around. Ars is in a sling, plural of ars in a sling. Ars is in slings, plural of ars in a sling. Ars is like Japanese flags, plural of ars like a Japanese flag. Ars is up, third person singular simple present indicative of ars up. Arsis mart. The water pepper plant, Persicaria hydropiper, formerly Polygonum hydropiper. Arsitane, a saturated heterocycle containing 3 carbon atoms and 1 arsenic atom. Arsitanes, plural of arsitane. RZ, an unsaturated 4-membered heterocycle containing 3 carbon atoms, 1 arsenic atom, and 2 double bonds. Aretes, plural of arsete. Arseward, commonwealth form of a sword. Arsewards, commonwealth form of a swords. Arzuash, nonsense. Arzuays, anally. Arsuite, toilet paper. Arsuipes, plural of arsuite. Arzi, unpleasant, especially in a sarcastic, grumpy, or haughty manner. Aryai, a transliteration of the Armenian male given name Ashak Arshak. Arya, a male given name from Armenian. Arjakian, a surname from Armenian. Arjakians, plural of Arshakian. Arshakuni, synonym of Arsacid. Arshakunis, plural of Arshakuni. Arshakien, a surname from Armenian. Arshakians, plural of Arshakien. Arin, alternative form of Arshine. Arjins, plural of Arshin. Arya, a unisex given name. Arya, a surname. Arja, an obsolete Russian length unit equal to 71.12 centimeters or 28 inches. Arhine, alternative form of Arshin. Aryines, plural of Arshine. Arjans, plural of Arshin. Arde, of the elevation of the voice in pronouncing the syllables of a word, usually the part of the word or phrase upon which the stress or accent falls. Arde, comparative form of RC, more RC. Ariez, superlative form of RC, most RC. Arsine, a saturated heterocycle that has 5 carbon atoms and an arsenic atom. Arsenanes, plural of arsenane. Arsenate, the NiNH2 as O or one of its derivatives formed by substituting the hydrogen with an organic chemical group or a salt thereof. It has arsenic formally in a +1 oxidation state. Arsenates, plural of arsenate. Arsindo, the heterocycle formally derived from indole by replacing the nitrogen atom with one of arsenic. Arsendols, plural of arsendol. Arsendaling, any of a group on isendolic indolines. Arsendalines, plural of arsendaling. Arsendolazine, the heterocycle formally derived from indolazine by replacing the nitrogen atom with one or arsenic. Arsendolazines, plural of arsendolazine. Arsine, a compound of arsenic and hydrogen as H3, a colorless and exceedingly poisonous gas having an odor like garlic. Arsine oxide, the derivative of arsine H3 as equals O or its organic derivatives. Arsine oxides, plural of arsine oxide. Arsenidil, an arsenylidine. Arsenidils, plural of arsenidil. Arsines, plural of arsine. Arsinus, the state or condition of being arsy. Arsing, present participle and gerund of ars. Arsing about, present participle and gerund of ars about. Arsing around, present participle and gerund of ars around. Arsing up, present participle and gerund of ars up. Arsen, the area hyperbolic sine function, i.e. the inverse hyperbolic sine function. Arsenic. Of, related to, or derived from an arsenic acid. Arsenic acid, the acid H2 as equals OOH. Arsenic acids, plural of arsenic acid. Arseni, a chemical compound derived by substituting a metal for a hydrogen atom of arsine. Arsenidine and arsenylidine. Arsenidines, plural of arsenidine. Arsenides, plural of arseni. Arsenine, any of a class of aromatic heterocyclic compounds containing a ring of 5 carbon atoms and an arsenic atom, especially the simplest one, C5H5. Arsenines, plural of arsenine. Arseno, a female given name from ancient Greek, variant of arsena. Arseni, a female given name of historical usage, notably borne by several queens consort of Egypt. Arsenaling, the heterocycle formally derived from quinoline by replacing the nitrogen atom with one or arsenic. Arsenalines, plural of arsenaling. Arsenalizine, the heterocycle formally derived from quinolazine by replacing the nitrogen atom with one or arsenic. Arsenalizines, plural of arsenalizine. Arsenes, a chemical containing arsenic in oxidation state +3, now replaced by EUPAC term arsenic Roman 3. Arsenous acid, the acid H2 as OH derived from arsine. Arsenous acids, plural of arsenous acid. Arsenal, the univalent arsenic radical as H equals O. Arsenols, plural of arsenoil. Arserang, a 3-membered heterocycle containing 2 methylene groups and an arsenic atom, the arsenic equivalent of ethylene oxide. Arseranes, plural of arserang. Arsire, the unsaturated 3-membered heterocycle containing 2 carbon atoms, 1 arsenic atom and a double bond. Arzes, raising of the voice in prosody, accented part of a metrical foot. Arella, a surname from Turkish. Arselanian, a surname from Armenian. Arselanians, plural of Arslanian. Arelans, plural of Arslan. Arslanian, a surname from Armenian. Arslanians, plural of Arslanian. Arsal, alternative form of asal. Arsold, simple past and past participle of arsal. Arels, third person singular simple present indicative of arsal. Arselican, overt flattery, especially in print. Arsale, present participle and gerund of arsal. Arzamart, obsolete spelling of arsismart. Arsmarts, plural of arsmart. Arseni, obsolete form of arsenic. Arsocan, a saturated 8-membered heterocycle having 7 carbon atoms and 1 arsenic atom. Arsocans, plural of arsocane. Arsolang, a saturated heterocycle that has 4 carbon atoms and an arsenic atom. Arsolans, plural of arsolane. Arsol, an unsaturated 5-membered heterocyclic compound of arsenic, C4H5 as any substituted form of this compound. Arzols, plural of arsol. Arsolien, any of 3 isomeric monounsaturated heterocycles having a 5-membered ring and 1 arsenic atom, C4H7 as Artha. The crime of deliberately starting a fire with intent to cause damage. Arsen dar, a dog trained to use its sense of smell to locate traces of accelerant at sites of a suspected arson. Arsen dogs, plural of arsen dar. Arsenate, BFC, H as O2 derivatives or any salt containing this ion. Arsenates, plural of arsenate. Arsund, simple past and past participle of arson. Arsenic, of or pertaining to arsenic acids or their derivatives. Arsenic acid, the acid has equals OOH derived from arsine. Arsenic acids, plural of arsenic acid. Arsenical, of or relating to arson, the crime of deliberately starting a fire with intent to cause damage. Arsene, present participle and gerund of arson. Arsonism, the tendency to commit arson. Arsonist, one who has committed the act of arson or illegally setting fire to property. Arsonists, plural of arsonists. Arsonite, an arsonist. Arsonites, plural of arsonite. Arsonium, the univalent as H-cation, derived from arsine. Arsonium compound, any compound containing a cation of general formula R4 as plus, the arsenic analog of quaternary ammonium compounds. Arsonium compounds, plural of arsonium compound. Arsenes, of or relating to arson. Arsenous acid, the acid has OH derived from arsine. Arsenous acids, plural of arsenous acid. Arsenphobia, synonym of pyrophobia. Arsenphobic, of or relating to arsenphobia. Arsenry, arsenum. Arsens, plural of arson. Arsorane, the arsenic hydride is H5, land of 5 arsane. Arsoranes, plural of arsorane. Arsrenamin, alternative form of arsphenamine. Arsphenamine, a phenolic amine derivative of arsenic that was used to treat syphilis under the trade name of salvarsan. Arsphenamines, plural of arsphenamine. Art, obsolete spelling of erst. Arsenal, an antiprotozoal agent. Arsora, a village and commune of Vaslui County, Romania. Arzi, alternative form of arsi. Arzi-varsi, tumbling upside down, head over heels, backwards. Arsi-versi, tumbling upside down, head over heels, backwards. Arye, a transliteration of the Belarusian male given name Rsya, acute and Cyrillic letter 456 Ikatkri Arshchinij. Art, abbreviation of Achilles tendon reflex time. Art, a diminutive of the male given name Arthur from the Celtic languages. Art and part, the aiding or abetting in the perpetration of a crime. Art dealer, a person who buys and sells works of art. Art dealers. Plural of art dealer. Art Deco, a style of decorative art often used in household objects and architecture originating in the 1920s and 1930s, characterized by bold geometric forms, strong contrasting colors, and simple composition. Art Deco, alternative letter case form of Art Deco. Art Director, a person who supervises and unifies the vision of an artistic production, including its visual appearance and psychological appeal to a target audience. Art Directors, plural of Art Director. Art Epic, a work of art that is similar to a traditional epic, especially in its depiction of heroic deeds and adventures. Art Epics, plural of Art Epic. Art Film, a cinematic film intended to be an artistic work rather than a commercial film having mass appeal. Art Films, plural of Art Film. art for art's sake, art with no function, whose only purpose is beauty. Art form, any activity or piece of work that has artistic merit. Art forms, plural of art form. Art galleries, plural of art gallery. Art gallery, a room, a group of rooms, or other space where works of art are placed on display, possibly for sale. Art gallery problem, a visibility problem in computational geometry dealing with whether a number of points in a polygon can collectively see by line segments akin to a person's line of sight the whole interior of the polygon. Art gallery problems, plural of art gallery problem. Art game, a video game designed to convey an aesthetic and provoke a reaction rather than to provide a traditional diversion with set goals. Art games, plural of art game. Art glass, decorative glass articles, notably vases, that are colored or of artistic form or design beyond the requirements of utility. Art glasses, plural of art glass. Art gum, a kind of artist's eraser made of soft, coarse rubber. Art gums, plural of art gum. Art handler, a person trained to work with the physical objects in museums, galleries, etc. to ensure that they are safely handled and cared for. Art handlers, plural of art handler. Art historian, an expert in art history. Art historians, plural of art historian. Art history, the study of the history of the visual arts. Art hoe, a young woman who uses art as an aesthetic and fashion style. Art hose, plural of art hoe. Art house, a cinema that shows art films and foreign films which are not widely distributed. Art houses, plural of art house. Art imitates life, the observation that a creative work was inspired by true events, based on a true story. Art is long, life is short. Art is more enduring than an individual's lifetime. Art journal, a collection of words and images in a diary that chronicles the ideas, memories, and thoughts of an artist. Art journals, plural of art journal. Art line, art hill line. Art lines, plural of art line. Art movement, any of many styles of art having an underlying philosophy or goal. Many of them have names with an ism suffix. Art movements, plural of art movement. Art movie, any cinema movie intended to be artistic work rather than a commercial movie of mass appeal. Art movies, plural of art movie. Art music, music composed with advanced structural and theoretical considerations as opposed to folk music and pop music. Art name, synonym of pen name used in Chinese and sometimes more broadly East Asian contexts, the professional name of a Chinese or East Asian artist, poet, or writer. Art names, plural of art name. Art nouveau, a decorative style of art and architecture that especially used the sinuous and flowing lines of plants. Art nouveau, alternative letter case form of art nouveau. Art object, synonym of object, dart artwork. Art objects, plural of art object. Art of the possible, pragmatism, realism. Art of war, the numerous strategies and tactics available to military leaders during combat. Art paper, any type of paper that has a specific use in art. Art papers, plural of art paper. Art pat, a genre of popular music influenced by pop art's integration of high and low culture. Art punk, a genre of punk rock influenced by art music and art rock. Art rock, a subgenre of experimental, intellectual rock music, often presented as a suite of pieces with a story or theme. Art room, A room in a school set aside for instruction in the visual arts. Art rooms, plural of art room. Art school, a school that specializes in the study of art. Art schools, plural of art school. Art song, a vocal music composition, usually written for one voice with piano accompaniment. Art songs, plural of art song. Art speak, alternative spelling of art speak. Art student, a student who attends an art school or similar institution. Art students, plural of art student. Art therapies, plural of art therapy. Art therapy, the use of creative activities related to the visual arts to improve physical, mental, emotional, or spiritual well-being. Art track, a YouTube video automatically generated by Google, consisting of a track in the YouTube music repertoire and a still of its associated album art. Art tracks, plural of art track. Art union, an organization formed for the purpose of educating the general public about art and supporting artists. Art unions, plural of art union. Art up, to decorate, embellish, or beautify something. Artwork, alternative form of artwork. Art world, alternative spelling of art world. Art worlds, plural of art world. Art historical, of or pertaining to art history. Art house, alternative form of art house. Art houses, plural of art house. Art, abbreviation of article. Art.d, initialism of Doctor of Arts. Art, a regional unit in northwestern Greece that is a part of the Epirus region. Arda, a dry measure in ancient Egypt and Persia. Artaba, alternative form of artab. Artabas, plural of artaba. Ardev, alternative form of artab. Ardebs, plural of artab. Ardebatry, isochordine. Ardabs, plural of artab. Ardegnan, a commune of Viken-Bigorre canton, Tarbes arrondissement, Haute-Pyrénées department, Occitania, France. Ardel, plural of radel. Artemed, any bird of the family Artemidae. Artemeds, plural of Artemid. Artan, the area hyperbolic tangent function, i.e. the inverse hyperbolic tangent function or hyperbolic arctangent. Ardashat, a town and capital of Ararat, Armenia, located on Eryx River in the Ararat Plain. Artadian, of or relating to Ananin Artaud 1896-1948, French dramatist and writer, a major figure in 20th century theater and the European avant-garde. Artaxerxes, the name of several Achaemenid kings of Persia. Artaxerxes, plural of Artaxerxes. Artboard, an on-screen design surface in a drawing application. Artboards, plural of artboard. Artbook, a book about art, particularly concept art for an animated media production. Artbooks, plural of artbook. Art, initialism of Air Route Traffic Control Center. Art, plural of art. Art povera, a radical Italian modern art movement of the late 1960s and early 1970s, making use of worthless or common materials such as earth or newspaper in the hope of subverting the commercialization of art. Art, used to form names of artemisinin-related compounds used as antimalarial agents. Ardiga, a surname from Spanish. Ardigas, plural of Ardiga. Artinuin, synonym of Artemisinin. Arda, a municipality of Eastern Samar, Philippines. Ardidha, simple past and past participle of Ardup. Ardididraconid, any fish in the family Ardididraconidae. Ardididraconids, plural of Ardididraconid. Ardither, artimathal. Artifact, alternative spelling of artifact. Artifacted, alternative form of artifacted. Artifacting, alternative form of artifacting. Artifactitious, alternative form of artifactitious. Artifactitiously, alternative form of artifactitiously. Artifacts, plural of artifact. Artifactual, of or pertaining to artifacts. Artifactualities, plural of artifactuality. Artifactuality, alternative form of artifactuality. Artifactualization, alternative form of artifactualization. Artifactualize, alternative form of artifactualize. Artifactualize, simple past and past participle of artifactualize. Artifactualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of artifactualize. Artifactualizing, present participle and gerund of artifactualize. Artifactually, with reference to artifacts. Artifanalide, a derivative of artemisinin. Artiflame, an antimalarial drug. Artexo, a municipality and parish of A Coruña, Galicia, Spain. Ardal, a Russian or Soviet craftsmen's collective. Artelenate, any salt or ester of artelenic acid. Artelenates, plural of artelenate. Artelenic acid, an experimental drug that may have some antimalarial activity. Ardals, plural of artal. Artabaz, a male given name. Artemisinin, misspelling of artemisinin. Artemether, an antimalarial derived from artemisinin and used to treat multiply drug-resistant strains of falciparum malaria. Artemia, the brine shrimp of genus Artemia. Artemias, plural of Artemia. Artemadian, of or relating to Artemis. Arteme, a male given name from Russian, equivalent to English Artemias. Artemin, a neurotrophin or nerve growth factor in the GNF family, binding to the receptor GFR-alpha-3 or ET. Artemens, plural of Artemen. Artemis, the Greek goddess of the hunt, wild animals, and wilderness, the daughter of Leto and Zeus, the sister of Apollo. Compare Diana. Artemisa, a province of Cuba. Artemisia, any of many aromatic flowering plants of the genus Artemisia, including wormwood, sagebrush, and tarragon, often used as traditional medicine, oral contraceptive, and flavoring. Artemisian, of or relating to Artemis. Artemisias, plural of Artemisia. Artemisiphyllin, a sesquiterpene lactone found in Ambrosia artemisiaefolia. Artemisinin, a sesquiterpene lactone, similar in structure to alpha-santonin. Artemisinate, any salt or ester of artemisinic acid. Artemisinates, plural of artemisinate. Artemisinic, of or pertaining to artemisinic acid or its derivatives. Artemisinic acid, The compounds 21R4R4AS8AR479Pyle12344A568A octahydro 1-ethylnyl acrylic acid that is a precursor of artemisinin. Artemisinin, an antimalarial drug derived from the sweet wormwood shrub Artemisia annua, found as the active ingredient in traditional Chinese medical herbal treatment for malaria, chemically is sesquiterpene lactone CHO5. Artemisini, alternative form of artemisinin. Artemisinines, plural of artemisini. Artemisinins, plural of artemisinin. Artemision, the ancient temple of Artemis in Ephesus. Artemisium, a cape in the north of the island of Euboea, Greece. Artemisone, an antimalarial drug derived from artemisinin. Artemius, a male given name. Artemivst, former name of Bakhmut. Artemi, alternative form of Artemii. Artemin, a square foresail on a Roman oared ship. Artemins, plural of Artemin. Artemethyl, a fast-acting blood schizontocide specifically indicated for the treatment of chloroquine-resistant Plasmodium falciparum malaria and cerebral malaria cases. Artemovsk, alternative form of Artemivsk. Artemcrase, synonym of superspecies. Artapilin, any of a group of prenylated derivatives of calmaric acid that has antioxidant properties. Artapilins, plural of artapilin. Artapir, alternative form of artapilin. Artapirins, plural of artapirin. Arter, a surname. Arterati, people who are considered the elite in the world of art. Arterberry, a surname. Arterberries, plural of arterberry. Arterburr, a surname. Arterburns, plural of arterburn. Arter, sinew, ligament, tendon, artery. Arterectomies, plural of arterectomy. Arterectomy, alternative form of arteriectomy. Arterenol, synonym of norepinephrine. Artery, artery. Arteria, synonym of artery. Arteria denominata, the innominate artery or brachiocephalic artery. Arteria, of or pertaining to the arteries, arterial. Arteria, plural of arteria. Arterial, major, important. Arterial blood gas, a blood test in which a syringe is used to draw a small blood sample from an artery. Arterial blood gases, plural of arterial blood gas. Arterial line, a thin catheter inserted into an artery. Arterial line, plural of arterial line. Arterial road, a major thoroughfare, particularly one used to provide a large capacity for traveling some distance. Arterial roads, plural of arterial road. Arterial street, an arterial road. Arterial streets, plural of arterial street. Arterialization, alternative form of arterialization. Arterializations, plural of arterialization. Arterialize, alternative form of arterialize. Arterialize, simple past and past participle of arterialize. Arterializes, third person singular simple present indicative of arterialize. Arterializing, present participle and gerund of arterialize. Arterialization, the conversion of venous blood into arterial blood by absorption of oxygen in the lungs, gas exchange, and reoxygenation. Arterializations, plural of arterialization. Arterialize, to convert venous blood into arterial blood by the absorption of oxygen in the lungs. Arterialize, simple past and past participle of arterialize. Arterializes, third person singular simple present indicative of arterialize. Arterializing, present participle and gerund of arterialize. Arterioli, in terms of or by means of the arteries. Arterials, plural of arterial. Arteritases, vasodilation of an artery. Arteriectomies, plural of arteriectomy. Arteriectomy, excision of part of an artery. Arteries, plural of artery. Arteries of Adamcuix, plural of artery of Adamcuix. Arterio, alternative form of artery. Arteriocontactio, undergoing contraction due to stimulation by arterial blood. Arteriovenous, alternative form of arteriovenous. Arterio, relating to or communicating between two arteries. Arteriaca ilery, relating to the arteries and the capillaries. Arteriocentesis, centesis of an artery. Arterioconstriction, arterial constriction, constriction of an artery or arteries. Arteriactile, misspelling of arteriadactyle. Arteriodilation, arterial dilation, dilation of an artery or arteries. Arterioembolization, arterial embolization. Arterioembolizations, plural of arterioembolization. Arteriogenesis, plural of arteriogenesis. Arteriogenesis, an increase in the diameter of existing arterial vessels. Arteriogeny, whose cause lies in the arteries. Arteriogram, an X-ray of an artery after injection with a radiopaque material. Arteriograms, plural of arteriogram. Arteriograph, an instrument used in arteriography to measure the severity of arteriosclerosis. Arteriography, relating to arteriography. Arteriographically, by means of or in terms of arteriography. Arteriographies, plural of arteriography. Arteriographs, plural of arteriograph. Arteriography, arteriography of an artery. Arteriola, arteriole. Arterioli, plural of arteriola. Arteriola, or pertaining to an arteriole. Arteriole, one of the small branches of an artery, especially one that connects with capillaries. Arterioles, plural of arteriole. Arteriolitis, inflammation of the arterioles. Arteriolo, relating to the arterioles. Arteriolocapillary, relating to the arterioles and the capillaries. Arteriological, pertaining to arteriology. Arteriology, the bent of angiology dealing with the arteries. Arteriolanosis, arteriolar hyalinosis. Arteriolonecrosis, necrosis of arterioles. Arteriolonefrosporosis, a hardening of the arterioles of the kidney. Arteriolopathies, plural of arteriolopathy. Arteriolopathy, disease of the arterioles. Arteriolosclerosis. Plural of arteriolosclerosis. Arteriolosclerosis, hardening knowing a loss of elasticity in the arterioles. Arteriolosclerotic, relating to arteriolosclerosis. Arteriolevinous, relating to the arterioles and the veins. Arteriovenula, synonym of arteriovenous. Arterioemboli, pathological enlargement of the arteries. Arteriometer, an instrument used to measure the diameter of arteries as blood flows through them. Arteriometers, plural of arteriometer. Arteriomotor, relating to or causing changes in diameter of an artery. Arteriocratic, or relating to arterion. Necrosis. Arterion for sclerosis, atrophy of the kidneys caused by sclerosis. Arteriofusive, arterial and occlusive. Arteriopath, someone suffering from arteriopathy. Arteriopathy, relating to an arteriopathy. Arteriopathies, plural of arteriopathy. Arteriopaths, plural of arteriopath. Arteriopathy, any disease of the arteries. Arterioplasties, plural of arterioplasty. Arterioplasty, reconstruction or repair of an artery. Arterioportal, relating to the artery and the portal vein. Arterioportography, arterial portography. Arteriopuncture, the puncture of an artery, typically in order to administer an injection. Arteriopunctures, plural of arteriopuncture. Arteriophies, plural of arteriophy. Arteriophy, the suturing of an artery. Arteriosclerosis, plural of arteriosclerosis. Arteriosclerosis, hardening, narrowing or loss of elasticity in arteries or blood vessels. Arteriosclerotic, of pertaining to or caused by arteriosclerosis. Arteriosclerotics, plural of arteriosclerotic. Arteriospasm, the spasm of an artery. Arteriospasms, plural of arteriospasm. Arteriostenosis, constriction of an artery. Arteriothrombosis, the formation of a thrombus within an artery. Arteriothrombotic, relating to arteriothrombosis. Arteriotomies, plural of arteriotomy. Arteriotomy, the opening of an artery, especially for bloodletting. Arterios, arteriovenal, relating to the arteries and veins. Arterionostomies, plural of arterionostomy. Arterionostomy, the implantation of a shunt or cannula for chronic renal dialysis. Arteriovenous, relating to the arteries and the veins. Arteriovenous fistula, an abnormal connection between an artery and a vein. Arteriovenous fistulas, plural of arteriovenous fistula. Arteriovenous malformation, a congenital disorder in which arteries are connected directly to veins rather than through capillaries that distribute oxygen and nutrients. These connections, often called a nidus, can be extremely fragile and prone to bleeding. Arteriovenous malformations, plural of arteriovenous malformation. Arterioventricula, of or relating to the spatial relationship or communication between the great arteries and the ventricles of the heart. Arteritic, relating to arteritis. Arteritides, plural of arteritis. Arteritis, the inflammation of arterial walls, often due to infection or an autoimmune response. Arteritises, plural of arteritis. Arteriviral, relating to the arteriviruses. Arterivirus, any animal virus of the family Arteriviridae. Arteriviruses, plural of arterivirus. Aranoon, pronunciation, spelling, of afternoon. Arternoons, plural of arternoon. Arterogenesis, misspelling of arteriogenesis. Arterale, a novel antimalarial drug that contains both an adamantile and an oznide group. Arterovenous, misspelling of arteriovenous. Arters, plural of arter. Arterwards, pronunciation spelling of afterwards. Artery, any of the muscular and elastic walled blood vessels forming part of the circulation system by which blood is conveyed away from the heart regardless of its oxygenation status. See pulmonary artery. Artery of Adamcuix, the largest and medullary artery in humans, typically arising from a left posterior intercostal artery which branches from the aorta and supplies the lower two-thirds of the spinal cord via the anterior spinal artery. Arterili, resembling or characteristic of an artery. Arteria, a place in the United States. Artesian, of or relating to the former French region of Artois. Artesian aquifer, a confined aquifer containing groundwater under positive pressure. Artesian aquifers, plural of artesian aquifer. Artesian bore, a borehole drilled in an artesian basin to produce an artificial artesian well. Artesian bores, plural of artesian bore. Artesian spring, synonym of artesian well. Artesian springs, plural of artesian spring. Artesian water, water from an artesian well. Artesian waters, plural of artesian water. Artesian well, an aquifer in which water rises to the surface under its own hydrostatic pressure. Artesian wells, plural of artesian well. Artesunate, a drug of the artemisinin group used to treat malaria. Artesunates, plural of artesunate. Ardex, a surface coating used for interior decorating, most often found on ceilings, allowing the decorator to add a texture. It formerly contained asbestos, now known to be harmful. Ardex, covered with Ardex's surface coating used for interior decorating. Arthi, a pretentious artist or person interested in the arts. Artthems, plural of artthi. Artfest, an art festival. Artfests, plural of artfests. Art form, alternative spelling of art form. Art forms, plural of art form. Artfi, a pretentious artist or person interested in the arts. Artfucks, plural of artfuck. Artful, characterized by or performed with cleverness or contrivance, clever, ingenious. Artful dodger, alternative form of artful dodger. Artful dodger, a crafty person who commits minor crimes or behaves in a rather unscrupulous manner. Artful dodgers, plural of artful dodger. Artful dodgers, plural of artful dodger. Artful pleading, the filing under state law of a claim naturally arising under federal law. Artful pleadings, plural of artful pleading. Artful, obsolete spelling of artful. Artfully, in an artful manner. Artfulness, the quality of being artful or of acting in an artful manner. Artfulnesses, plural of artfulness. Art-going, attending art exhibitions. Ara, a surname. Arta, alternative form of Artha. Arthemandata, alternative spelling of Ardhamandapa. Ardes, plural of Artha. Arthes derasi, a particular steroid glycoside. Art, obsolete form of earthen. Arborectomy, misspelling of atherectomy. Artherogenic, Misspelling of atherogenic. Arthrosclerosis. Misspelling of atherosclerosis. Arthrothrombotic. Misspelling of atherothrombotic. Arthington, a small village and civil parish in the metropolitan borough of Leeds, West Yorkshire, England. ub.idvgtbre SC 2744. Arsai, a village and community in Gwynedd, Wales. ub.idvgtbre SH 6414. Arthodiaceous, belonging to the family Arthodiaceae. Arthodioi, similar to those of species of the family Arthodiaceae. Arthoi, the quality or condition of being in art. Arthopathy, misspelling of arthropathy. Arthropod, misspelling of arthropod. Arthospore, misspelling of arthrospore. Arthothelin, any of a group of xanthanons based on 2,4,5-tric or 1,3,6-trihydroxy 8-methylxanthan 9,1 present in lichen. Arthouse, alternative spelling of arthouse. Arthouses, plural of arthouse. Armor, alternative form of arthro before a vowel. Era, plural of arthron. Airo, relating to a joint. Arthralgia, joint pain, pain in a joint, especially when not caused by arthritis. Arthralgias, plural of arthralgia. Arthralgic, of pertaining to or suffering from arthralgia. Arthralgy, pain in a joint. Arthrectomies, plural of arthrectomy. Arthrectomy, excision of a joint. Arthralgia, misspelling of arthralgia. Arthritic, of or affected by arthritis. Arthritical, archaic form of arthritic. Arthritically, in an arthritic fashion, in a way that is characteristic of a person with arthritis. Arthritici, afflicted with arthritis. Arthritics, plural of arthritic. Arthritides, plural of arthritis. Arthritis, inflammation of a joint or joints causing pain and slant or disability, swelling and stiffness, and due to various causes such as infection, trauma, degenerative changes, or metabolic disorders, any of several disease entities. Arthritis, plural of arthritis. Arthritis-like, resembling or characteristic of arthritis. Arthritism, a predisposition to gout or to arthritis. Arthritogenesis, the formation and development of arthritis. Arthritogenic, causing or caused by arthritis. Arthritogenicities, plural of arthritogenicity. Arthritogenicity, the condition of being arthritogenic. Articulation equals joint, as for example in arthroplasty. Arthroseries, a class of glycosphingolipids containing the sequence GLC and AC beta 1 3 and beta 1 4 GLC beta sur and acetylglucosamine mannose glucose ceramide. Arthrobacterial, relating to bacteria of the genus Arthrobacter. Arthrobactin, a particular dihydroxamide sideroff are related to citric acid. Arthrobranch, a gill of a crustacean that is attached to the membrane between the body and the base of the leg. Arthrobranches, plural of arthrobranch. Arthrobranchs, plural of arthrobranch. Arterosal, the swelling of a joint, a hernia of the synovium through the capsule of a joint. Arthrosals, plural of arthrosal. Arthrocentesis. The clinical procedure of using a syringe to collect synovial fluid from a joint capsule used in the diagnosis of gout, arthritis, and synovial infections. Arthrochalasia. Alternative form of arthrochalasis. Arthrochalasis. A rare form of Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, characterized by very loose joints and dislocations involving both hips. Arthrochondritis. Chondritis of a joint. Arthrochalasia. The breaking of an ankylosis in order to allow more mobility in the joint. Arthroconidia. Plural of arthroconidium. Arthroconidium. A kind of asexual fungal spore typically produced by segmentation of pre-existing fungal hyphae. Arthroscopic. Misspelling of arthroscopic. Arthroder. The exoskeleton of an arthropod. Arthrodermataceous, of or relating to the Arthrodermataceae. Arthroderms, plural of arthroderm. Arthrodeses, plural of arthrodeses. Arthrodeses, the surgical fusion of a joint between two or more bones so that the joint can no longer move. Artificial ankylosis. Arthrodia, a plain joint. Arthrodio, of or pertaining to arthrodia or to an arthrosis. Arthrodias, plural of arthrodia. Arthrode, arthrodio. Arthroduran, any of a group of extinct fish of the order Arthrodia. Arthrodurans, plural of arthroduran. Arthrodire, any member of the extinct order Arthrodira, armor-jawed fishes that flourished in the Devonian period. Arthrodires, plural of arthrodire. Arthrodynia, an affliction characterized by pain in or around a joint, not dependent upon structural disease. Arthrodinic, of or relating to arthrodynia. Arthrodysplasia, the abnormal development of a joint. Arthrodysplasias, plural of arthrodysplasia. Arthroraces, the support or propping up of a joint. Arthrofactin, a cyclic lipoptide that functions as a surfactant produced by Arthobacter bacteria. Arthrofibroses, plural of arthropfibrosis. Arthropfibrosis, the formation of fibrous tissue within a joint. Arthrogenic, misspelling of atherogenic. Arthrogenous, originating from a joint. Arthrogram, a series of images, often X-rays, of a joint after injection of a contrast medium. Arthrograms, plural of arthrogram. Arthrographic, relating to arthrography. Arthrographies, plural of arthrography. Arthrography, an arthrogram. Arthrographosis, alternative form of arthrogryposis. Arthrogryposes, plural of arthrogryposis. Arthrogryposis, the permanent fixation of a joint in a contracted position. Arthrogryposis multiplex congenita, synonym of arthrogryposis. Arthrogrypotic, of, pertaining to, or affected with arthrogryposis. Arthroidal, misspelling of arthrodio. Arthrocatastasis, an intrapelvic protrusion of the acetabulum. Arthrokinematic, relating to the movement of anatomical joints. Arthrokinetic, relating to or caused by movement of a joint. Arthroleptid, any frog in the family Arthroleptidae. Arthroleptids, plural of arthroleptid. Arthroleptidaceae, articular gout. Arthrological, of or pertaining to arthrology. Arthrology, the branch of anatomy dealing with the joints. Arthrolysis, the restoration of mobility in stiff ankylosed joints by disrupting articular adhesions. Arthromer, any of the constitutive body segments of a jointed animal. Arthromers, plural of arthromer. Arthrometer, a device for measuring the arc or range of mobility of a joint. Arthrometers, plural of arthrometer. Arthrometric, relating to arthrometry or the arthrometer. Arthrometry, measurement of the mobility of joints. Arthromyalgia, muscular pain associated with a joint. Arthromyalgias, plural of arthromyalgia. Arthromyalgic, relating to arthromyalgia. Artery, an articulation or joint. Arthropathia, any disease of a joint. Arthropathias, plural of arthropathia. Arthropathy, relating to arthropathy. Arthropathies, plural of arthropathy. Arthropathy, any of several diseases of a joint. Arthrophyte, any plant belonging to the former class Arthrophyta, now Equisetipsida, the horsetails. Arthrophytes, plural of arthrophyte. Arthroplast, an artificial joint. Arthroplastic, relating to arthroplasty. Arthroplasties, plural of arthroplasty. Arthroplasts, plural of arthroplasts. Arthroplasty, the surgical repair of a joint or creation of an artificial joint, such as a hip replacement. Arthropleura, any of distinct images as an affiliate of pluri. Arthropleurids, plural of arthropleura. Arthropod, an invertebrate animal of the phylum Arthropoda, characterized by a chitinous exoskeleton and multiple jointed appendages. Arthropody, plural of arthropod. Arthropodal, relating to the arthropoda. Arthropodon, of or relating to arthropods. Arthropodons, plural of arthropodon. Arthropodian, of resembling or relating to the arthropoda. Arthropodial, alternative form of arthropodal. Arthropodian, synonym of arthropod. Arthropodians, plural of arthropodian. Arthropodic, relating to or characteristic of arthropods. Arthropodon, any of a class of proteins found in the cuticles of insects. Arthropodons, plural of arthropodon. Arthropodivore, any animal that eats arthropods. Arthropodivores, plural of arthropodivore. Arthropodivorous, relating to arthropodivores or to arthropodivory. Arthropodivory, the condition of being arthropodivorous. Arthropodization, the appearance of hard, ring-like joints around the legs. Arthropodological, relating to arthropodology. Arthropodologists, one who studies arthropods. Arthropodologists, plural of arthropodologists. Arthropodology, the study of arthropods. Arthropods, plural of arthropod. Arthropomatus, relating to or characteristic of brachiopods of the order Arthropomata. Arthropometra, relating to the measurement of joints. Arthroprothesis, misspelling of orthoprosthesis. Arthropsin, any of a class of opsins present in arthropods. Arthropsins, plural of arthropsin. Arthropterygium, any ichthyosaur of the genus Arthropterygius. Arthrorizes, synonym of Arthroeraces. Arthrosclerosis, a stiffening of a joint. Arthroscope, a form of endoscope used in arthroscopy. Arthroscopes, plural of arthroscope. Arthroscopic, of or pertaining to arthroscopy. Arthroscopical, alternative form of arthroscopic. Arthroscopically, by means of arthroscopy. Arthroscopies, plural of arthroscopy. Arthroscopist, one who carries out arthroscopy. Arthroscopists, plural of arthroscopists. Arthroscopy, the examination of the interior of a joint such as the knee using an arthroscope. Arthroseries, alternative form of arthroseries. Arthrosis, plural of arthrosis. Arthrosis, any articulation joint in an animalian body. Arthrosonography, ultrasonography of a joint. Arthrospore, a spore-like cell produced by some fungi and algae. Arthrospores, plural of arthrospore. Arthrosporic, relating to arthrospores. Arthrosporous, relating to arthrospores. Arthrostenosis, constriction of size in a joint. Arthrosterigma, a jointed sterigma in some lichens, made up of rows of cells from which spores are abstracted. Arthrosterigmata, plural of arthrosterigma. Arthrostomies, plural of arthrostomy. Arthrostomy, construction of an opening into the cavity of a joint. Arthrostracus, pertaining to the Arthrostraca, an obsolete grouping of crustaceans with segmented thoraxes and abdomens, bearing 7 pairs of thoracic legs. Included in this group are the isopods and amphipods. Arthrosynovitis, inflammation of the synovial membrane of a joint. Arthrate, relating to arthrosis. Arthrotome, a strong scalpel used in the dissection of joints. Arthrotomes, plural of arthrotome. Arthrotoma, relating to arthrotomy. Arthrotomies, plural of arthrotomy. Arthrotomy, the surgical incision of a joint. Arthrotrope, that is attracted to and affects joints. Arthros, of pertaining to or being the use of a term together with a grammatical article. Arthrously, in an arthrous manner with an accompanying article. Aris, plural of arth. Arnor, a male given name from the Celtic languages. Arthur County, one of 93 counties in Nebraska, United States. County seat, Arthur. Arthur Daly, a person who is devious, who cheats people, and who often resorts to confidence tricks. Arthur Dailies, plural of Arthur Daly. Arthur's Pass, a mountain pass in the Southern Alps, Selwyn District, Canterbury, New Zealand, named after Arthur Dudley Dobson. Arthurus, a civil parish in Cumberland District, Cumbria, England, previously in City of Carlisle District. Arthurian, of or pertaining to the legend of Arthur, king of the Britons and his court at Camelot. Arthuriana, things relating to King Arthur. Arthurianism, the use of Arthurian legend in literature, history, etc. Arthurius, an apple green monoclinic mineral. Arverton, a small town in South Australia. Arthus reaction, a hypersensitivity reaction involving the in situ formation of antigen/antibody complexes after the intradermal injection of an antigen. Arthus reactions, plural of Arthus reaction. Arti, alternative form of arti. Arya, even, not odd, set of elementary substances and radicals whose valence is divisible by 2 without a remainder. Aryats, plural of arshayat. Aryaya, a surname. Aryayas, plural of arshayaga. Artibanai, a department of Haiti. Arde, abbreviation of articulated lorry, a semi-trailer truck. Article, a local anesthetic used in dentistry. Article, misspelling of article. Articles, misspelling of articles, plural of article. Article, misspelling of article. Articles, plural of article. Artichoke, a plant related to the thistle with enlarged flower heads eaten as a vegetable while immature. Sinara cordunculus var scalamus. Artichoke bottom, the edible fleshy receptacle at the bottom of an artichoke flower. Artichoke bottoms, plural of artichoke bottom. Artichoke heart, the edible base of an artichoke prepared by removing the outer leaves and the inedible choke covering it. Artichoke hearts, plural of artichoke heart. Artichoke thistle, cardoon sinara cardunculus. Artichoke thistles, plural of artichoke thistle. Artichoke-like, alternative spelling of artichoke-like. Artichoke-like, resembling or characteristic of an artichoke. Artichokes, plural of artichoke. Artichokey, resembling or having a flavor of artichokes. Artichokey, alternative form of artichokey. Article, a piece of non-fiction writing such as a story, report, opinion piece, or entry in a newspaper, magazine, journal, encyclopedia, etc. Article 50. Article 50 of the Treaty of Lisbon, which holds the EU's exit clause allowing and setting out rules for countries leaving the European Union. Article of death, the moment of death. Article of extraordinary value, a transported item with a value exceeding 100 USD per imperial pound. Article of faith, a thing that is believed as a matter of faith. Articled, simple past and past participle of article. Articled clerk, an apprentice in law. Articled clerks, plural of articled clerk. Articleless, without articles. Articlelessness, absence of a grammatical article. Articles, plural of article. Articles of Association, a document which, along with the Memorandum of Association, forms a company's constitution, defines the responsibilities of the directors, the kind of business to be undertaken, and the means by which the shareholders exert control over the board of directors. Articles of extraordinary value, plural of article of extraordinary value. Articles of faith, plural of article of faith. Articles of incorporation, articles of association. Articles of organization, articles of association. Articles of war, a code of regulations for the government and discipline of the Army and Navy. Articleship, the status or periods of being articled or been under the articles of an apprenticeship. Articleships, plural of articleship. Articling, present participle and gerund of article. Articling clerk, synonym of articled clerk. Articling clerks, plural of articling clerk. Articloid, markers of linguistic definiteness that have not become grammaticalized or incorporated into the grammar of the language. Artics, plural of artic. Articulability, the quality or degree of being articulable. Articulable, capable of being pronounced or expressed distinctly in speech. Articulacies, plural of articulacy. Articulacy, the condition of being articulate. Articular, of, at, or relating to the joints of the body. Articular cartilage, a tough, elastic, fibrous connective tissue found in various parts of the body, such as the joints, outer ear, and larynx. A major constituent of the embryonic and young vertebrate skeleton, it is converted largely to bone with maturation. Articular cartilages, plural of articular cartilage. Articular facet, a surface where two anatomical structures, usually bones, meet. Articular facets, plural of articular facet. Articularies, plural of articulary. Articularity, the condition of being able to articulate, jointedness. Articularly, in an articular manner. Articulary, the articular bone, a bone in the lower jaw of many birds, reptiles, amphibians, and fishes. Articulatability, the quality of being articulatable. Articulatable, able to be articulated. Articulate, to make clear or effective. Articulated, simple past and past participle of articulate. Articulated bus, a bus fitted with a joint which is covered by an accordion-shaped weatherproofing to increase its maneuverability. Articulated buses, plural of articulated bus. Articulated lorries, plural of articulated lorry. Articulated lorry, synonym of tractor-trailer. Articulated skeleton, a fossil skeleton found all in one piece with the bones still arranged in the proper order. Articulated skeletons, plural of articulated skeleton. Articulated, plural of articulated. Articulately, in an articulate manner. Articulateness, the quality of being articulate. Articulates, third person singular simple present indicative of articulate. Articulating, present participle and gerund of articulate. Articulation, a joint or the collection of joints at which something is articulated or hinged for bending. Articulation index, a tool used to predict the amount of speech that is audible to a patient with a specific hearing loss. Articulation indexes, plural of articulation index. Articulation indices, plural of articulation index. Articulation point, a vertex whose removal would disconnect the graph. Articulational, of or relating to articulation. Articulations. Plural of articulation. Articulative, serving to articulate or express something. Articulatively, in an articulative manner. Articulator, one who or that which articulates or expresses. Articulate orally, in terms of or by means of articulation. Articulators, plural of articulator. Articulatory, of or pertaining to articulation, phonetic. Articulatory phonology, a linguistic theory that strives to reconcile the distinctions between phonetics and phonology. Articulatory speech recognition, the retrieval of a spoken language, such as phonemes or words, by incorporating articulatory modeling or additional input of articulatory movement data. Articuli, plural of articulus. Articulograph, a device used in articulography. Articulographs, plural of articulograph. Articulography, the measurement of the movements of the lips, teeth, and the different parts of the tongue during speech. Articulomaxillary, articular and maxillary. Articulometric, relating to articulometry. Articulometry, the measurement of the articulations of the vocal tract. Articulus, a joint of the series of the crinoidea. Arti, a diminutive of the male given name Arthur from the Celtic languages. Arti, comparative form of arti, more arti. Artirs, plural of artir. Artis, plural of arti. Artis, superlative form of arti, most arti. Artifact, an object made or shaped by human hand or labor. Artifacted, having artifacts. Artifacting, the formation of artifacts in a digital image. Artifactitious, artifactual. Artifactitiously, in an artifactitious manner. Artifacts, plural of artifact. Artifactual, of or pertaining to artifact. Artifactualism, a worldview which treats something as primarily or exclusively an artifact. Artifactualist, one who believes in or advocates artifactualism. Artifactualists, plural of artifactualists. Artifactualities, plural of artifactuality. Artifactuality, the quality of being artifactual. Artifactualization, act or process of artifactualizing. Artifactualize, to convert into an artifact. Artifactualize, simple past and past participle of artifactualize. Artifactualizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of artifactualize. Artifactualizing, present participle and gerund of artifactualize. Artifactually, with reference to artifacts. Artificial, misspelling of artificial. Artifice, a crafty but underhanded deception. Artifice, characterized by artifice, not spontaneous and natural. Artificer, someone who is skilled in their trade, an artisan. Artificers, plural of artificer. Artificership, the state or business of an artificer. Artificerships, plural of artificership. Artifices, plural of artifice. Artificial, man-made, made by humans of artifice. Artificial abortion, a surgically induced abortion. Artificial abortions, plural of artificial abortion. Artificial ani, plural of artificial anus. Artificial anus, an artificial opening of the intestine, usually a colostomy, sometimes an ileostomy. Artificial anuses, plural of artificial anus. Artificial art, the automatization of art production, for example, computer-generated art. Artificial bee colony, a meta-heuristic-based optimization algorithm inspired by the intelligent foraging behavior of honeybee swarms. Artificial dumbness, synonym of artificial stupidity. Artificial element, synonym for synthetic element. Artificial elements, plural of artificial element. Artificial florist, someone who makes or sells artificial flowers. Artificial florists, plural of artificial florists. Artificial general intelligence, artificial intelligence which matches or exceeds the intelligence and capabilities of human beings. Artificial general intelligences, plural of artificial. General intelligence. Artificial grammar learning, a research paradigm in cognitive psychology and linguistics. Artificial horizon, an instrument that displays the pitch and roll of an aircraft in flight by comparing its attitude to a gyroscopically maintained indication of the flat horizon line. Artificial horizons, plural of artificial horizon. Artificial ice, ice that is frozen artificially using refrigeration systems instead of naturally. Artificial idiocy, synonym of artificial stupidity. Artificial immune system, any of a class of computationally intelligent, rule-based machine learning systems inspired by the principles and processes of the vertebrate immune system. Artificial immune systems, plural of artificial immune system. Artificial incompetence, synonym of artificial stupidity. Artificial insemination, the introduction of semen into the uterus or cervix of a female by a means other than copulation. Artificial intelligence, intelligence exhibited by an artificial non-natural, human-made entity. Artificial intelligence quotient, the IQ of an AI. Artificial intelligence quotients, plural of artificial intelligence quotient. Artificial intelligences, plural of artificial intelligence. Artificial kidney, a dialysis machine, an external device that cleans the blood of people with kidney failure from the 1940s to the 2000s, not portable, but wearable versions now exist. Artificial kidneys, plural of artificial kidney. Artificial language, constructed language. Artificial languages, plural of artificial language. Artificial life, the simulation of any aspect of life. Artificial person, legal person. Artificial persons, plural of artificial person. Artificial respiration, the manual or mechanical forcing of air into the lungs of a person who is not breathing in order to maintain life. Artificial respirations, plural of artificial respiration. Artificial rice, a food product resembling rice, usually made from broken rice with other cereals and micronutrients. Artificial scarcity, scarcity of items despite the available technology for production or the sufficient capacity for sharing. Artificial script, synonym of constructed script. Artificial scripts, plural of artificial script. Artificial selection, intervention by humans in the breeding of plants or animals in order to preserve selected genetic traits. Artificial stupidity, artificial intelligence that is not well developed. Artificial superintelligence, artificial intelligence that is far greater than any human intelligence. Artificial superintelligences, plural of artificial superintelligence. Artificial sweetener, any of various food additives that attempt to duplicate the effect of sugar in taste but usually with fewer calories. Artificial sweeteners, plural of artificial sweetener. Artificial tear, lubricant eye drops used to treat the dryness and irritation associated with deficient tear production in keratoconjunctivitis sicca. Artificial tear drop, synonym of artificial tear. Artificial tear drops, plural of artificial tear drop. Artificial tears, plural of artificial tear. Artificial turf, an artificial grass surface made to resemble real grass, often used for sports fields. Artificial turfs, plural of artificial turf. Artificial unintelligence, synonym of artificial stupidity. Artificialize, alternative form of artificialize. Artificialize, simple past and past participle of artificialize. Artificializing, present participle and gerund of artificialize. Artificialism, the belief that anything that exists must have been made by a conscious entity, such as God or a human being. Artificialists, a proponent of artificialism. Artificialists, plural of artificialists. Artificialities, plural of artificiality. Artificiality, the quality of being artificial or produced naturally. Artificialization, process of artificializing. Artificializations, plural of artificialization. Artificialize, to render artificial. Artificialize, simple past and past participle of artificialize. Artificializes, third person singular simple present indicative of artificialize. Artificializing, present participle and gerund of artificialize. Artificial, obsolete spelling of artificial. Artificially, in an artificial manner. Artificially intelligent, possessing artificial intelligence. Artificially intelligently, by means of or through artificial intelligence. Artificially sweeten, sweeten with saccharin, sodium saccharin, or a combination of both. Artificialness, the state or quality of being artificial. Artificials, things that are artificial. Artificing, present participle and gerund of artifice. Artificious, using, exhibiting, performed with or characterized by much art, skill, or contrivance, dexterous, skillful. Ardea, a surname. Ardedes, a Spanish surname. Ardegat, a village and commune of Ariège department, Occitania, France. Ardegi, alternative form of Adegi. Ardeges, plural of Ardegi. Artigues, a village and commune of Ariège department, Occitania, France. Artilect, an artificial intellect, a supposed artificial intelligence that may outstrip its human creators in mental capability. Artilects, plural of artilect. Artilleries, plural of artillery. Artillerist, a person who operates artillery. Artillerist, plural of artillerists. Artillery, large projectile weapons, in modern usage usually large guns, but also rocket artillery. Artillery fern, the artillery plant. Artillery fungi, plural of artillery fungus. Artillery fungus, synonym of cannonball fungus. Artillery game, a style of turn-based video game where players control tanks or warriors scattered over varied terrain. Artillery games, plural of artillery game. Artillery loop, a type of knot used to create a loop on the bight of a rope, considered to be rather unstable. Artillery loops, plural of artillery loop. Artillery plant, Pilia microphylla, a shrub or brush native to the tropical and subtropical Americas. Artillery tube, a steel tube that propels shells containing explosives, chemicals, or submunitions. Artillery tubes, plural of artillery tube. Artillery wheel, a kind of heavily built dished wheel with a long axle box, used on gun carriages, usually having 14 spokes and 7 felloes. Artillery wheels, plural of artillery wheel. Artillerists, alternative form of artillerist. Artillerists, plural of artillerists. Artilleryman, a soldier enlisted in an artillery unit or who uses artillery. Artilleryman, plural of artilleryman. Artillerywoman, a female soldier who uses artillery. Artillerywoman, plural of artillerywoman. Ardili, in an arty fashion. Arte, a transliteration of the Armenian male given name Ati Artin. Artin ring, an Artinian ring. Artin rings, plural of Artin ring. Artina, a female given name. Artenis, the quality of Artinuses, plural of artinus. Arting up, present participle and gerund of art up. Artingstall, a surname from Old English. Artingstalls, plural of Artingstall. Ardington, a village and civil parish in Guildford Borough, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref SU 9947. Artinian, in which any descending chain of ideals eventually starts repeating. Artinite, a hydrated magnesium carbonate mineral that forms white silky monoclinic prismatic crystals. Artinskian, a subdivision of the Permian period. The Celtic goddess of bears. Ardactyle, any ungulate mammal with an even number of toes and belonging to the Artiodactyla, including pigs, sheep, deer, cattle, and most grazing animals. In contrast, horses have an odd number of toes and as such are not Artiodactyla, but Parasodactyla. Artiodactylan, any emulate of the other Artiodactyla. Artiodactylans, plural of Artiodactylan. Artiodactylae, any emulate of the order Artiodactyla. Artiodactylates, plural of Artiodactylae. Artiodactyle, archaic spelling of Artiodactyle. Artiodactyles, plural of Artiodactyle. Artiodactyla, any of the order Artiodactyla emulates. Artiodactylids, plural of Artiodactyla. Artiodactylus, even-toed, belonging to the Artiodactyla. Artiodactyles, plural of Artiodactyle. Ardeoe, a surname from Italian. Ardeoes, plural of Ardeoli. Artire, obsolete form of artery. Artires, plural of artire. Artes, plural of arti. Artisan, a skilled manual worker who uses tools and machinery in a particular craft. Artisan bread, a type of handmade, short shelf-life bread that is offered unpackaged and consumed immediately after baking. Artisan breads, plural of artisan bread. Artisan's palsy, Ramsay-Hunt syndrome type 3. Artisanal, of or pertaining to artisans or the work of artisans. Artisanality, the state or quality of being an artisan. Artisanally, in an artisanal manner. Artisanate, the class of artisans or skilled manual workers, collectively. Artisanates, plural of artisanate. Artisanlike, resembling or characteristic of an artisan. Artisameries, plural of artisanry. Artisanry, the work of an artisan. Artisans, plural of artisan. Artisanship, the property of being artisan. Artisanships, plural of artisanship. Artisanal, spelling of artisanal. Artist, a surname. Artist's conception, an illustration showing the extrapolated appearance of something for which the actual appearance is not known or cannot be seen. Artist's conceptions, plural of artist's conception. Artist's conch, a bracket fungus of species Ganoderma aplanatum. Artist's fungus, synonym of artist's conch. Artist's impression, a sketch or drawing of someone or something, produced when it is not possible to take a photograph. Artist's proof, a very early proof impression of an engraving, etc., often distinguished by the artist's signature. Artist's proofs, plural of artist's proof. Artist stamp, a small piece of art resembling a postage stamp, usually affixed to mail along with the legitimate stamps. Artist stamps, plural of artist stamp. Artistum, the class or estate of artists. Artistems, plural of artistum. Artiste, a public performer, especially of song or dance. Artistes, plural of artiste. Artistess, a female artist. Artistesses, plural of artistess. Artiste, having or revealing creative skill. Artistic gymnastics, a discipline of gymnastics in which athletes perform short routines ranging from approximately 30 to 90 seconds on different apparatus with less time for vaulting. Artistic license, any departure from convention or from factual accuracy taken by an artist to achieve a desired effect. Artistic license, alternative spelling of artistic license. Artistic swimming, an Olympic sport accredited by FINA in swimming, in which swimmers perform artistic routines timed to music. Artistic temperament, a disposition towards obsession and extremes of emotion, especially depression and anger. Artistic temperaments, plural of artistic temperament. Artistical, artiste. Artistically, in an artistic manner. Artisticness, the quality of it is. Artistics, the creation of artworks. Artist-like, similar to an artist. Artistly, befitting an artist. Artistries, plural of artistry. Artistry, significant artistic skill. Artists, plural of artists. Artists' impressions, plural of artists' impression. Artists' proofs, plural of artists' proof. Artisty, plural of artists. Artiu, obsolete form of artery. Artius, plural of artiu. Artivism, the practice of promoting a political agenda through acts considered to be art, such as the defacing of advertisements. Artivist, a person who engages in artivism. Artiveste, or relating to artivism. Artivists, plural of artivists. Artisan, obsolete spelling of artisan. Artisans, plural of artisan. Artlay, a conlang created for artistic purposes or aesthetic ideals. Artlenger, one who creates artlangs. Artlangers, plural of artlanger. Artlangs, plural of artlang. Artless, having or displaying no guile, cunning, or deceit. Artlessly, in an artless manner. Artlessness, the state or quality of being artless. Artlessnesses, plural of artlessness. Artless, a surname. Artly, a surname. Arlies, plural of artly. Artly, resembling or characteristic of art. Artly, with art or skill, artfully. Art baker, one who produces art, an artist. Art bakers, plural of art maker. Art baking, the production of art. Art makings, plural of art making. Artden, a surname. Armens, plural of artmen. Artmobile, a vehicle that operates as a mobile art exhibition. Artmobiles, plural of artmobile. Artocarpius, of or relating to the breadfruit or the genus Artocarpus. Artisan, misspelling of artisanate. Artographer, an artist who uses photography as the basis of his or her work. Artographers, plural of artographer. Ardale, plural of ardos. Artoindonesianin, any of a class of organic compounds derived from Artocarpus species. Ardalai, a census-designated place in Glenn County, California, United States. Artola, a surname. Artolas, plural of Artola. Ardalator, a worshipper of bread, one who takes part in artolatry. Artolators, plural of artolator. Artolatry, bread worship, the worship of the bread at Eucharist. Artophagus, bread eating. Artophoria, plural of artophorian. Artophorian, the tabernacle on the high altar in an Eastern Orthodox church. Ardos, a loaf of leavened bread that is blessed during services in the Eastern Orthodox and Byzantine Rite Catholic churches. Artotype, a kind of autotype. Artotypes, plural of artotype. Artotiriti, Dadadites. Artotirais, a member of a sect in the primitive church who celebrated the Lord's Supper with bread and cheese. Artotirites, plural of artotirites. Artpack, an archive of computer artwork, often ASCII art distributed in a compressed format. Artpacks, plural of artpack. Art paper, heavy stock paper that is commonly used in books that show reproductions of artwork. Art piece, a piece of art, artwork. Art pieces, plural of art piece. Artpreneur, an artist who is an entrepreneur. Artpreneurs, plural of artpreneur. Atrioventricular, misspelling of atrioventricular. Artrip, a surname. Artrips, plural of artrip. Artrite, a lead aluminium fluorine mineral found in Arizona. Artroom, alternative form of artroom. Artrooms, plural of artroom. ARS, acronym of Action Real-Time Strategy. ART, plural of ART. Ars, a surname. Arts and crafts, all the handicrafts based upon making decorative and useful things manually. Arts and letters, the fine arts and literature considered together. Arts college, arts school. Arts colleges, plural of arts college. Arts degree, a degree in one or more of the fine arts. Arts degrees, plural of arts degree. Arts of war, plural of art of war. Arts syndrome, a rare metabolic disorder that causes serious neurological problems in males due to a malfunction of the PRPP synthetase 1 enzyme. Arts up, third person singular simple present indicative of art up. Ars, plural of art. Abbreviation of articles. Artsakh, an erstwhile state with limited recognition in the South Caucasus populated mostly by Armenians that existed between 1991 and 2024. Its capital was Stepanakert. Artsakhi, of or relating to Artsakh, former unrecognized state in the Caucasus. Artsakhian, of or pertaining to Artsakh. Artsakhas, plural of Artsakhi. Artsine, an informal community and subculture based around the creation of computer artwork. Artscenes, plural of artscene. Artes, plural of arts. Artsy, alternative form of arty. Arte, comparative form of artsy, more artsy. Artsies, plural of artsy. Artsies, superlative form of artsy, most artsy. Arsily, in an artsy way. Artsiness, the state or quality of being at sea. Atsia, a transliteration of the Belarusian male given name eujrxmrni8uhbr. Artsiams, plural of artsiam. Artsman, a man skilled in an art or in arts. Artsman, plural of artsmen. Artsmithite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, mercury, oxygen, and phosphorus. Artsum, characters, or artisu. Artspace, an art gallery that offers art-related activities and events. Artspaces, plural of artspace. Artspeak, the specialist vocabulary and language associated with art and artists, especially when seen as complicated or pretentious. Artsploitation, a genre of art that relies on self-reference. Art style, a style of artwork, especially one in a video game. Art styles, plural of art style. Artsy, alternative form of arty. Artsy craftsy, related to or taking part in arts and crafts. Artifartsy, alternative form of artifarty. Artsya, a transliteration of the Belarusian male given name eujrxmrni8uhbr. Artsis, a city in Odessa Oblast in southern Ukraine. Artukid, alternative form of Artukid. Artukids, plural of Artukid. Artunian, a surname from Armenian. Artunians, plural of Artunian. Artunian, a surname from Armenian. Artunians, plural of Artunian. Artukids, of or pertaining to the Artukid dynasty, a Turkmen dynasty that ruled in western Armenia, northern Syria, and northern Iraq in the 11th and 12th centuries. Artukids, plural of Artukid. Archer, obsolete form of artery. Archers, plural of archer. Artisanate, misspelling of artisanate. Ardosh, synonym of Ardux. Ardux, a count-level city of Kizilsu, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Arduz, a barangay of Tapaz, Capiz, Philippines. Ardavan, a province in northeastern Turkey on the Black Sea and Georgian border. Artware, artistic objects such as ornaments and sculpture. Artwares, plural of artware. Artwashing, the use of art and artists in a positive way to distract from or legitimize negative actions by an individual, organization, country, or government, especially in reference to gentrification. Artware, artworks designed to be worn as clothing. Artwise, in terms of art. Artwork, a painting, drawing, sculpture, or other piece of creative visual art. Artworker, one who creates artwork. Artworkers, plural of artworker. Artworking, the addition of small artistic details to a scene, prop, or prosthetic. Artworks, plural of artwork. Artworld, a group or network of people involved in the production, commission, preservation, promotion, criticism, and sale of art. Artworlds, plural of artworld. Ardi, a diminutive of the male given name Arthur from the Celtic languages. Artigrafty, alternative form of artsy craftsy. Artifarties, plural of artifarty. Arty-farty, pretentiously artistic, self-important or self-indulgent, especially when describing an artistic project. Artifarties, plural of artifarty. Artifarty, alternative form of artifarty. Arda, a male given name, variant of Artemius. Artemosk, synonym of Artemosk. Ars, a surname. Artses, plural of arts. Aero Islands, a group of about 95 low-lying islands in the Maluku Islands of eastern Indonesia, forming a regency of Maluku Province. Aero, a city in Uganda. Era, synonym of Arawa language of Arawan family. Arowana, alternative form of Arowana type of fish. Arowanas, plural of Arowana. Aruba, an island-dependent territory and constituent country of the Netherlands in the Caribbean Sea. Aruba, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Aruban, a person from Aruba or of Aruban descent. Arubans, plural of Aruban. Arubia, alternative form of Aruban. Arubians, plural of Arubian. Arugula, alternative form of arugula. Arugula, a yellowish flowered Mediterranean herb of the mustard family with flavored leaves, often eaten in salads, that has a distinct peppery flavor of 3 species. Arugulas, plural of arugula. Aru, the rhizomes of Pteridium esculentum, used for food by the Maori. Arupua, a small borough of Estonia. Aru, a flower or plant in the genus Arum. Arum frog, Hyperoleus horsticii, a species of yellow sedge frog commonly found inside the petals of arum lilies. Arum frogs, plural of arum frog. Arum lilies, plural of arum lily. Arum lily, any of several flowering plants of the family Araceae, but especially Zedisaskia ethiopica, the calla lily that has a showy white spathe. A Romanian, alternative spelling of Romanian. Aromanians, plural of Aromanian. Aus, plural of Arum. Arumugao, a surname from Tamil. Arumugams, plural of Arumugam. Ara, a local government district of West Sussex, England. Ara, son of Kashyapa Bhavinata Jayatir of Surya. Arunachal Pradesh, a state in northeastern India. Capital, Itanagar. Arunachala, a holy hill dedicated to Shiva at Thiruvannamalai in Tamil Nadu, India. Arundel, a market town and civil parish with a town council in Arun District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ0107. Arundelian, pertaining to an Earl of Arundel. Arundhati, the wife of the sage Vasishtha, celebrated for her virtue. Arundiferous, producing reeds or canes. Arundinaceous, of, pertaining to, or resembling a reed or cane. Arundinous, abounding in reeds, reedy. Arundinoid, any grass of the subfamily Arundinoideae. Arundinoids, plural of arundinoid. Arunoin, the terpenoid ether 3 3 AR5 AR5B 7 AR9s 11 AS13 AS13 B 9 methoxy 3 A5 A8 8 11 A13 ahexamethyl 3 propent 2 il 1 2 3 4 5 5 B6 7 7 A9 10 11 13 13 B tetrahydrocypopena chrysine. Arunim, a male given name from Hindi used in India. Arunima, a female given name of Indian origin. Arans, plural of Aran. Araza, alternative spelling of Arunt. Aeropite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing hydrogen, iron, magnesium, manganese, nickel, oxygen, and phosphorus. Ura, an ancient measure of arable land, a square of 100 Egyptian cubits and letter 1e25 on each side. Aras, plural of Arura. Aratha. Alternative form of Arusha. Araya, the capital city of the Arusha region in northeastern Tanzania. Arispax, alternative form of Haruspex. Araspis, alternative form of Haruspex. Araspices, plural of Araspis. Araspisi, alternative form of Haruspisi. Arathon, rustling. Ayutunian, a surname from Armenian. Ayutunians, plural of Ayutunian. Aruwumi, a tributary of the Congo River. Aur, initialism of antiretroviral. Ara, to have sex with, to fuck. Arvada, a home rule city on the border between Jefferson County and Adams County, Colorado, United States. Arvekir, a city in Urverkangai, Mongolia. Arvai, one of the two horses drawing the chariot bearing the sun. Arvaker, alternative form of Arvak. Arl, a funeral feast or wake at which bread and ale was served, traditional in Scotland, the north of England, and among the Norse. Arval bread, a bread made of pure wheat as opposed to oats and traditionally eaten at Arvals. Arvel, alternative spelling of Arval. Arvals, plural of Arval. Ara, alternative spelling of Arval. Arvals, plural of Arval. Arvals, plural of Arval. Arvanai, a member of a population group in Greece who traditionally speak Arvanitica, a dialect of Albanian, and who settled in Greece during the late Middle Ages. Arvanites, plural of Arvanite. Arvanetic, a form of the Albanian language spoken by a minority in Greece. Arvanitica, an archaic form of the Albanian language spoken by a linguistic minority in Greece. Arvanitica Albanian, a form of the Albanian language spoken by a minority in Greece. Arvanitis, a surname from Greek. Arvanitizes, plural of Arvanitis. Arveo, a surname from Spanish. Arveos, plural of Arveo. RV, alternative form of RV, recreational vehicle. RVs, plural of RV. Arro, alternative spelling of Arval. Arro, alternative spelling of Arval. Arvals, plural of Arval. Arvilo, a surname. Arvilos. Plural of Arvilo. Arvals, plural of Arval. Arverny, a member of an ancient, powerful Gallic tribe living in what is now the Auvergne region of France, who opposed the Romans on several occasions. Arra, a hamlet in Kivalliq, Nunavut, Canada, on the west coast of Hudson Bay, the third largest community in Nunavut, the largest community near the geographic center of Canada. Arvicantine, relating to grass rats of the genus Arvicanthes. Arvico, field mouse US, Canada, Vol. Arvicos, plural of Arvico. Arvicolid, any member of the crested subfamily Arvicolini, formerly considered to be the family Arvicolidae. Arvicolids, plural of Arvicolid. Arvicoli, that inhabits meadows, rural. Arvitalings, plural of arvicaline. Arvitolis, synonym of arvicaline. Arviculture, arable farming. Arwood, a male given name. Arvidsson, a surname. Arvidsons, plural of Arvidsson. Arvi, a surname. Arvis, plural of Arvi. Aro, alternative spelling of Arvel. Arvo, alternative spelling of Arvel. Arvels, plural of Arvel. Ivals, plural of Arvel. Arun, a surname. Arund, a male given name from Hindi. Arvins, plural of Arvin. Arvizo, a surname. Arvizos, plural of Arvizo. Arvizo, a surname. Arvizos, plural of Arvizo. Arvizu, a surname. Arvides, plural of Arvizu. Initialism of Emia the Republic de Vietnam. Aro, initialism of Association for Research in Vision and Ophthalmology. Aro, afternoon. Arvos, plural of Arvo. Aru, plural of ARV. Ari, afternoon. Arwa, initialism of Air Raid Warden. Arwel, a male given name from Welsh. Aruli, a slow, introspective African-American song type that has its origin in solo work songs, featuring a meandering melody, irregular rhythms, and various forms of wordless vocalization. Arulis, plural of Aruli. Arwi, the Arabic writing system used for Tamil. Arwoy, a surname. Arwoods, plural of Arwoy. Arwa, plural of ARW. Aru. Initialism of academic ranking of world universities. Arziv, a repository of electronic preprints, known as e-prints of scientific papers in the fields of mathematics, physics, astronomy, computer science, quantitative biology, statistics, and quantitative finance, which can be accessed online. Eri, a male given name from Hebrew of Jewish usage, variant of Eri. Ari, a female given name from Sanskrit. Arya Samaj, an Indian Hindu reformist and revivalist organization. Arya Samaja, alternative spelling of Arya Samaj. Arya Samaji, of or relating to Arya Samaj. Arya Samaji, of or relating to Arya Samaj. Arya Samajis, plural of Arya Samaji. Arya Samadis, of or relating to Arya Samaj. Arya Samadists, plural of Arya Samajis. Aryada, a bodhisattva in Mahayana and Vajrayana Buddhism. Ariel, a surname from Nepali. Ariels, plural of Ariel. Ariaman, a Hindu solar deity, Aditya. Aryamaya, a Buddhist work. Arya, a member of a race defined variously as comprising people of Germanic descent in the narrowest sense, or all non-Jewish Caucasians in the broadest sense. Ariana, a female given name. Arianism, the ideological belief in the superiority of a different Aryan is particularly as an element is Mesism. Arianisms, plural of Arianism. Arianist, a proponent of Arianism. Arianists, plural of Arianists. Arianization, the process or result of rendering Aryan the subjection of a people or region to the cultural and linguistic influence of the ancient Aryan peoples. Aryanizations, plural of Aryanization. Aryanize, to render Aryan, to be subjected to the cultural and linguistic influence of the Aryan peoples. Aryanize, simple past and past participle of Aryanize. Aryanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Aryanize. Aryanizing, present participle and gerund of Aryanize. Ariana, a female given name. Ariana, a female given name, variant of Ariadne. Arianness, the quality of Aryan. Arians, plural of Aryan. Aryasamad, alternative spelling of Aryasamaj. Aryasamagi, alternative spelling of Aryasamaji, of or relating to Aryasamaj. Aryasamadi, alternative spelling of Aryasamagic, of or relating to Aryasamaj. Aryasamagis, plural of Aryasamadi. Aryasamagis, alternative spelling of Aryasamagist, of or relating to Aryasamaj. Aryasamagists, plural of Aryasamagis. Aryavata, a historical region covering northern part of Indian subcontinent and Indo-Gangetic plain. Aryavata, alternative spelling of Aryavata. Aribali, plural of Aribalis. Aribalo, alternative form of Aribalos. Aribala, plural of Aribalos. Aribalos, a small ancient Greek flask used to hold perfume or oil. Aribaloses, plural of Aribalos. Aribalis, alternative form of Aribalos. Ariapivlato, produced by contacting the ariapidlotic folds of the larynx against the epiglottis. Ariapidlotic, referring to a group of tissues between the epiglottis and the arytenoid cartilage, or the use of these folds during vocalization. Ariapidlotici, plural of Ariapidloticus. Ariapidloticus, a muscle of the larynx running in the ariapidlotic fold from the arytenoid cartilage to the epiglottis. Ariarades, alternative spelling of Argerades. Ara, in Central Asia, a relatively small aqueduct supporting agriculture and providing water to inhabitants of the area. Irix, plural of Uruk. Iro, any univalent organic radical derived from an aromatic hydrocarbon by removing a hydrogen atom. Arylacetaldehyde, any aryl derivative of acetaldehyde. Arylacetaldehydes, plural of arylacetaldehyde. Arylacetamide, any aryl derivative of acetamide. Arylacetamides, plural of arylacetamide. Arylacetylene, any aryl derivative of acetylene. Arylacetylenes, plural of arylacetylene. Aryla, a rural locality in Kabyeski district, Sakha, Russia. Arylaldehyde, any arylaldehyde. Arylaldehydes, plural of arylaldehyde. Arylalkyl, any aryl derivative of an alkyl group. Arylkylamine, a secondary or tertiary amine that has both an alkyl and an aryl group connected to the nitrogen atom. Arylkylamines, plural of arylkylamine. Arylalkylidine, any aryl derivative of an alkylidine article. Arylalthyls, plural of arylalthyl. aryl alkyne. Any aryl derivative of an alkyne. Aryl alkynes. Plural of aryl alkyne. Arylalene. Any aryl derivative of an alene. Arylalines. Plural of arylalene. Arylamidase. The enzyme cytosol-alanylaminoptidase. Arylamidases. Plural of arylamidase. Arylamidation. Amidation involving an arylamide. Arylamidations. Plural of arylamidation. Arylamide. Any arylamide. Arylamides. Plural of arylamide. Arylamination. The action with an arylamine. Arylaminations. Plural of arylamination. Arylamine. Any amine having at least one aryl group attached to the nitrogen atom. Arylamines. Plural of arylamine. Arylamino. Any amino group in which one or more hydrogen atom has been replaced with an aryl group. Arylaminos. Plural of arylamino. Arylate. To introduce one or more aryl groups into a molecule. Arylated. Modified by the addition of one or more aryl groups. Arylates. Plural of arylate. Arylating. Present participle and gerund of arylate. Arylation. Any reaction that involves the addition of one or more aryl groups. Arylations. Plural of arylation. Arylative. Describing a rearrangement reaction that forms an aryl group. Arylazide. An arylazide. Arylazides. Plural of arylazide. Arylazarine. Any aryl derivative of an azarine. Arylazarines. Plural of arylazarine. Arylazo. Any aryl derivative of an azo group. Arylazole. Any aryl derivative of an azole. Arylazoles. Plural of arylazole. Arylazoles. Plural of arylazo. Arylbenzazepine. Any aryl derivative of a benzazepine. Arylbenzazepines. Plural of arylbenzazepine. Arylbendafurin. Any aryl derivative of a benzafurin. Arylbendafurins. Plural of arylbenzafurin. Arylbenzoxazole. Any aryl derivative of a benzoxazole. Arylbenzoxazoles. Plural of arylbenzoxazole. Arylboron. Any aryl organoboron compound. Arylboronate. Any arylboronate. Arylboronates. Plural of arylboronate. Arylboronic. Relating to any aryl derivative of a boronic acid. Arylborons. Plural of arylboron. Arylboroxine. Any aryl derivative of a borosine. Arylboroxines. Plural of arylboroxine. Arylcarbutami. Any arylcarbutami. Arylcarbutamides. Plural of arylcarbutami. Arylcarboxylic. Relating to any aryl derivative of a carboxylic acid. Arylcopper. Any aryl organocopper compound. Arylcoppers. Plural of arylcopper. Arylcyclohexamine. Alternative form of arylcyclohexylamine. Arylcyclohexamines. Plural of arylcyclohexamine. Arylcyclohexylamine. Any of a class of pharmaceutical, designer, and experimental drugs composed of a cyclohexylamine unit with an aryl moiety attachment. Arylcyclohexylamines. Plural of arylcyclohexylamine. Acetylene. Any aryl derivative of a diacetylene. Acetylenes. Plural of aryldiacetylene. Aryldialkylphosphatase. An enzyme that hydrolyzes organophosphates and aryl dialkyl phosphate plus H2O dialkyl phosphate plus an aryl alcohol. Aryldialkylphosphatases. Plural of aryldialkylphosphatase. Aryldiazonium. Any diazonium group containing an aryl group. Aryldiazoniums. Plural of aryldiazonium. Arylene. Any bivalent radical produced by removal of two hydrogen atoms from the benzene ring of an aromatic compound. Arylenes. Plural of arylene. Arylsterase. Any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of an aryl ester. Arylsterases. Plural of arylsterase. Arylformamidase. A hydrolase enzyme that catalyzes the chemical reaction N-formyl alkynurenine plus H2O formate plus alkynurenine. Arylformamidases. Plural of arylformamidase. Arylfuran. Any aryl derivative of a furan. Arylfurans. Plural of arylfuran. Arylglycine. Any anaryl derivative of glycine. Arylglycines. Plural of arylglycine. Arylhydrazine. Any derivative of hydrazine having an aryl group directly attached to one of its nitrogen atoms. Arylhydrazines. Plural of arylhydrazine. Arylhydrazome. Any arylhydrazone. Arylhydrazones. Plural of arylhydrazone. Arylhydrocarbon. Any hydrocarbon that has at least one aryl group. Arylhydrocarbons. Plural of arylhydrocarbon. Arylhydroxylamine. Any derivative of hydroxylamine having an aryl group directly attached to its nitrogen atom. Arylhydroxylamines. Plural of arylhydroxylamine. Arylide. A chemical compound in which an aryl group substitutes a hydrogen atom on the nitrogen atom of an analide. Arylide yellow. Any of a family of organic compounds used as yellow pigments obtained by azocoupling of aniline and acetocetanilide or their derivatives. Arylide yellows. Plural of arylide yellow. Aryliding. Any aryl derivative of a methylene group. Arylidians. Plural of arylidine. Arylides. Plural of aryli. Arylimidamide. Any arylimidamide. Arylimidamides. Plural of arylimidamide. Arylimidazole. Any aryl derivative of imidazole. Arylimidazolide. Any aryl derivative of an imidazolide. Arylimidazolides. Plural of arylimidazolide. Arylimidazoles. Plural of arylimidazole. Arylamine. Any arylamine. Arylamines. Plural of arylamine. Arylindole. Any aryl derivative of an indole. Arylindoles. Plural of arylindole. Arylithium. Any aryl organolithium compound. Arylithiums. Plural of arylithium. Arymetal. Describing any organometallic compound that has at least one aryl group directly attached to a metal atom. Arometallate. Any arometallate. Arometallates. Plural of arometallate. Aromethyl. Any aryl derivative of a methyl group. Aromethyls. Plural of aromethyl. Arylnaphthalene. Any aryl derivative of naphthalene. Arylnaphthalenes. Plural of arylnaphthalene. Arylnitrile. Any arylnitrile. Aryl nitriles, plural of aryl nitrile. Arylomycin, any of a particular class of antibiotics. Arylomycins, plural of arylomycin. Aryloxazole, an aryl derivative of an oxazole. Aryloxazoles, plural of aryloxazole. Aryloxi, phenoxide. Aryloxides, plural of aryloxide. Aryloxy, any unifluent radical of the form RO where R is an aryl group. Aryloxol, any unifluent radical RO or anion RO dash where R is an aryl group. Aryloxyphenic cypropianate, aryloxyphenic Aryloxyphenic cypropianates, plural of aryloxyphenic cypropianates. Aryloxypyrimidine, any aryloxy derivative of a pyrimidine. Aryloxypyrimidines, plural of aryloxypyrimidine. Aryloxes, plural of aryloxy. Arylforin, a larval storage protein. Arylforins, plural of arylforin. Arylphosphine, any aryl derivative of phosphine. Arylphosphines, plural of arylphosphine. Arylpiperazine, any aryl derivative of the piperazine, especially any that is the basis of several drug families. Arylpiperazines, plural of arylpiperazine. Arylpiperidine, any aryl derivative of a piperine. Arylpiperidines, plural of arylpiperidine. Arylpiperidinon, any aryl derivative of a piperidinone. Arylpiperidinons, plural of arylpiperidinon. Arylporphyrin, any aryl derivative of a porphyrin. Arylporphyrins, plural of arylporphyrin. Arylpropyne, any aryl derivative of propyne. Arylpropynes, plural of arylpropyne. Arylpyrazole, any aryl derivative of a pyrazole. Arylpyrazoles, plural of arylpyrazole. Arylpyridine, any arylpyridine such as phenylpyridine. Arylpyridines, plural of arylpyridine. Arylburyl, any aryl derivative of a pyrrole. Arylburyls, plural of arylburyl. Arylpyrrolidine, any aryl derivative of pyrrolidine. Arylpyrrolidines, plural of arylpyrrolidine. Aryls, plural of aryl. Arylsiloxane, any arylsiloxane. Arylsiloxanes, plural of arylsiloxane. Arylsulfatase, any of a group of sulfatase enzymes. Arylsulfatase deficiencies, plural of arylsulfatase deficiency. Arylsulfatase deficiency, synonym of metatraumatic leukodystrophy. Arylsulfatases, plural of arylsulfatase. Arylsulfonyl, any arylsulfonyl radical. Arylsulfonylation, a sulfonylation reaction that uses an arylsulfonyl radical. Arylsulfonylations, plural of arylsulfonylation. Arylsulfonyls, plural of arylsulfonyl. Arylsulfatransferase, a sulfatransferase enzyme that transfers a sulfate group from phenolic sulfate esters to a phenolic acceptor substrate. Arylsulfatransferases, plural of arylsulfatransferase. Arylsulfatase, alternative spelling of arylsulfatase. Arylsulfatases, plural of arylsulfatase. Arylsulfonate, alternative spelling of arylsulfonate. Arylsulfonates, plural of arylsulfonate. Aryl sulfotransferase. Alternative form of aryl sulfotransferase. Aryl sulfotransferases. Plural of aryl sulfotransferase. Aryl tetrazine. Any aryl derivative of a tetrazine. Aryl tetracenes. Plural of aryl tetrazine. Aryl thioacetamide. Any aryl derivative of thioacetamide. Aryl thioacetamides. Plural of aryl thioacetamide. Aryl thiol. Any aryl thiol. Aryl thiols. Plural of aryl thiol. Arylthurea. Any aryl derivative of thiourea. Arylthureas. Plural of arylthurea. Aryltrazine. Any aryltrazine. Aryltrazines. Plural of aryltrazine. Arylurea. A chemical compound in which urea has one of its hydrogen atoms replaced by an aryl group. Aryl zinc. Any aryl organozinc compound. Aryl zincs. Plural of aryl zinc. Arine. Any hydrocarbon, normally a transient species derived from an arine by removal of two hydrogen atoms from adjacent carbon atoms and thus possessing a formal triple bond. The simplest is benzene. Arines. Plural of arine. Arien. Ares. Former name of Orzes, a town located in what was historically East Prussia and is now in Pisz County, Warmian, Asturian Voivodeship, Poland. Arytenoid. Alternative form of arytenoid. Arytenoids. Plural of arytenoi. Arytenopiglutatian. Synonym of aryepiglotic. Arytenoid. Relating to or being in arytenoid cartilage. Arytenoid cartilage. Either of a pair of small cartilages at the back of the larynx to which the vocal cords are attached, used in the production of different kinds of voice quality, for example, creaky voice. Arytenoid cartilages. Plural of arytenoid cartilage. Arytenoid muscle. Either of a pair of small muscles oblique or an unpaired muscle transverse of the larynx. Arytenoid muscles. Plural of arytenoid muscle. Arytenoidal. Relating to the arytenoids. Arytenoidectomies. Plural of arytenoidectomy. Arytenoidectomy. Removal of the arytenoids in order to widen the larynx. Arytenoidae. Plural of arytenoideus. Arytenoideus. Alternative form of arytenoid muscle. Arytenoiditis. Inflammation of the arytenoids. Arytenoidopsies. Plural of arytenoidopsy. Arytenoidopsy. Fixation of the arytenoids. Arytenoids. Plural of arytenoid. Arythenoi. Misspelling of arytenoid. Arithmancy. Dated form of arithmancy. Arrhythmia. Alternative form of arrhythmia. Arrhythmias. Plural of arrhythmia. Arrhythmic. Alternative spelling of arrhythmic. Arrhythmogenic. Misspelling of arrhythmogenic. Arytenoi. Obsolete form of arytenoid. Arytenoids. Plural of arytenoi. Arzage. A surname. Arzagas. Plural of arzaga. Arzak egg. An egg poached sous vide so that it cooks in a shape resembling the head of a flower. Arzak eggs. Plural of arzak egg. Arzakite. A monoclinic mineral containing bromine, chlorine, mercury, and sulfur. Ardamas. A city in Nizhny Novgorod Oblast, Russia. Arzate. A surname from Spanish in turn from Basque. Arzates. Plural of Arzate. Ardat. Alternative form of Arzawa. Ardavan. Alternative form of Arzoan. Ardavans. Plural of Arzavan. Arzawa. A region and a political entity in western Anatolia in the second half of the second millennium BC. Arzawan, of or relating to Arzawa. Arzawans, plural of Arzawan. Arzu, a city in Oran province, Algeria. Arze, a village in Arzil municipality, Nayan district, Vaud canton, Switzerland. Arzir-la-Muids, a municipality in Nayan district, Vaud canton, Switzerland, that includes these two villages. Arzola, a surname. Arzalwer, a surname from Spanish. Arzolas, plural of Arzola. Arzoxyphene, a particular selective estrogen receptor modulator. Arzunite, a biaxial orthorhombic sulfate chloride mineral. Arzo, a municipality of Coruña, Galicia, Spain. Arzuaga, a surname. Arzuagas, plural of Arzuaga. Arzumanian, a surname from Armenian. Arzumanians, plural of Arzumanian. Arzumanian, a surname from Armenian. Arzumanians, plural of Arzumanian. Ariometer, archaic form of ariometer. Ariometers, plural of ariometer. Ariometry, obsolete form of ariomety. At, initialism of Anglo-Saxon. At, plural of a city in the Western Czech Republic. As a dog returns to his vomit, so a fool repeats his folly. Foolish people repeatedly do foolish things. As a lamb to the slaughter, alternative form of like a lamb to the slaughter. As a matter of fact, actually, in fact. As a matter of factly, non-standard form of as a matter of fact. As a matter of facts, alternative form of as a matter of fact. As a matter of law, legally, according to the law. As a result, consequently, thus, therefore. Hence. As a rule, in general, most often. As a whole, used to relate to all the parts of something, altogether, on the whole. As above, so below. What happens on a higher level of reality also happens on lower levels. The microcosm and macrocosm behave alike. As against, in comparison to. As all five. A more intense form of as fuck. As all get out. Alternative form of as all get out. As all get out. Extremely, to a superlative degree, very much. As all hell, to a great extent or degree, very. As long as, egg corn of as long as always, in the way that invariably happens, either literally or hyperbolically. As an aside, incidentally, by the way. As and when, as soon as, at anything. To a great degree or extent, vary. As Australian, as Vegemite, describing someone or something that is indisputably mainstream Australian. As balls, to a great extent or degree, vary. As be damned, as possible to the greatest extent. As best as one can, alternative form of as best one can. As best one can, in the best possible way, given one's circumstances and abilities. As big as life, synonym of as large as life. As broad as long, the same one way as another, coming to the same result by different ways or processes. As built, alternative form of as built. As built, plural of as built. As clever as a cartload of monkeys, very clever, cunning, or mischievous. As demure as an old whore at a christening, alternative form of as demure as a whore at a christening. As easy as rolling off a log, alternative form of easy as falling off a log. As ever, consistent with past behavior, as expected, as usual, as always. As ever trod shoe leather, alternative form of as ever trod shoe leather. As ever trod shoe leather, as ever existed or lived. As far as, to the degree or extent that. As far as I am concerned, alternative form of as far as I'm concerned. As far as I'm concerned, according to me, in my opinion, sometimes dismissing those of others, in my view. As far as one knows, to the best of one's knowledge, as far as someone knows about the topic, subject, aspect, or situation. As far as the eye can see, so long or vast as to extend beyond one's field of view. As far as the eye could see, alternative form of as far as the eye can see. As fast as one's legs could carry one, at top speed running on foot, as fast as possible. As fate would have it, alternative form of as luck would have it. As fine as Dick's hat band, very fine, very good, or well made. As follows, in the manner described hereafter. As for, regarding, about, concerning. As to a great extent or degree, very, extremely, incredibly. As daily, in the Irish language. As game as Ned Kelly, brave, daring, full of pluck, willing. As get out, archaic form of as all get out. As God intended, according to the way things are when one's own preferences, ideas, methods, values, etc. are applied or followed. Commonly a disguise or subconscious complaint that things are otherwise. As God is my witness, alternative form of may God be my witness. As good as, almost, virtually, practically, tantamount to. As good as it gets, the best available under the circumstances. As good as new, in a very good condition or state, especially after being damaged or used much. As happy as a pig in mud, synonym of happy as a pig in shit. A left euphemistic form of as hell. A hell, to a great extent or degree, very. As I live and breathe, used to declare the truth of a statement with emphasis. As I see it, synonym of in my opinion. As I was saying, used to refer back to one's own previous statement in a discourse. As though, in a manner suggesting. As if by magic, in a very surprising or seemingly impossible way. As if nothing had happened, in a nonchalant manner, by ignoring the existence of a past event and pretending that nothing abnormal had occurred. As if one's life depended on it, alternative form of like one's life depended on it. As if one's life depends on it, alternative form of like one's life depended on it. As if someone owns the place, alternative form of like someone owns the place. As if there is no tomorrow, alternative form of as if there were no tomorrow. As if there was no tomorrow, alternative form of as if there were no tomorrow. As if there were no tomorrow, to an excessive degree, oftentimes with little to no regard to future consequences, desperately, recklessly or wantonly, frantically, very quickly or very much. As if there's no tomorrow. Alternative form of as if there were no tomorrow. Alan, in the sense of as it is in its present state or condition, especially as a contractual condition of sale. As it happened, by coincidence, incidentally. As it is, in the actual circumstances and often contrary to expectations. As it so happens, alternative form of as it happens. As it stands, in the current state or circumstance. As it were, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see as it were. As large as a life, actually present. At a level, alternative spelling of as level. At level, alternative spelling of as level. At levels, plural of as level. At levels, plural of as level. As like as not, synonym of as likely as not. As likely as not, as has even chances of being true or happening, as has a 50-50 likelihood, often loosely probably. As long as, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see as long. As luck may have it, synonym of as luck would have it by chance, luckily. As luck would have it, by good fortune, fortunately or luckily. As mad as a cut snake, alternative form of mad as a cut snake. As memory serves, synonym of if memory serves. As much, precisely that. As much again, an additional amount of the same size. As much as, practically, just as, no less than, indicates an action tantamount to, but not identical to, the action described. As much as possible, as much as is possible. As much sinning as sinned against, whose bad acts are possibly outweighed by the bad actions of others towards them. As much use as a chocolate fire guard, useless, pointless. As much use as a chocolate teapot, thoroughly useless. As near as makes no difference, almost nearly, the specified attribute to the extent that the lack of attainment of the attribute does not matter. As near as matters, close enough not to matter, or to be essentially the same. As nervous as a witch, very nervous or restless. At or by a specified time, with the implication that the said condition will be true from that time onward. At a late, lately, recently. As of now, right now, from now on. As of right, by virtue of an entitlement or authority which arises from certain legal conditions or circumstances by operation of law. As of yet, alternative form of as yet. As often as not, more or less half of the time, on many occasions but not always, frequently. As old as Adam, alternative form of old as Adam. As old as Methuselah, extremely old. As old as time itself, synonym of old as time. At one, simultaneously, at the same time, altogether. As one does, alternative form of as you do. As one door closes, another opens. Synonym of when one door closes, another opens. As one man, in a unified manner. As opposed to, misspelling of as opposed to. As opposed to, in contrast to, rather than, instead of, particularly used in defining a concept by providing an example that does not fall inside the concept. Ever, according to. As per the usual, as usual. As per usual, as usual. As per your requests, per your request, as you have requested. As per as job, alternative form of poor as job. As previously mentioned, used before referring to or elaborating on something that was said earlier. This entity is a translation hub, as provided for under the conditions stated within or by a given document. As regards, regarding, concerning. As respects, as regards, regarding. As she is spoke, deliberately ungrammatical alteration of as it is spoken. It, to a great extent or degree, vary. As in, to a great extent or degree, vary. As soon as, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see as soon. As soon as look at someone, immediately, without giving someone a chance to react or defend. As soon as possible, as soon as is passable, at one's earliest convenience, at the earliest possible time. As soon as posse, short for as soon as possible. As such, in the role or manner of the thing mentioned. As sure as eggs are eggs, alternative form of sure as eggs is eggs. As sure as eggs is eggs, alternative form of sure as eggs is eggs. As the actress said to the bishop, used to highlight a sexual ambiguity in an innocent remark. As the bishop said to the actress, alternative form of as the actress said to the bishop. As the case may be, as is appropriate to the circumstances, particularly where a choice must be made between two options. As the crow flies, in a straight line distance between two locations, as opposed to the road distance or overland distance. As the day is long, unceasingly, very, thoroughly, to a very high degree. As the fella said, alternative form of as the fella says. As the fella says, as the saying goes, as someone once said, invoking the wisdom of the common man on the street. As the gull flies, in a straight line distance between two locations, as opposed to the road distance or overland distance. As the man said, alternative form of as the man says. As the man says, used to introduce what is supposedly a famous quotation. As the mountain could not wait upon Muhammad, Muhammad would go to the mountain. Alternative form of if the mountain won't come to Muhammad. As the next girl, to a reasonable degree, as much as a typical woman. As the next guy, to a reasonable degree, as much as a typical person or man. As the next person, to a reasonable degree, as much as a typical person. As the raven flies, synonym of as the crow flies. As the saying goes, used before or after saying an apt proverb, adage, cliché, etc. As the twig is bent, so is the tree inclined. A person's formative experiences in youth influence their character during adulthood. As the wind blows, according to any given circumstances. As they come, as it is possible to be. As they say, a vague invocation of popular convention when introducing a phrase or expression, which may be accompanied by attribution to a source or locale in which the phrase or expression is used. As to suggest the idea that, as if, as would be true if. As time goes by, as time passes or moves, as times go, as the way things are in current times, according to contemporary standards, atu, with reference or regard to, as useful as a chocolate teapot, synonym of as much use as a chocolate teapot, as usual, as is usually the case, as it was in a former state or condition, as we know it. In something's current form, which is familiar to the speaker and listener. As we speak, alternative form of even as we speak. As well, in addition, also. As well as, and in addition, not forgetting. What? Synonym of as fuck to a great extent or degree. As who should say, as if one should say, as if to say, so to say, in a manner of speaking. What? In the same way as. Up to the present. As yet unknown. Synonym of as yet unknown. As you do, used to indicate unusual or unexpected behavior. As you go, while one is doing something as one progresses. As you have brewed, so you must drink. Synonym of as you sow, so shall you reap. As you know, as it is already known. As you like, expressing unenthusiastic consent. As you make your bed, so you must lie in it. One will carry negative consequences of not having prepared properly. As you please, intensify for a preceding adjective. As you sow, so shall you reap. The consequences of one's actions to oneself are in proportion to one's good or bad intentions towards others. As you were, disregard the previous partial command or order and return to the most recent formal command or order. As you wish, a formal expression of agreement to something, especially with the connotation that one does not really agree. As, contraction of as it. Away from. Have built, relating to the form in which something was originally built. Have built. Plural of as built. Have rule, a rule by which compilers are allowed to apply any optimizing transformation to a program provided that it makes no change to the observable behavior of the program. Alternative spelling of as is. At level, initialism of advanced subsidiary level, an exam sometimes taken in the first year of sixth form as a first stage in completing an A-level qualification. At levels, plural of as level. And as, a card game formerly played in Persia with similarities to early versions of poker. As salamu alaikum, alternative form of salam alaikum. As if, alternative form of seeb. As if, alternative form of seeb. As surat, a narrow, dangerous bridge that a person must cross to enter Jannah. Sinners fall from the bridge into everlasting punishment. As told to, an account of something told by one person and written by another, especially a journalist or ghostwriter. As told tas, plural of as told to. As yet unknown, currently unknown. As yet unknowns, plural of as yet unknown. At mas, abbreviation of asymptomosis. That. Initialism of Acoustical Society of America. That. The third king of Judah mentioned in the books of Kings who succeeded his father Abijah, the father of King Jehoshaphat. Matthew calls him Asaph in Matthew 1:7. ASA character, a standard carriage control character added to the start of each line of text to be printed on a line printer. ASA characters, plural of ASA character. Azai, a surname. Asaba, a city, the state capital of Delta State, Nigeria. Asabia, alternative form of Asabia. Asabia, alternative form of Asabia. Asabia, the degree of shared purpose, solidarity, and social cohesion of a group typically in Arabic or Islamic contexts. Asai, initialism of assistant special agent in charge. A saccharolytic, incapable of breaking down carbohydrates for energy. Asai, plural of asak. Asai, A surname. Assad, initialism of Australian Sports Anti-Doping Authority. Assad, a surname from Japanese. Asao, in the saddle, on an animal. Asadero, Oaxaca cheese. Asad, a surname. Asado, any of various dishes made from grilled or barbecued meat originating in Latin American and Philippine cuisine. Asadorian, a surname. Asad, a surname. Alaf, a male given name from Hebrew. Asafatida, alternative spelling of Asafatida. Asafoetidas, plural of Asafoetida. Asafoetida, a resinous gum from the stem and roots of Fegula species such as Fegula foetida and Fegula asafoetida, having a strong, unpleasant smell with culinary and medical uses. Asafoetidas, plural of Asafoetida. Asatok, deze. Azap, initialism of as soon as fucking / freaking possible. Asao, a male given name. Asai, a city in Chiba Prefecture, Japan. Asayakawa, a city in Kamikawa Subprefecture, Hokkaido, Japan. Asai, initialism of as soon as humanly possible. Asai, a surname from Japanese. Asaik, initialism of as soon as I can. Asaik, alternative form of asaik. Asel, in the state of sailing. Asaha, a city in Saitama Prefecture, Japan. Asakawa, a surname from Japanese. Asaki, a surname from Japanese. Asako, a female given name from Japanese. Abbreviation of Asian American. Azama, initialism of American Sport Art Museum and Archives. Asamo, a surname. Asamos, plural of Asamo. Asimoto, a surname from Japanese. Ems, plural of Azam. Azana, a body position typically associated with the practice of yoga. Asana, plural of asana. Sanguineous, not sanguineous. As sanguineous, that involves no loss of blood. Asano, a surname from Japanese. Asanos, plural of Asano. Asansa, a city at West Bengal in eastern India. Aza, obsolete form of Zant, the island of Zakynthos. Azanteus, a person who does not believe in Santa Claus. Azanteus, plural of Asanteus. Aza, a surname. Avas, plural of Asant. ASAP, initialism of as soon as possible. ASAP, alternative letter case form of ASAP. Ahaf, a biblical figure associated with music. Asai, of or relating to the Psalms of Asaph. Asave, any trilobite of the order Asaphida. Asaphids, plural of Asaphid. Asar, initialism of advanced synthetic aperture radar. Azar, alternative form of Asar. Asarabaca, an acrid herbaceous plant, Asarum europaeum, the leaves and roots of which were used for emetic and cathartic purposes. Asarabacas, plural of Asarabaca. Asar, a surname. Asar, plural of Asar. Azar, synonym of Ashadha month of Hindu calendar. Asaran, an organic compound obtained from asaram. Asari, alternative form of asaran. Asaro, a surname from Italian. Asara, an aromatic ether, 2,4,5-trimethoxyphenyl 2-propene, found in the essential oils of plants of the genus Asarum. Asarones, plural of asaron. Asaros, plural of asaro. Azars, initialism of advanced synthetic aperture radar system. Azars, plural of asar. Azarar, any plant of the genus Asarum. Asarums, plural of asarum. Allah, abbreviation of anti-satellite weapon. Asado, a surname from Japanese. Asaon, a palicyclic neolignin derivative 3 or 6 is 1 beta 2 beta 2 3 5 6 tetrahydro 3 3 3 5 5 5 hexamethoxy 2 6 cyclo 1 3 neolignin 8 8 diene 4 4 3 dione. Acetones, plural of aceton. Asados, plural of asado. Assyrian, a surname from Armenian. Assyrians, plural of Asatrian. Asashur, a neo-pagan religion reconstructed from Old Norse religion which honors the Aesir and / or other Norse gods and spirits. Asashur, alternative form of Asatru. Asahuan, Asatruus. Asatyuans, plural of Asatyuan. Asatruar, an adherent of Asatru. Asatruars, plural of Asatruar. Asatruism, the doctrines related to Asatru. Asatruus, synonym of Asatruar. Asatruus, plural of Asatruus. Asatia, a surname from Armenian. Asatias, plural of Asatrian. Allah, plural of Asat. Asatrian, a surname from Armenian. Asatrians, plural of Asatrian. Asatria, a surname from Armenian. Asatrians, plural of Asatrian. Asa, a commune of Bacău County, Romania. Aze, a surname. Asayama, a surname from Japanese. Asay, initialism of as soon as you can. Asao, a female given name from Japanese. Asaz, plural of Asay. Asazawa, a surname from Japanese. Asayuk, a type of Japanese pickle. Initialism of anti-shock body. That abbreviation of Armed Services Board of Contract Appeals. Asbacasai, a trigonal to trigonal pyramidal mineral containing aluminum, arsenic, beryllium, calcium, oxygen, silicon, tin, and titanium. Asbel, a surname. Asbels, plural of Asbel. Aspergers, misspelling of Aspergers. Asbury, a surname. Asburies, plural of Asbury. Abas, a town in Sverdlovsk Oblast, Ural, Russia. Asbesti, plural of asbestos. Asbeste, relating to or resembling asbestos. Asbestiferous, containing asbestos. asbestos. Asbestification, the process of asbestifying. Asbestify, simple past and past participle of asbestify. Asbestifies, third person singular simple present indicative of asbestify. Asbestiform, having a particular kind of fibrosity in which fibers have high tensile strength and flexibility. Asbestiforms, plural of asbestiform. Asbestify, to convert into asbestos or into a mixture containing asbestos. Asbestifying, present participle and gerund of asbestify. Asbestinane, a bioactive diterpene isolated from the Gorgonian Bryarium asbestinum. Asbestine, resembling or relating to asbestos. Asbestines, plural of asbestine. Asbestinite, actinolite. Asbestinize, to treat with asbestos to make fireproof. Asbestinized, simple past and past participle of asbestinize. Asbestinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of asbestinize. Asbestinizing, present participle and gerund of asbestinize. Asbestize, alternative spelling of asbestize. Asbestized, simple past and past participle of asbestize. Asbestizes, third person singular simple present indicative of asbestize. Asbestiting, present participle and gerund of asbestize. Asbesti, a synthetic insulating material similar to bronzite. Asbestization, the act of asbestizing. Asbestize, to make or become asbestiform. Asbestized, simple past and past participle of asbestize. Asbestize, third person singular simple present indicative of asbestize. Asbestizing, present participle and gerund of asbestize. Asbestoi, resembling asbestos. Asbestos, former name of Val des Sources, a town in Asbestos Estuary, Quebec, Canada. Asbestos cement, a composite building material consisting of cement and asbestos fibers pressed into thin rigid sheets or other shapes. Asbestos cements, plural of asbestos cement. Asbestos, simple past and past participle of asbestos. Asbestosis, plural of asbestos. Asbestosing, present participle and gerund of asbestos. Asbestosis, a chronic, inflammatory lung disease caused by long-term, heavy exposure to asbestos. Asbestosization, the act of asbestizing, asbestization. Asbesticize, to introduce the use of asbestos to. Asbesticized, simple past and past participle of asbesticize. Asbesticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of asbesticize. Asbesticizing, present participle and gerund of asbesticize. Asbestosless, without asbestos. Asbestoslike, resembling or characteristic of asbestos. Asbestos, relating to, containing, or resembling asbestos. Asbestos, dated form of asbestos. As well as surname. Asbels, plural of asbel. Initialism of Australian Superbike Championship. Asbel, initialism of anti-ship ballistic missile. Asbel, plural of aspum. About antisocial behavior order. About alternative letter case form of esbo. Esbo Hansen sign, the extension of a blister to adjacent unblistered skin when pressure is put on the top of the bulla. Asp E, Simple past and past participle of aspo. Aspoing. Present participle and gerund of aspo. Aspoing. A hexagonal mineral containing calcium, cobalt, hydrogen, manganese, nickel, and oxygen. Asbalin. An acrid oil obtained from wood soot. Asbalai. A cobaltiferous wad. Aba. Plural of espo. Asbos. Plural of espo. Plural of asb. As about, describing or representing the actual appearance, condition, structure, or function of a building, project, or design fabrication. About, plural of esbuilt. Esbury, a surname. Asbury Park, a city in Monmouth County, New Jersey, United States. Asbury Parker, someone from the city of Asbury Park in New Jersey. Asbury Parkers, plural of Asbury Parker. Asburies, plural of Asbury. Asbai, a place name. Asbais, plural of Asbai. At. Initialism of altered state of consciousness. At. Initialism of Act of Sailent Cymru, formerly called Acts of the National Assembly for Wales and only used for acts passed after the change of name. Initialism of Anti-Saccharum-Mrs-Cerevisientibody. Escalabotan, a squamate of the clade Escalabota. Escalabotans, plural of Escalabotan. Escalafid, any member of the family Escalafidae of Owlflies. Ascalafids, plural of Escalafid. Ascalafas, the orchardist of Hades, changed into a screech owl by Demeter for telling Hades that Persephone had eaten pomegranate seeds. Ascalan, dated form of Ashkelon. Ascalonicoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Ascandroside, a particular steroid glycoside. Ascanian, of or relating to the house of Ascania, a dynasty of German rulers. Ascanius, a legendary king of Alba Longa and the son of the Trojan hero Aeneas. Acronym of American Society of Composers, Authors, and Publishers. Ascabard, alternative form of Ascapart, legendary giant. Ascapart, a legendary giant in English folklore. Ascai, any of the tildfolks of the family Ascaphidi. Ascavids, plural of Ascaphid. Asfar, alternative form of Ascaft, newt. Asfar, parasitic nematodal helminths of family Ascarididae. Ascared, scared, affray. Ascaris, plural of Ascariases. Ascariases, a disease of humans caused by the parasitic roundworm Ascaris lumbricoides in humans and by other species of Ascaris in other mammals. Ascaricidal, that kills roundworms Ascaridida. Ascaricide, any pesticide intended to kill roundworms Ascaridida. Ascaricides, plural of Ascaricide. Ascarid, any phaspid nematode of the family Ascarididae Ascaridae. Ascarides, plural of Ascaris. Ascariasis, infection with roundworms of the genus Ascaris. Ascaridid, any of the parasitic nematodes in the family Ascarididae. Ascaridids, plural of Ascaridid. Ascaridiosis, any disease caused by the presence of ascarid nematodes. Ascaridoi, any of the superfamily Ascaridoidea of roundworms. Ascaridoids, plural of Ascaridoi. Ascaridole, A bicyclic monoterpene peroxide found in plants of the Chenopodium genus. It is explosive. Ascaridols, plural of ascaridol. Ascarids, plural of ascarid. Ascariosis, alternative form of ascariasis. Ascaris, alternative form of ascari. Ascari, a form of silica that has a coating that absorbs carbon dioxide. Ascaroses, plural of ascarosis. Ascarici, any of a group of glycolipids containing the sugar ascarulose found in some nematode worms. Ascaricides, plural of ascarici. Ascarosis, synonym of ascariasis. Ascars, plural of ascar. Ascarillos, the DFC serves 6 dideoxyl-arvinahexose. Plural of asca. Agai, obsolete form of ascants. Other, initialism of American Society of Civil Engineers. Aschala, Zeta Sagittarii, a component of the triple star system Zeta Sagittarii. Ascensio, a surname. Ascension, a surname from Spanish. Ascensions, plural of ascension. Ascensios, plural of ascensio. Ascend, to move upward, to fly, to soar. Ascendable, capable of being ascended. Ascendance, ascendancy, superiority, the act of ascending. Ascendances, plural of ascendance. Ascendancies, plural of ascendancy. Ascendancy, the quality of being in the ascendant. Dominant control supremacy. Ascendant, moving upward, ascending, rising. Ascendantly, in an ascendant manner. Ascendance, plural of ascendant. Ascended, simple past and past participle of ascend. Ascendance, alternative form of ascendance. Ascendances, plural of ascendance. Ascendancies, plural of ascendancy. Ascendancy, alternative spelling of ascendancy. Ascendant, archaic spelling of ascendant. Ascendance, plural of ascendant. Ascender, a person or thing that ascends. Ascenders, plural of ascender. Ascendus, second person singular simple present indicative of ascend. Ascendeth, third person singular simple present indicative of ascend. Ascender, a metal grip that attaches to a rope sling and can be tightened to hold a climber or loosened to allow the climber to move. Ascenders, plural of ascendor. Ascendable, synonym of ascendable, capable of being ascended, climbable. Ascending, present participle and gerund of ascend. Ascending cervical arteries, plural of ascending cervical artery. Ascending cervical artery, a small branch of the inferior thyroid artery. Ascending chain condition, a property of a partially ordered set that states that any increasing sequence of elements must eventually become constant. Ascending chain conditions, plural of ascending chain condition. Ascending colon, a part of the colon between the second and the transverse colon. Ascending colons, plural of ascending colon. Ascending node, the point in an orbit at which a body passes the ecliptic plane going north. Ascending nodes, plural of ascending node. Ascending palatine arteries, plural of ascending palatine artery. Ascending palatine artery, an inferior artery that arises from the facial artery and divides into two branches, of which one supplies the soft palate and the palatine glands, and the other supplies especially the tonsils and the eustachian tube. Ascending pharyngeal arteries, plural of ascending pharyngeal artery. Ascending pharyngeal artery, an artery branching off from the maxillary artery that delivers blood to the hard and soft palate. Ascendingly, in an ascending manner. Ascendings, plural of ascending. Ascendostomy, an operation involving the formation of an artificial opening from the ascending colon through the abdominal wall. Ascend, third person singular simple present indicative of ascend. Ascension, entry into heaven while still alive. Ascension crake, an extinct flightless bird of species Mundia alpener, endemic to Ascension Island in the South Atlantic Ocean. Ascension crakes, plural of ascension crake. Ascension Day, the 40th day of Easter, that is the Thursday 39 days after Easter. Ascension Island, an island and constituent part of the British overseas territory of St. Helena, Ascension, and Tristan da Cunha, located in the South Atlantic Ocean. Ascension Islander, a person from Ascension Island. Ascension Islanders, plural of Ascension Islander. Ascension Parish, one of 64 parishes in Louisiana, United States, the equivalent of a county in other U.S. states. Parish seat, Donaldsonville. Ascension Sunday, the Sunday after Ascension Day. Ascensional, relating to upward movement, pertaining to the act of rising or ascending. Ascensionist, one who carries out ascents, such as a balloonist or mountaineer. Ascensionists, plural of ascensionists. Ascensions, plural of ascension. Ascension tide, the period from Ascension Day 39 days after Easter until Whitsunday 49 days after Easter. Ascension tides, plural of ascension tide. Ascensif, rising, tending to rise or causing to rise. Ascensor, an elevator. Ascensors, plural of ascensor. The act of ascending, a motion upwards. Ascend a vehicle, a means of transportation able to carry people or cargo into outer space from the surface of a planet or a moon. Ascend vehicles, plural of ascent vehicle. Ascents, plural of ascent. Aseptically, misspelling of aseptically. Acerbate, misspelling of acerbate. Ascertain, to find out definitely, to discover or establish. Ascertainability, the quality of being ascertainable. Ascertainable, able to be ascertained. Ascertainableness, the state or quality of being ascertainable. Ascertainably, in a way that can be ascertained. Ascertain, simple past and past participle of ascertain. Ascertainedly, in a way that is ascertained. Ascertainer, one who or that which ascertains. Ascertainers, plural of ascertainer. Ascertainus, second person singular simple present indicative of ascertain. Ascertaina, third person singular simple present indicative of ascertain. Ascertaining, present participle and gerund of ascertain. Ascertainment, the act of ascertaining. Ascertainments, plural of ascertainment. Ascertains, third person singular simple present indicative of ascertain. Assassins, a sharp sweetish and sourish quality of wine arising from the presence of acetic acid and ethyl acetate. Assent, having the property of assessance. Assesses, plural of assesses. Assesses, self-discipline, particularly as a religious observance, asceticism. Ascetic, of or relating to ascetics. Ascetical, ascetic, ascetically, in an ascetic manner. Asceticism, the principles and practices of an ascetic, extreme self-denial and austerity. Asceticisms, plural of asceticism. Ascetices, a person of ascetic principles. Ascetices, plural of asceticis. Ascetic, obsolete spelling of ascetic. Ascetics, plural of ascetic. Ascetics, plural of ascetic. Aschaffenburg, a large independent town in the Lower Franconia region, Bavaria, Germany. A cupboard or case for storing bows and other archery equipment. Aschamalmite, a monoclinic prismatic creamy white mineral containing bismuth, lead, and sulfur. Ahaus, plural of asham. Ashelminth, any of many pseudocolumnates of the former phylum Ashelminths. Ashelminths, plural of Ashelminth. Ashematic, devoid of a schema or of schemata. Aschenbrunner, a surname. Aschenbrunners, plural of Aschenbrunner. After, a surname. Asher's syndrome, a rare disorder of unknown cause, characterized by blepharochalaces, double upper lip appearance, and sometimes non-toxic odor. Ayers, plural of Asher. Asholu, a commune of Cluj County, Romania. Ashizen, of or pertaining to the dipteran section Ashiza. Ifaf, a surname from German. Ashoff bodies, plural of Ashoff body. Ashoff body, a painless nodule found in heart of patients with rheumatic fever. Ados, plural of Ashoff. Asai, plural of Escuse. Asa, a surname from Maltese. Asayats, plural of Asayak. Asayas, plural of Asayan. Acid, any of the mates in the family Acidae. Acidia, plural of Acidium. Acidation, any of the class Acidiacea of sea squirts. Acidations, plural of acidiation. Acidium, any member of the class Acidiacea of the sea squirts. Acidians, plural of acidian. Acidiaria, plural of acidiarium. Acidiarium, the structure that unites the acidiazoods in a compound acidian. Acidate, having the form of an acidian. Acidiform, shaped like an acidian sea squirt. Acidate, any of the two negates in a family Acididae. Acidates, plural of acidia. Acidaze, one of the individual members of a compound acidian. Acidazoids, plural of acidiazoid. Acidium, a pitcher-shaped or flask-shaped organ or appendage of a plant. Acids, plural of acid. Unseen at knowing not sensing. Ascientific, not treatable by science, impossible to determine as true or false using science. Aciferous, synonym of acidurous. Acidurous, having a sigh. ASBI, acronym of American Standard Code for Information Interchange. ASBI, asodas. Asdiet, a form of letter art that uses only ASCII characters. Abetical, according to the order of the ASCII table with uppercase and lowercase letters grouped separately. Essay ibetical, alternative letter case form of essay ibetical. Essay ibetically, in an essay ibetical way. Essay ibetically, alternative letter case form of essay ibetically. Essayification, the act of essayifying or converting to ASCII. Essayife, simple past and past participle of essayify. Essayify, simple past and past participle of essayify. Essay is, third person singular simple present indicative of essayify. Essayify is third person singular simple present indicative of essayify. Essayify, to reduce extended Latin text to characters of the ASCII character set. Essayify, alternative spelling of essayify. Essayifying, present participle and gerund of essayify. Essayifying, present participle and gerund of essayify. Asciminib, a protein kinase inhibitor used to treat Philadelphia chromosome-positive chronic myeloid leukemia. Acetylopram, misspelling of escitalopram. Ascites, an accumulation of fluid in the peritoneal cavity, frequently symptomatic of liver disease. Ascete, of pertaining to or suffering from ascites. Acidic tap, peritonocentesis. Acidic taps, plural of acidic tap. Acidical, acete. Aciditious, supplemental, not inherent or original. Acidogenic, that produces ascites. Asplepiad, a choriambic verse consisting of 4 metrical feet, a spondee, 2 choriambi, and an iambus. Asclepiadaceous, relating to the milkweeds. Asclepiadae, Asclepiads. Asclepiadian, in the form of Asclepiads. Asclepiadius, resembling the genus Asclepias. Asclepiades, a child of Asclepias and Epion or Aristodama. Asclepiadae, in the form of Asclepiads. Asclepiadalidae, Asclepiadae. Asclepiads, plural of Asclepiad. Asclepian, of or relating to Asclepias. Asclepias, any plant of the genus Asclepias. Asclepiases, plural of Asclepias. Asclepia, plural of Asclepian. Asclepian, an ancient Greek healing temple dedicated to Asclepius. Asclepians, plural of Asclepian. Asclepin, a particular steroid glycoside. Asclepios, alternative form of Asclepius. Asclepius, a Greek mythological deity, the god of doctors, medicine, and healing, as son of Apollo and the Thessalian princess Coronus, husband to the goddess Epion and father of the Asclepiades, identified with the Roman god Aesculapius. Asclepici, a particular steroid glycoside. Initialism of American Society of Clinical Oncology. A surname. Ivers. A spy, acronym of an animal of any solid color other than black. Ascabalaceous. Of or relating to the Ascabalaceae. Ascabolus. Ascabolus is a genus of fungi in the Ascabalaceae family. The genus has a widespread distribution and contains an estimated 61 species, most of which are coprophilous. A spy, plural of escal. Escacarp, the sporocarp of an escamycete, typically bowl-shaped. Astacarpe, relating to an escacarp. Ascacarpus, having an escacarp. Ascacarps, plural of escacarp. Ascosratid, any extinct cephalopet in the family Ascosratidae. Ascosratids, plural of ascosratid. Ascosrid, any member of the extinct Ascosrida order of cephalopods. Ascosrids, plural of ascosrid. Ascotchida, any fungus of the genus Ascotchida. Ascahakai, plural of Ascacoccus. Ascacoccus, a form of micrococcus, found in putrid meat infusions, occurring in peculiar masses, each of which is enclosed in a hyaline capsule and contains a large number of spherical micrococci. Ascoconidia, plural of Ascoconidium. Ascoconidium, any Phyllospris fungus of the genus Ascoconidium. Asgosis, an erect sac-like secreting cell on the creeping filaments of Ascocyclus. Asgosis, plural of Ascosis. Ascofurana, an antibiotic derived from furanon. Ascogenesis, the production of ascomata, the production of these sacs and ascospores therein. Ascogenic, synonym of ascogenous. Ascogemus, that grows from the ascogonium of a fungus. Ascogeny, the development of ascospores inside an ascus. Ascogonia, plural of ascogonium. Ascogomial, relating to ascogonia. Ascogonia, the spiral female organ of an ascomystis fungus from which asci are produced. Ascoi, any yeast of the family Ascoidaceae. Ascoidal, relating to or composed of ascoids. Ascoidicious, of or relating to the Ascoidaceae. Ascoids, plural of ascoid. Ascoli Paisno, a town and associated province of March, Italy. Ascoli Satriano, a town and commune in the province of Foggia in the Apulia region of southeast Italy. Ascolwan, of or relating to Grazadio, Essea Ascoli 1820. 1907, Italian linguist. Ascoliasm, festive Athenian boys' game of jumping on a slippery goathide or leather bag. Ascolichin, any lichen whose fungal component is an ascomycete. Ascolichins, plural of ascolichin. Ascolocular, for fungi, describing ascocarps having asci arranged in preformed locules or cavities within a stoma. Ascoma, an ascocarp. Ascomata, plural of ascoma. Ascomatal, relating to an ascoma. Ascomystal, relating to ascomycetes. Ascomycete, any fungus of the phylum Ascomycota, characterized by the production of a sac or ascus which contains non-motile spores. Ascomystias, misspelling of ascomystis. Ascomycetes, plural of ascomycete. Ascomystis, of or relating to the ascomycetes. Ascomycin, an ethyl analog of tacrolimus with strong immunosuppressant properties. Ascomycotin, of or relating to the ascomycota. Ascomycotic, of or relating to the ascomycota. A surname. Asconoi, having the form of a simple ascon. Ascons, plural of ascon. Ascopard, alternative form of Ascapart, legendary giant. Ascapart, alternative form of Ascapart, legendary giant. Acup, a town and province in La Libertad region, Peru. Ascophoran, any bryozoan of the suborder Ascophora. Ascophorans, plural of ascophoran. Ascophor, the excuse bang hyphae within an ascocarp. Ascophors, plural of ascophor. Ascophorus, bearing an excuse. Ascopholon, a fucose-containing, sulfated polysaccharide isolated from brown alba of the genus Ascophyllum. Ascoquinon, any of a group of dimeric hydroxylated anthraquinones present in Aspergillus. Ascoquinons, plural of ascoquinon. Ascorbase, L-ascorbate oxidase, an oxidortictase enzyme. Ascorbe, any salt or ester of ascorbic acid. Ascorbates, plural of ascorbate. Ascorbe, of or pertaining to ascorbic acid or its derivatives. Ascorbic acid, a white crystalline organic compound, C6H8O6, found in citrus fruits and many vegetables. It is an antioxidant and an efficient scavenger of free radicals. Ascorbyl, a univalent radical derived from ascorbic acid. Ascorbylation, reaction with ascorbic acid to introduce an ascorbyl group into a molecule. Ascorbyls, plural of ascorbyl. Ascosphaeraceous, of or relating to the Ascosphaeraceae. Ascospore, a sexually produced spore from the ascus of an Ascomycetes fungus. Ascospores, plural of ascospore. Ascospore, relating to or composed of ascospores. Ascosporogenesis, the formation and development of ascospores. Ascosporogenic, relating to ascosporogenesis. Ascosporogenous, that produces ascospores. Ascosporous, synonym of ascosporic. Ascostroma, a fungal fruiting body in which the asci develop within a stroma. Ascostromata, plural of ascostroma. Ascostromatal, relating to ascostromata. Aha, a town in Sunninghill and Ascot Parish, Windsor and Maidenhead Borough, Berkshire, England, and the location of the famous Ascot racecourse. Ascot cap, a stiff form of a flat cap. Ascot caps, plural of Ascot cap. Ascot scarf, a type of cravat tied beneath the collar. Ascot tie, alternative letter case form of Ascot tie. Ascot ties, plural of Ascot tie. Ascophoraceae, relating to parasitic crustaceans of the infraclass Ascophoracida. Ascas, plural of Ascot. Aha, a hamlet and country house in Wing Parish, Buckinghamshire, England, ub.idvgtbre SB 8922. Ascot under Wychwood, a village and civil parish in West Oxfordshire District, Oxfordshire, England, ub.idvgtbre SB 2918. Ascovirus, any of a several bacilliform virions of the genus Ascovirus. Ascoviruses, plural of Ascovirus. Asker, ascribed to. Astra, an ancient town in Boeotia which was the home of the poet Hesiod. Asram, of or relating to the ancient town of Asgrath. Asgrans, plural of Ascran. Ascribable, able to be ascribed. Ascribe, to believe in or agree with, to subscribe. Ascribed, simple past and past participle of ascribe. Ascribed status, the social status that a person is given from birth or assumes involuntarily later in life. Ascribed statuses, plural of ascribed status. Ascribes, third person singular simple present indicative of ascribe. Ascribeth, third person singular simple present indicative of ascribe. Ascribing, present participle and gerund of ascribe. Ascription, the act or an instance of ascribing a quality, characteristic, quotation, artistic work, or other thing to someone or something. Ascriptions, plural of ascription. Ascriptitious, ascribed. Ascriptive, ascribing, relating to ascription. Ascriptively, in an ascriptive manner. Ascriptives, plural of ascriptive. Ascrotal, existing without a scrotum. At, plural of asc. Ascupart, alternative form of Ascapart, legendary giant. Ascurry, scurrying, filled with scurrying people or animals. Idris, a sac-shaped cell present in Ascomycete fungi. It is a reproductive cell in which meiosis and an additional cell division produce 8 spores. ASCW, abbreviation of Association of Scientific Workers. Asiphus, having no siphus. At, initialism of average standard deviation. As it, acronym of after sudden death extra time. F, initialism of Air Self-Defense Force, the Japanese Air Force. Asichko, expresses a moment of incoherence due to emotion on the part of the speaker. At, initialism of acute subdural hematoma. Asic, sonar. As, initialism of autonomous spaceport drone ship. As, plural of ASD. As, initialism of automotive service excellence. As, an essential energy in West African religions. Atha, on the ocean, on a boat on the ocean. Alna, acronym of Association of Southeast Asian Nations. ASEAN Common Time, a proposal to adopt a standard time for all ASEAN member states. Averch, searching. Asearch, simple past and past participle of asearch. Asearching, present participle and gerund of asearch. Aseasonal, not seasonal. Aseasonality, quality of being aseasonal. Aseasonal, in an aseasonal manner. Asel, alternative form of a saport city. Acebido, a surname. Acebidos, plural of acebido. Asabotoxin, one of the grainotoxins, grainotoxini. Asabotoxins, plural of asabotoxin. Asa, abbreviation of assistant secretary. Asecretion, the absence of normal secretion. Asecretory, not secretory. Asectarian, not sectarian, lacking sectarianism. Atha, a male given name from Hindi used in India. Atha, Sita. Asegmental, not segmental. Aseismatic, that mitigates the effects of seismic shocks. Aseisme, seismically inactive. Aseismically, in an aseismic manner. Aseismicity, the quality of being aseismic. Ascetes, plural of asceti. Ascetus, possessing the divine attribute of aseity. Aseity, usually ascribed to deity, the attribute of being entirely self-derived in contrast to being derived from or dependent on another, the quality of having within oneself the entire reason for one's being, utter independent self-existence and self-sustenance. Acilizumab, a particular immunosuppressive drug. Acelian, of or relating to Gaspar Acelli or Acelio, c. 1581-1626, Italian physician noted for the discovery of the lacteal vessels of the lymphatic system. Acylid, any member of the family Acylidae of crustaceans. Acylids, plural of acylid. Acylote, any isopod crustacean of the suborder Acylota. Acylotes, plural of acylote. Ava, a Medes surname from Manipuri. Asemantic, not semantic, not conveying or involving meaning. Asemantically, in an asemantic way. Asemanticity, quality of being asemantic. Asemasia, synonym of asemia. Asena, loss of power to express or to understand symbols or signs of thought. Asame, of or relating to asemia. Asamon, a natural norlichexanthone chlorinated derivative 4,5,7-trichloronorlichexanthone with EUPAC name 2,4,5-trichloro-3,6-A-trihydroxy 1-methylxan-9,1. Asinapine, an atypical antipsychotic under development for the treatment of schizophrenia and acute mania associated with bipolar disorder. Asenat, an Egyptian woman whom Pharaoh gave to Joseph, son of Jacob, to be his wife, and who bore him 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. Asensio, a surname. Asensios, plural of Asensio. Asuna, alternative form of Asenet. Asenet, a member of the Asen dynasty, a Byzantine Greek dynasty that founded and ruled a medieval Bulgarian state now called the Second Bulgarian Empire between 1185 and 1280. Aseneds, plural of Asenid. Asenet, alternative form of Asenet. Asensual, not sensual. Acephalus, without sepals. Asepsis, plural of asepsis. Asepsis, the state of being free from sepsis. Aseptate, having no septum. Aseptic, free of disease-causing microbes. Aseptic meningitis, meningitis with a negative cerebrospinal fluid CSF gram stain and culture typically caused by viruses. Aseptic technique, the medical practice of maintaining sterility whenever addressing a wound or performing any kind of surgery to prevent infection. Aseptically, in an aseptic manner. Asepticize, alternative form of asepticize. Asepticize, simple past and past participle of asepticize. Asepticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of asepticize. Asepticizing, present participle and gerund of asepticize. Asepticism, freedom from sepsis, asepsis. Asepticity, the condition of being asepte. Asepticize, to render aseptic, to sterilize, to cleanse of pathogenic materials. Asepticize, simple past and past participle of asepticize. Asepticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of asepticize. Asepticizing, present participle and gerund of asepticize. Aseptics, plural of aseptic. Aseptolin, a drug formerly used to treat tuberculosis, malaria, etc. Asequence, synonym of arrhythmia. Asos, plural of as. Asisgarth, asbart. Acetate, not cetate, that is, not having setae. Acetos, lacking bristles. Acetha. Alternative form of ostra type of caviar. Asexual, non-sexual in nature, unmarked by sexual activity. Asexual division, the process of binary fission in cells where a cell divides to form daughter cells. Asexual reproduction, any form of reproduction that does not involve the fusion of gametes. Asexual spore, a spore that is produced asexually. Asexual spores, plural of asexual spore. Asexualization, alternative spelling of asexualization. Asexualize, alternative spelling of asexualize. Asexualize, simple past and past participle of asexualize. Asexualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of asexualize. Asexualizing, present participle and gerund of asexualize. Asexualism, asexuality. Asexualist, one who believed in asexual reproduction, for example in plants. Asexualists, plural of asexualists. Asexualities, plural of asexuality. Asexuality, the state or quality of being asexual. Asexualization, the act or process of asexualizing. Asexualize, to render asexual. Asexualize, simple past and past participle of asexualize. Asexualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of asexualize. Asexualizing, present participle and gerund of asexualize. Asexually, in an asexual manner, without having sex. Asexuals, plural of asexual. Asexy, asexual not experiencing sexual attraction. Initialism of advanced systems format, a multimedia format for streaming media across the internet, formally active/advanced streaming format. Initialism of age sex from, what is your age? What sex are you? And where are you from? Asfarvirus, any virus of the family Asfarviridae. Asfarviruses, plural of Asfarvirus. A surname. Asfaz, plural of Asfa. Asthetida, alternative spelling of Asaphitida. Asfordby, a village and civil parish in Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 7019. Asvades, a drug used to treat hypophosphatasia. Aswer, a surname from Arabic. Aswers, plural of asfer. Asor, initial of das sex that fetish that robots. Afs, plural of ASF. Asf, initialism of African swine fever virus. Ad, initialism of abstract semantic graph. Asbavert, alternative form of Ascapart legendary giant. Asbarby, a hamlet in Lusby with Winsevy Parish, East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 3366. Asderby and Howell, a civil parish in North Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England, that includes the named places. Asgard, the realm of the Aesir gods. Asgardian, an inhabitant of Asgard. Asgardians, plural of Asgardian. Abbreviation of assigned. Azar, a surname. Azars, plural of Asgar. Ashunt, abbreviation of assignment. Asants, plural of asmt. Plural of asg. The Egyptian god of oases. Ash blonde, grayish blonde. Ash blonde, alternative spelling of ash blonde. Ash blondes, plural of ash blonde. Ash blondes, plural of ash blonde. Ash borer, a moth Podozoa syringae in the cliwing moth family Czidae. Ash borers, plural of ash borer. Ash bread, bread sometimes specifically cornbread baked in hot ashes. Ash breads, plural of ash bread. Ash cake, a bread cake, usually specifically of cornmeal, thus a cornbread, baked in hot ashes. Ash cakes, plural of ash cake. Ash kesh, the fees claimed by a medical practitioner for completing forms required for cremation of a body. Ash dieback, dieback of ash trees caused by the fungus Hymenopsis fraxineus. Ash Flat, a small city, the county seat of Sharp County, Arkansas, United States, located in Sharp County and Fulton County. Ash Fork, a census-designated place in Yavapai County, Arizona, United States. Ash gourd, synonym of winter melon. Ash gourds, plural of ash gourd. Ash gray, a shade of gray that resembles the color of ashes. Ash grays, plural of ash gray. Ash Green, a village in Ash Parish, Guildford Borough, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref SU 9049. Ash Gray, alternative form of ash gray. Ash Grays, plural of ash gray. Ash Grows, plural of ash grow. Ash Heap of History, synonym of trash heap of history. Ash Hill, a ghost town in San Bernardino County, California, United States. Ash Monday, synonym of Clean Monday, the seventh Monday before Easter, traditionally used as the beginning of Lent in Eastern Christianity. Ash Pen, a metal pan or tray to catch and retain ashes. Ash pens, plural of ash pan. Ash pit, alternative form of ash pit. Ash pits, plural of ash pit. Ash pumpkin, synonym of winter melon. Ash pumpkins, plural of ash pumpkin. Ash Erica, alternative form of Sharjah. Ash Erica, alternative form of Sharjah. Ash stand, a stand with an ashtray as its top. Ash Erica, alternative form of Sharjah. Ash stand, a stand with an ashtray as its top. Ash stands, plural of ash stand. Ash tree, a tree of the genus Fraxinus with compound leaves and a tough, flexible wood. Ash trees, plural of ash tree. Ashuville, a village in Guildford Borough, Surrey, England, near the town of Ash. OS Grid Ref SU 8952. Ash Vegas, alternative form of Ashvegas. Ash Wednesday, the Wednesday 46 days before Easter in a given year, Catholicism traditionally observed as the beginning of Lent and a day of strict abstention from certain foods and pleasures. Ash Wednesdays, plural of Ash Wednesday. Ash Weevil, a weevil of species Milistris viridanus, native to India and Sri Lanka. Asharism, a Sunni school of Islamic theology founded by Abu Hassan al-Ash'ari in the 9th-10th century. Ash'ari, of or relating to Asharism. Ashbin, alternative form of Ashbin. Ashbins, plural of Ashbin. Ash blonde, alternative spelling of ash blonde. Ash blonde, alternative spelling of ash blonde. Ash blondes, plural of ash blonde. Ash blondes, plural of ash blonde. Ash color, of the color of ashes, pale gray. Ash color, alternative form of ash colored. Ashcombe Ridley, a civil parish in Sevenoaks District, Kent, England. Ash ray, alternative form of ash gray. Ash gray leaf bug, any insect in the family Pismididae. Ash gray leaf bugs, plural of ash gray leaf bug. Ash rays, plural of ash gray. Ash ray, alternative form of ash gray. Ash rays, plural of ash gray. Ash heap, a heap of ashes. Ash heap cake, synonym of ash heap. At hole, a hole beneath a fireplace or a receptacle in a furnace to receive falling ash. Ash holes, plural of ash hole. Ash harbor, a cask filled with ash used to produce lye, which would be leached out by waters, especially rainwater. Ash harbors, plural of ash hopper. Ash leaf, a leaf of an ash tree, used attributively in various terms, see derived terms below. Ash leaves, plural of ash leaf. Ash red, of a cool, muted shade of red, characterized by a grayish or brownish undertone. Ash shaitan, sayin. Ash throated crake, Porzana albicalis, a species of South American crake. Ash throated crakes, plural of ash throated crake. Ashray, alternative form of ashray. Ashrays, plural of ashray. Ash Vegas, alternative form of ashragas. Ada, a female given name from Sanskrit used in India. Ayada, a month of the Hindu calendar, corresponding to June/July in the Gregorian calendar. Azaik, shaking, aquifer. Adao, a dessert made from shelled and parched corn pounded into powder. Ayab, alternative form of ashamed. Athem, to feel shame, to be ashamed. Ashid, feeling shame or guilt. Ashamedly, well, shame. Ashamed this, the state or quality of being ashamed. Ashames, third person singular simple present indicative of a shame. Ashaming, present participle and gerund of ashame. Ashamingly, in an ashaming manner. Ayamir, a Jewish confession in the form of an acrostic, customarily recited aloud. A janite, a discredited mineral species containing niobium, tantalum, uranium, iron, and manganese. A dated form of Ashanti. Ashanti is plural of Ashanti. That a member of a nation and ethnic group of Akan origin found mainly in Ghana and Ivory Coast. Ashanti pepper, a spice made from dried peppers of the species Piper guineans. Ashantis, plural of Ashanti. Asharfi, alternative form of Ashrafi. Asharfis, plural of Asharfi. Asharshale, a widespread famine that afflicted Kazakhstan from 1930-1933. Ashvo, a surname. Ashvos, plural of Ashba. Adi, a surname. Ashviyet, of or relating to John Ashbery 1927-2017, American poet. Ashbun, Ashkin, Ashbins, plural of Ashbin. SHBM, initialism of anti-ship ballistic missile. SHBM, plural of SHBM. Ashbourne, a place name. Ashbournes, plural of Ashbourne. Ashbox, a container for ashes. Ashboxes, plural of ashbox. Ashrur, a surname. Ashbrooks, plural of Ashbrook. Ashbur, a surname. Ashburmer, a surname. Ashburns, plural of Ashburn. Ashburton, a small town and civil parish in Cambridge district on the edge of Dartmoor, Devon, England. OS grid ref SX 7569. Ashburtonite, a tetragonal dipyramidal blue mineral containing carbon, chlorine, copper, hydrogen, lead, oxygen, and silicon. Ashbury, a place name. Ashberries, plural of Ashbury. Ivy, a surname. Ashby Magna, a village and civil parish in Harborough District, Leicestershire, England. OS grid ref SB 5690. Ashby St Ledgers, a village and civil parish without a council in West Northamptonshire, England, previously in Daventry District. OS grid ref SB 5768. Ashby Woods, a civil parish with a town council in Northwest Leicestershire District, Leicestershire, England, with its main settlement in Moira. Ashby's Law, alternative letter case form of Ashby's Law. Ashby's Law, to control variety externally, you must be able to control even more variety internally. Ashby de Lazouch, a market town and civil parish with a town council in Northwest Leicestershire District, Leicestershire, England, often shortened to Ashby. OS grid ref SK 3516. Ashgake, a Johnny cake. Ashcakes, plural of ashcake. Ashkin, a container for ashes, used in times past for accumulating ashes generated from wood and coal fires, for eventual disposal elsewhere. Ashcan of history, synonym of trash heap of history. Ashkin, simple past and past participle of Ashcan. Ashkimming, present participle and gerund of Ashkin. Ashkins, plural of Ashcan. Ashkenazim, alternative spelling of Ashkenazim. Ashchurch, a village in Ashchurch Rural Parish, Tewkesbury District, Gloucestershire, England. OS grid ref SO 9233. Ashchurch Rural, a civil parish in Tewkesbury Borough, Gloucestershire, England. Ashgoer, alternative form of ash-colored. Ashgoer, alternative form of ash-colored. Ashgoth, a small village and civil parish located in the Sedgemoor area of Somerset in the southwest of England. Ashcraft, a surname. Ashcrafts, plural of Ashcraft. Ashcroft, a surname from Old English. Ashcroftine, a rare mineral that belongs to the carbonate group. Ashcrofts, plural of Ashcroft. Aite, a city and seaport in Israel, on the Mediterranean Sea. Ashton, a village and civil parish in Uttlesford District, Essex, England, located about 6 km 4 miles, 6 km northeast of Saffron Walden and 37 km 23 miles northwest of Chelmsford. OS grid ref TL 5842. Ashdown, a surname from Old English. Ashdowns, plural of Ashdown. Ashdub, a place where ashes are dumped. Ashdump door, an opening through which the ash is removed from a fireplace. Ash dump doors, plural of ash dump door. Ash dumps, plural of ash dump. A topographic surname from Middle English, spelling variant of Ash. Ashe County, one of 100 counties in North Carolina, United States. County seat, Jefferson. Ash juniper, the tree Juniperus ashae. Ash junipers, plural of ash juniper. Asherurow, a city, the county seat of Randolph County, North Carolina, United States. At, simple past and past participle of ash. Atham, made from the wood of the ash tree. Ashen night, the mushroom Tricholoma virgatum. Ashen nights, plural of ashen night. Ashen face, having a pallor, pale face due to fear or similar emotion. Ashenden, a village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Aylesbury Vale District OS Grid Ref SB 7014. Ashend, simple past and past participle of ashen. Asheming, present participle and gerund of ashen. Ashemly, in an ashen way. Ashenness, the state or condition of being ashen. Ashens, third person singular simple present indicative of ashen. Ashapu, a member of a Cusabo Native American people of Low Country, South Carolina. Azur, the eighth son of Jacob, by his wife's handmaid Zilpah. Asherah, a mother goddess in ancient Semitic religion, consort of the supreme god El. Asherahs, plural of Asherah. Asheris, plural of Asheri. Asherim, plural of Asherah. Asherites, a descendant of Asher, eighth son of Jacob. Asherites, plural of Asherite. Asherman's syndrome, a condition characterized by adhesions and / or fibrosis of the endometrium, most often associated with dilation and curettage of the intrauterine cavity. Azurin, alternative form of acron. Asheroth, plural of Asherah. Ayers, plural of Asher. Ashery, a depository for ashes. Avhas, plural of ash. Ashes of rose, a pinkish gray color. Ashes of rose, alternative spelling of ashes of rose. Avis, a large, shallow, oval dish used for serving food. Asheton, a surname. Ashetons, plural of Asheton. Assets, plural of Ashet. Ivo, a city, the county seat of Buncombe County, North Carolina, United States. Avi, a hamlet in Haven Street in Ashy Parish, Isle of Wight, England OS SE 5789. Ashfall, the precipitation of ash from a volcanic eruption. Ash Falls, plural of Ashfall. Ashfield, a local government district of Nottinghamshire, England. Ashfields, plural of Ashfield. Ashflow, the flow of ash from a volcano. Ashflows, plural of Ashflow. Ashford, a surname. Ashford Carbonel, alternative form of Ashford Carbonel, Shropshire, England. Ashford Carbonel, a village and civil parish in South Shropshire, England, bordering onto Herefordshire, OS Grid Ref SO 5270. Ashford Hill, a village in Ashford Hill with Headley Parish, Basingstoke, and Dean District, Hampshire, England OS Grid Ref SU 5562. Ashford Hill with Headley, a civil parish in Basingstoke and Dean District, Hampshire, England, on the border with Berkshire. Ashford-in-the-Water, a village and civil parish in Derbyshire Dales District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 1969. Ashgabat, the capital and largest city of Turkmenistan. Ashto, a village east of Larkhall, South Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 7850. Ashru, a suburb of Brisbane, Queensland, Australia. At-hole, alternative form of ash-hole. Ayatu, a form of massage in which the practitioner uses their feet to deliver treatment. Achida, a surname from Japanese. Ave, comparative form of ashy, more ashy. Ayes, superlative form of ashy, most ashy. Ashestiel, a hamlet on the south bank of the Tweed in Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NT 4335. Ashidaru, a feudal Japanese foot soldier. Alternative form of Ashiu. Ashikaga, a city in Tochigi Prefecture, Japan. Asheko, a conical drum with one open end and a head on the wide end, originating in Yoruba music. Ashikos, plural of ashiko. Aix, plural of ashik. Ayol, a place in England. Atili, in an ashy way. Ashur, shimmering, covered with something shimmering. Ashina, the Turkic tribe who served as the ruling dynasty of the Gurtuiks during the First and Second Turkic Khaganates 552-603 and 682-744, respectively. Asine, shining, radiant, bright. Ashiness, the quality of being ashy. Ashi, an analytic procedure in which a sample is heated in a furnace to leave a residue of ash, either to determine the gross mineral content or as a preparation for further analysis. Ashings, plural of ashing. Ashington, a town and civil parish in Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 2787. Aship, on or onto a ship. Ashipboard, on shipboard. Ashibun, a town and census designated place therein in Dodge County, Wisconsin, United States. Ashepu, a magical healer in ancient Mesopotamia. Ashepus, plural of Ashipu. Adif, alternative form of Ashu. Ayix, plural of Ashik. Aju, alternative form of Achir. Eshitori, a Kimmerite in which the attacker takes his opponent down by grabbing and lifting his leg with both hands. Ashur, shivering. Ashiu, a shallow communal pool in Japan, usually with seats around it, filled with warm water in which people can soak their feet and lower legs, a type of footbath. Ashkenazim, alternative spelling of Ashkenazim. Ashgar, a surname from Arabic. Ashgars, plural of Ashkar. Ashnazi, Ashkenazi. Ashnazes, plural of Ashnazi. Ashkelon, a coastal city in the southern district of Israel on the Mediterranean coast. Ashkenaz, a medieval region of Central Europe centered on the Rhineland in modern Germany. Ashkenazi, alternative form of Ashnazi. Ashkenazi, of or relating to Jews of Central European, particularly of German and Polish origin, and their traditions, customs, and rituals. Ashkenazic, of or relating to the Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazification, the adoption of Ashkenazi customs by non-Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazim, plural of Ashkenazi. Ashknazis, plural of Ashknazi. Ashkenazis, plural of Ashkenazi. Ashkenazism, Ashkenazi beliefs and practices generally. Ashkenazis, to render Ashkenazi, to adapt to the custom, culture, or style of Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazis, simple past and past participle of Ashkenazis. Ashkenazizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Ashkenazis. Ashkenazizing, present participle and gerund of Ashkenazis. Ashkenazocentric, of an approach, view, or perspective centered on or emphasizing the history, culture, and traditions of Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenormative, of or pertaining to Ashkenormativity. Ashkenormativity, the assumption that Jews are Ashkenazi Jews by default, and that Ashkenazi culture is the culture of Judaism at large. Ashkefardi, being both Ashkenazi and Sephardi simultaneously. Ashkabad, alternative form of Ashgabat. Ashkarabar, alternative form of Ashkarhabar. Ashkarhabar, the modern Armenian language, usually contrasted with Grabar. Akoko, the Hyrax. Ashkokos, plural of Ashkoko. Ashkum, an Indo-Iranian language spoken primarily in the Pech Valley of Afghanistan. Ashland, a male given name. Ashland City, a town, the county seat of Cheatham County, Tennessee, United States. Ashland County, one of 88 counties in Ohio, United States. County seat, Ashland. Ayler, a stone intended for hurling by means of a catapult or similar device. Ashler, built with ashlars. Ashlering, the act of bedding ashlar in mortar. Ashlarings, plural of ashlaring. Ashlars, plural of ashlar. Ashley, a female given name transferred from the surname, variant of Ashley. Ashley, a unisex given name transferred from the surname, variant of Ashley. Ashler, alternative form of Ashler. Ashler, alternative form of Ashlaird. Ashlering, alternative form of ashlaring. Ashlarings, plural of ashlaring. Ashlers, plural of ashlar. Ashless, without ash. Ashlessness, absence of ash combustion product. Ashley, a number of villages and hamlets in England. Ashley County, one of 75 counties in Arkansas, United States. County seat, Hamburg. Ashley Down, a northern suburb of the city of Bristol, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5975. Ashley Heath, a village and heath in St Leonard's and St Ives Parish, East Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1104. Ashley's Bend, a type of bend knot which has proven stability and grip. Ashley's Bends, plural of Ashley's Bend. Ashley's Stopper Knot, a type of knot used to provide a symmetrical stop at the end of a rope to prevent it from pulling through an eyelet or other fixed opening, also known as the oysterman's stopper. Ashley's Stopper Knots, plural of Ashley's Stopper Knot. Ashley, a civil parish and hamlet in Amber Valley District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 2951. Ashley's, plural of Ashley. Ashley, a female given name transferred from the surname. Ashley, resembling or characteristic of Ash. Ashline, a surname. Ashlines, plural of Ashline. Ashley, a female given name. Ashlings, plural of Ashling. Adlai, a surname. Ashlocks, plural of Ashlock. Ashley, a female given name transferred from the surname. Ashlyn, a female given name from Irish. Ashlyn, a female given name from Irish, alternative form of Ashlyn. SHM, initialism of anti-ship missile. Ashen, a surname. Ashramalaw, a village and civil parish in North Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 3120. Ashland, plural of Ashman. Ashbadai, synonym of Asmodeus. Ashen, plural of Ashman. Ashmini, a city in Hrutna Oblast, Belarus. Ashvo, a surname. Ashmolean, of or pertaining to Elias Ashmole. Ashwat, a hamlet in Alberta, Canada. Ashore, a place name. Ashores, plural of Ashmore. SHMS, plural of a SHM. Ashobai, alternative form of Asoebai. Ashavis, plural of Ashobai. Ashodian, a surname from Armenian. Ashodians, plural of Ashodian. Ashuvai, clothes made from the same fabric to be worn by several people during a festive occasion in Sierra Leone. Avai, a male given name from Hindi. Ashava, an ancient Indian emperor of the Maurya dynasty who ruled almost all of the Indian subcontinent from c. 268 to 232 BCE. Ashokan, of or relating to Ashoka, an Indian emperor of the 3rd century BCE or his times. Ashokan Prakrit, the early Middle Indo-Aryan languages represented in the inscriptions left during the reign of Ashoka, an Indian emperor of the 3rd century BC. Ashovis, plural of Ashoka. Asoth, a river in High Peak Borough, Derbyshire, England, that flows into Ladybower Reservoir. Ashofton, a demolished village, now flooded by Ladybower Reservoir, with its site in High Peak Borough, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 1986. Azor, on the land as opposed to on board. Azel, alternative form of Ashu. Athaus, plural of a show. Ashover, a village and civil parish in northeast Derbyshire District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 3463. Ashoverite, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, and zinc. Azel, a small village and civil parish served by Stolney and Ashow Parish Council in Warwick District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 3170. At, initialism of air source heat pump. Ashpen, a large pan below the grate and firebox of a steam locomotive. Ashpens, plural of Ashben. Ashburton, a village and civil parish in Herefordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SO 6441. Ashvit, a pit for the disposal of ashes. Ashpits, plural of Ashpit. Ashplant, an ash sapling. Ashplants, plural of Ashplant. Ashbrington, a village and civil parish served by Ashbrington and Tuckenhay Parish Council in South Hams District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 8157. At plural of Ashkelon, alternative form of Ashkelon. ASHRI, acronym of American Society of Heating, Refrigerating and Air Conditioning Engineers. Avref, an unknown gender given name from Arabic. Ashrafi, alternative form of Ashrafi. Ashrafis, plural of Ashrafi. Ajrawi, a member of a particular Sufi Muslim order. Ajrawis, plural of Ashravi. Avram, a secluded religious hermitage inhabited by gurus or the population of such a hermitage. Ashrama, any of the 4 stages of Hindu spiritual life. Ashramas, plural of ashrama. Ashramite, a person who stays at an ashram. Ashramites, plural of ashramite. Ashrams, plural of ashram. Ashrati, synonym of Palula. Ashrik, shrieking, filled with shrieking people, animals, etc. Ashted, misspelling of Ashtead. Ashtabula, a city in Ashtabula County, Ohio, United States. Ashtabula County, one of 88 counties in Ohio, United States. County seat, Jefferson. Ashtabulan, of or from Ashtabula. Ashtabulans, plural of Ashtabulan. Ashe, a grammatical treatise codifying what came to be known as Sanskrit, one of the first works on descriptive linguistics, generative linguistics, or linguistics altogether. Ashtami, the 8th day Thai in the fortnight Paksha of the Hindu lunar calendar. Ashtanga, the classical system of yoga described in the Yoga Sutras by Patanjali. Ashtangas, plural of Ashtanga. Ashtangi, a practitioner of Ashtanga Yoga. Ashtangis, plural of Ashtangi. Ashtara, the administrative center of the Aragatsatan region in Armenia, located 20 km northwest of Yerevan. Ashtaroth, alternative form of Astaroth. Ashtavadya, a practitioner of the Ayurveda system of medicine belonging to a group of families of Namboothiri in the Indian state of Kerala. Ashtavadyas, plural of Ashtavadya. Ashtavakra, name of a Vedic sage, a disciple of Uddalaka and son of Sujata. Ashtead, a large suburban village in Mull Valley District, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 1858. Ashurud, Verving. Ashtime, among the Mal people of Ethiopia, a male transvestite serving in the king's court, regarded as a 3rd gender. Ashton, a commonplace name in England. Ashton Gate, a suburb in the city and county of Bristol, England. OS Grid Ref ST 5771. Ashton Hayes, a village and former civil parish, since 2015 in Ashton Hayes and Horton Cumpeel Parish, Cheshire West and Chester, Cheshire, England, which was renamed from Ashton circa 2004. OS Grid Ref SJ 5069. Ashton Keynes, a village and civil parish in North Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 0494. Ashton Moss, a largely open space near Ashton-under-Lyne, Metropolitan Borough of Tameside, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 9299. Ashton-under-Hill, a village and civil parish in Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref So 9938. Ashton Vale, a suburb in the city and county of Bristol, England, southwest of the city's center. OS Grid Ref SD 5670. Ashton in Macclesfield, a market town in the metropolitan borough of Wigan, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 5799. Ashton on Ribble, a suburb of the city of Preston, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5130. Ashton under Lyne, a market town in Tameside Borough, Greater Manchester, England. Ashura, alternative form of astart. Ashray, a receptacle for ash and butts from cigarettes and cigars. Ashray, simple past and past participle of ashray. Ashrang, present participle of ashray. Ashrays, plural of ashray. Ashri, a surname. Atu, a mystic bard, balladeer, or troubadour in the South Caucasus, Iran, or Turkey who accompany their songs with a long-necked lute sass. Ashus, plural of ashu. Ashukuneoi, the Japanese name for the Eastern Buddha, aka letter 1 Isis 3 obhy, a one of the 5 Dhyani Buddhas. Ashamid Jaud, Ashvamta, Azur, the head of the Assyrian pantheon, later identified with Anshar. Ashura, a holy day falling on the 10th day of Muharram, commemorating the martyrdom of Hussein ibn Ali in 680 AD. Ashurst, a village in Ashurst and Colbury Parish, New Forest District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 340881. Ashurst and Colbury, a civil parish in New Forest District, Hampshire, England. Ashurst Wood, a village and civil parish with a village council in Mid-Sussex District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4136. Ashursts, plural of Ashurst. Ashvamta, one of the most important Vedic sacrificial rituals related to kings, and name of the Rigvedic hymns 1.162-163, which deal with horse sacrifice. Ashvata, synonym of sacred fig. Ashvegas, alternative letter case form of Ashvegas. Ashvegas, nickname for Ashburton, a large town in Canterbury, New Zealand. Avo, a city, the county seat one of 2 of St. Clair County, Alabama, United States. Ashwagandha, alternative form of ashwagandha. Ashwagandha, Withenia somnifera, a stout shrub that produces red berry-like fruit, native to India, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Ashwagandha, alternative form of ashwagandha. Ashwagandha, alternative form of ashwagandha. Ashwamta, alternative form of ashvamta. Ashwater, a village and civil parish in Torridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 3895. Ashwathama, a hero in Mahabharata, son of Drona. Ash Wednesday, alternative spelling of Ash Wednesday. Ash Wednesdays, plural of Ash Wednesday. Ashweed, goutweed, Egopodium podagraria. Ashwell, a small village in Bishop Stainton Parish, Tambridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 8974. Ashwells, plural of Ashwell. Ashway, a village and civil parish in Mendip District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6348. Ashway, a surname. Ashwood, a place name. Ashwoods, plural of Ashwood. Ashwer, a surname from Old English. Ashworths, plural of Ashworth. Abby, resembling ashes especially in color, of a person's complexion unusually pale as a result of strong emotion, illness, etc. Ashi minuet, a passerine bird, Paracrocotus divaricus, of eastern Asia that belongs to the minuet genus Paracrocotus in the Cuckoo-shrike family. Campophagidae. Ashi minuvets, plural of Ashi minuet. Athitis, Melanoparus cinerescens, a small bird of the tit family Parodidae. Ashi tits, plural of Ashi tit. Ashi woodpecker, any of species Mullorhipicus fulvus, a woodpecker native to Indonesia. Ashi woodpeckers, plural of Ashi woodpecker. Ashi wood swallow, Artemis fuscus, a wood swallow of South Asia. Ashi wood swallows, plural of Ashi wood swallow. Initialism of automatic semicolon insertion. The Orans of Lebanon, Syria, and Turkey. The largest continent, located east of Europe, typically delimited by the Urals, west of the Pacific Ocean, north of Oceania, and south of the Arctic Ocean. Major, the entire continent of Asia as distinguished from Asia Minor. Asia Minor, a large peninsula, mostly coterminous with Anatolia, between the Mediterranean Sea, the Aegean Sea, and the Black Sea. It makes up the Asian part of Turkey. Asia Pac, abbreviation of Asia Pacific. Asia Pacific, alternative form of Asia Pacific. Asia Pac, abbreviation of Asia Pacific. Asia Pacific, the part of the world in or near the western Pacific Ocean, typically including much of East Asia, Southeast Asia, and Oceania. Asia Y, throughout Asia. Asian Games. Is it having any distinct primate of the subfamily Asaapini? Asaapines, plural of Asaapine. Asaala, a deposit in US dollars held in a bank in Asia. Asaalas, plural of Asaadala. Azago, a township near Vicenza in the Veneto, Italy. Azaegas, plural of Asaego. Asaelated, not sialated. Asaeliza, decrease or absence of salivary secretion, xerostomia. Asaelocarionetetropin, a specific antagonist of thyrotropin. Asaelobientenary, describing a bientenary oligosaccharide that has no sialic acid component. Asaeloptuing, a glycoprotein that can be obtained from fetal calf serum. Asaelogalactose, a galactose moiety from which a sialic acid residue has been removed. Asaelogalactosylation, glycosylation involving a asaelogalactose moiety. Asaeloglycan, any glycan that lacks sialic acid groups. Asaeloglycans, plural of asaeloglycan. Asaeloglycoprotein, any glycoprotein from which the sialic acid residues have been removed. Asaeloglycoproteins, plural of asaeloglycoprotein. Asaelarsamucoi, a particular asaeloglycoprotein. Asaelotetraentenary, describing a tetraentenary oligosaccharide that has no sialic acid component. Asaelotransferrin, a transferrin with no sialic acid residues attached. Asaeloentenary, describing a trientenary oligosaccharide that has no sialic acid component. Asaelated, not sialated. Asaelylated, not sialylated. Eza, a person from the continent of Asia, or a descendant thereof especially. Asian American, an American of Asian ancestry. Asian Americans, plural of Asian American. Asian baby girl, In American subculture, a young Asian American woman, typically of East or Southeast Asian ancestry, who displays stereotypical traits such as enjoying clubbing, wearing excessive makeup and tattoos, drinking bubble tea, wearing revealing clothes, etc. Asian party girl. Asian baby girls, plural of Asian baby girl. Asian badger. Meals Leucurus, a badger native to China, Kazakhstan, the Korean Peninsula, and Russia, generally lighter in color than the European badger. Asian badgers, plural of Asian badger. Asian barbet, any bird of the family Megalamidae in the Indo-Malayan elm. Asian barbets, plural of Asian barbet. Asian bearcat, venture wrong. Asian bearcats, plural of Asian bearcat. Asian black bear, a bear of the species Ursus diaptinus, previously known as Selenarctos diaptinus. Asian black bears, plural of Asian black bear. Asian black rat, the black rat. Asian black rats, plural of Asian black rat. Asian blue crab, synonym of horse crab Portunus tridibriculatus. Asian blue crabs, plural of Asian blue crab. Asian box turtle, any box turtle of the genus Quora. Asian box turtles, plural of Asian box turtle. Asian broadbill, any of the family Eurylamidae of passerine birds, all except for Grauer's broadbill or African green broadbill Pseudocaloptoma graueri, of which are endemic to Asia. Asian brown flycatcher. Muscicapa dourica, an Asian flycatcher. Asian brown flycatchers, plural of Asian brown flycatcher. Asian carp, any of various species of heavy-bodied cyprinid fish from East Asia. Asian clam, a species of clam, Corbicula fluminea, native to Eastern Asia and some areas of Africa, and widely introduced as invasive species elsewhere. Asian clams, plural of Asian clam. Asian common toad, a toad of species Dudiphrynus melanosticus, widespread throughout South and Southeast Asia. Asian common toads, plural of Asian common toad. Asian conical hat, a large conical hat popular in some Asian countries, made of bamboo or straw. Asian conical hats, plural of Asian conical hat. Asian contagion, Asian flu. Asian corn borer, Ostrinia furnicalis, a crambid moth found in regions from China to Australia and known as an agricultural pest on several crops, especially corn. Asian corn borers, plural of Asian corn borer. Asian desert warbler, Sylvia nana, an old world warbler. Asian desert warblers, plural of Asian desert warbler. Asian dogwood, a tree of species Cornus cusa. Asian dogwoods, plural of Asian dogwood. Asian dope raisin, people of Asian descent show fewer physical signs of aging. Asian dusts, dust, sand, and other particulate matter from Mongolia, northern China, and Kazakhstan blown over China, Korea, and Japan in the spring. Asian elephant, an elephant, Elephas maximus, found in Asia. Asian elephants, plural of Asian elephant. Asian emerald cuckoo, the bird Chrysococcus maculatus. Asian emerald cuckoos, plural of Asian emerald cuckoo. Asian fever, synonym of yellow fever attraction towards ethnically East Asian men or women. Asian flu, a form of influenza that originated in China and became a worldwide pandemic in the 1950s. Asian flush, synonym of alcohol flush reaction. Asian Games, an Asian multi-sport event taking place every 4th year. Asian giant hornet, Vespa mandarinia, the world's largest hornet, native to temperate and tropical Eastern Asia and having a powerful sting. Asian giant hornets, plural of Asian giant hornet. Asian glow, synonym of alcohol flush reaction. Asian golden cat, synonym of Asiatic golden cat. Asian golden cats, plural of Asian golden cat. Asian hornet, Vespa velutina, a hornet indigenous to Southeast Asia. Asian hornets, plural of Asian hornet. Asian house shrew, a shrew of species Suncus murinus. Asian house shrews, plural of Asian house shrew. Asian Indian, a citizen of Asian descent with ancestors in India. Asian Indians, plural of Asian Indian. Asian influenza, synonym of Asian flu. Asian jumping worm, any of many species, especially of genus Amintas of worms native to Asia, invasive elsewhere, that voraciously eat leaf litter, destroying it as a habitat for many other organisms. Asian jumping worms, plural of Asian jumping worm. Asian kale, synonym of Kailana long, blue-green vegetable with thick, glossy stems. Asian coal, Eudaenanis scalapaceus, a member of the cuckoo family of South and East Asia. Asian coals, plural of Asian coal. Asian lady beetle, synonym of harlequin ladybird. Asian lion, Panthera leopersica, a subspecies of lion that inhabited Asia. Asian lions, plural of Asian lion. Asian palm civet, a small civet of species Paradoxurus hermaphroditus, which is found in South and Southeast Asia up to the Wallace Line. Asian palm civets, plural of Asian palm civet. Asian pear, a fruit from species of pear from northeastern Asia, known better for their crisp, juicy texture than for their flavor. Asian pears, plural of Asian pear. Asian pumpkin, synonym of Malabar gourd. Asian Sarmatia, synonym of Sarmatia asiatica. Asian semi-long-hair, a rare domestic cat breed originating in Britain. Asian semi-longhairs. Plural of Asian semi-longhair. Asian six-back, 3 mathematics courses, calculus and vectors, advanced functions and data management, and 3 science courses, physics, biology, and chemistry taken during grade 12, the last year of secondary school. Asian songbird crisis, a conservation crisis in Asia caused by the large-scale and unsustainable collection of songbirds from their natural habitats to supply the cage bird trade. Asian squat, a position assumed by bending at the knees with one's feet flat on the ground and knees spread apart. Asian squats, plural of Asian squat. Asian swamp eel, an air-breathing species of fish Monopterus albus found in East and Southeast Asia. Asian swamp eels, plural of Asian swamp eel. Asian tapir, synonym of Malayan tapir. Asian tiger, any of 4 Asian economies that have experienced rapid industrialization and growth: Hong Kong, Singapore, South Korea, and Taiwan. Asian tigers, plural of Asian tiger. Asian unicorn, the Sailent Clubswriwerf. Asian unicorns, plural of Asian unicorn. Asian utility vehicle, a light 4-wheel vehicle based on sport utility vehicles created for commercial usage. Asian utility vehicles, plural of Asian utility vehicle. Asian wild dar, a Dole quan alpinus. Asian wild dogs, plural of Asian wild dog. Asian wild horse, synonym of Piorzualski's horse. Asian wild horses, plural of Asian wild horse. Asian Pacific, or relating to the Asia-Pacific region. Asianness, alternative spelling of Asianness. ASEANization, alternative spelling of ASEANization. ASEANizations, plural of ASEANization. Asianism, an ancient Greek rhetorical tendency that arose in the 3rd century BC, favoring emotion, bombast, and wordplay over austere formality, and distinguished by the use of a prose rhythm. Asianisms, plural of Asianism. Asiast, a scholar involved in Asian studies, in particular an anthropologist or linguist who focuses on Asia. Asiaists, plural of ASEANists. ASEANization, the process of becoming Asian in character or culture. ASEANizations, plural of ASEANization. Asiast, to make something or someone more Asian. ASEANize, simple past and past participle of ASEANize. ASEANizes, third person singular simple present indicative of ASEANize. ASEANizing, present participle and gerund of ASEANize. Asianness, the quality or characteristic of being Asian. Asians, plural of Asian. Aseophile, a person interested in Asia or its culture. Aseophiles, plural of aseophile. Aseophilia, a love of Asia. Aseopho, a person who exhibits aseophobia or dislikes Asians. Aseophos, plural of aseopho. Aseophobia, fear, hate, or dislike of Asians and those of Asian descent. Aseophobe, having a fear or loathing of Asian people. Azoi, one of the chiefs or pontiffs of the Roman province of Asia who had the superintendence of the public games and religious rites. Asiarchate, the term of office of an Asiarch. Asiarchates, plural of Asiarchate. Adais, plural of Asiarch. Ayas, plural of Asia. Asiatic, Asiatic beetle. Synonym of Oriental beetle. Asiatic elephant. Synonym of Asian elephant. Asiatic golden cat, a medium-sized wild cat of southeastern Asia, Catapuma temminckii. Asiatic golden cats, plural of Asiatic golden cat. Asiatic linsing, any of the genus Prayinodon, nocturnal cat-like mammals. Asiatic linsings, plural of Asiatic linsing. Asiatic lion, synonym of Asian lion. Asiatic lions, plural of Asiatic lion. Asiatic peafowl, the two species of peafowl in the genus Pavo, both of which are native to Asia. Asiatic peafowls, plural of Asiatic peafowl. Asiatic pennywort, a low-growing South Asian herb in the celery family, Centella asiatica, eaten as a green for flavor and used in traditional medicine. Asiatic pennyworts, plural of Asiatic pennywort. Asiatic Sarmatia, synonym of Sarmatia asiatica. Asiatic vespers, an incident in 88 BC in which a coordinated massacre of Roman citizens in various towns in Anatolia was undertaken at the behest of King Mithridates VI of Pontus, which served as casus belli for Rome to instigate the First Mithridatic War. Asiatic wild ass, a species of ass Equus hemianus native to Asia, the Eniger. Asiatic wild asses, plural of Asiatic wild ass. Asiatic wildcat, a subspecies of wildcat Felis sylvestris ornata. Asiatic wildcats, plural of Asiatic wildcats. Asiatical, Asiatic, Asian. Asiatically, in a typically Asian manner, from, in, or toward Asia. Asceticism, something peculiar to Asia or Asians. Asceticisms, plural of asceticism. Asceticization, the process or result of asceticizing. Asceticize, to render someone or something Asiatic. Asceticize, simple past and past participle of asceticize. Asceticize is third person singular simple present indicative of asceticize. Asceticizing, present participle and gerund of asceticize. Hey, archaic form of Asiatic. Ascetis, plural of ascetic. Asiaticness, the quality of being Asiatic. Asceticizai, a triterpenoid present in the pennywet Centella asiatica that has antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and immunomodulatory properties. Asiatics, plural of Asiatic. Asceticization, alternative form of asceticization. Ascetize, alternative form of asceticize. Ascetize, simple past and past participle of ascetize. Ascetizes, third person singular simple present indicative of ascetize. Ascetizing, present participle and gerund of ascetize. Acronym of application specific integrated circuit. Plural of asic. A lump of dough obtained by stirring wheat flour into boiling water, sometimes with added butter or honey. Aside, to or on one side so as to be out of the way. Aside from, excluding, with the exception of. Asideness, the state or quality of being a say. Asides, plural of aside. Asidu, a surname from Aachen. Asides, plural of assidu. Asiancel, a treaty or pact in Spanish contexts. Asiantelas, plural of asiento. Azef, a male given name from Persian or Urdu. Asigmatic, not sigmatic. Asigmidal, not sigmidal. Asakawa, a municipality of Päijänne-Tavastia, Finland. Asigni, Asigni Chenab, a river in India and Pakistan. Acili, the central seed or germinating matrix of a culture. Acilid, any member of the family Acilidae of rubberflies. Acelids, plural of acilid. Acilomorph, any flight of the order Acilomorpha. Acilomorphs, plural of acilomorph. Acimidaling, a drug which acts as a peripherally selective kappa-opioid agonist. Asimina, the pawpaw Asimina triloba, a fruit-bearing plant. Asiminas, plural of asimina. Asimmer, simmering. Asimov, alternative form of Asimov. Asimov, a surname. Asimova, a surname. Asimovian, of or pertaining to Isaac Asimov 1920-1992 or his writings, especially science fiction. Asimovianism, the philosophy and political ideology of Isaac Asimov. Asimovs, plural of Asimov. Asimas, a surname from German. Asimuses, plural of Asimus. Asin, Initialism of Amazon Standard Identification Number. Asan, a sitio in the barangay of Nangalisan, Tuba, Banked, Philippines. Asanary, synonym of asinine ass-like, donk-like, insupportness, foolishness, or other ways. Asendero, salt farmer, salt maker. Asenderos, plural of asendero. Assign, kias. Asaingo, alternative form of asinico. Asaingos, plural of asaingo. Assigns, plural of assign. Asingdan, a municipality of Pangasinan, Philippines. Aser, a surname from German. Asinger reaction, a multi-component reaction for the synthesis of 3-thiazolines and other related heterocycles. Asinger reactions, plural of Asinger reaction. Asinasai, the killing of an idiot. Asinico, a stupid fellow. Asinicos, plural of asinico. Asinine, very foolish, failing to exercise intelligence or judgment or rationality. Asininely, in an asinine manner, very foolishly. Asinineness, the quality of being asinine. Asininary, asinine activity or behavior. Asininities, plural of asininity. Asininity, the quality of being asinine, ousted stupidity. Asin, plural of asin. Aseo, acronym of audio stream input/output. Asithinate, lacking is siphon feeding or breathing tube. Asiphinates, plural of asiphonate. Asepovici, city in Mahiliao Oblast, Belarus. As initialism of Anhia Year Superior Eliak, Spain. A plural of AS, as a surname from Spanish. Asizes, plural of asis. Asesai, a yellow tetragonal mineral. As, plural of asis. Athas, misspelling of assist. Asea, lack of appetite, loathing of food. Acides, plural of a city. Acid, any of the family Philoptidae of small subacine passerine birds. At, initialism of amplitude shift keying. At, the first male human, according to the poetic Edda. Ask a silly question, get a silly answer. If one asks a question that is stupid or to which the answer is obvious, one should not be surprised or displeased to receive a silly or bizarre response. Ask a stupid question day, a holiday that is sometimes celebrated, usually by school students and teachers, observed on either September 28th or the last school day of September. The purpose of the holiday is to encourage students to ask more questions in the classroom. Ask a stupid question, get a stupid answer. Alternative form of ask a silly question, get a silly answer. Ask after, to inquire about the health or progress of someone. Ask around, to inquire of different people about something. Ask back, to invite an interviewee to a further interview. Ask box, the inbox in which asks messages sent to a Tumblr blog are received. Ask boxes, plural of ask box. Ask for, to request. Ask for it, to provoke an unwanted action, to invite a problem or fail to prevent one. Ask for someone's hand in marriage, to propose marriage. Ask for the moon, to claim or desire something that one cannot have. Ask for trouble, to behave in a way that is likely to cause problems. Ask how high when someone says jump, to obey someone's commands slavishly, without argument. Ask then, to invite someone to enter one's house. Ask Jeeves, to search for something on the internet using the Ask Jeeves search engine. Ask Me Anything, an online interactive interview in which people can ask the interviewee questions about any topic, typically through the website's comment system. Ask Me Anythings, plural of Ask Me Anything. Ask Me One about sport, alternative form of Ask Me One on sport. Ask Me One on sport, a sarcastic reply given when a person does not know the correct answer. Ask Mayars, a common reply to any question, once common at court and among sailors, under the name of selling bargains. Ask out, to invite somebody, especially on a date. Ask over, to invite someone to come to one's house or other place. Ask price, synonym of asking price. Ask prices, plural of ask price. Ask round, to inquire of several people. Ask the impossible, to request or expect something that is too difficult. Ask the question, to make an appeal to the umpire against the batsman. Askability, the state or condition of being askable. Askable, capable of being stated as a question. Asako, a variety of mongrel free-ranging dog found in the Philippines. Ascals, plural of Ascal. Askam, a village in Askam and Ireland Parish, Westmoreland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in Barrow and Furness Borough, OS Grid Ref SD 2177. Askam and Ireland, a civil parish in Westmoreland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in Barrow and Furness Borough. Askam and Furness, synonym of Askam, Cumbria, England. Askams, with disapproval, skepticism, or suspicion. Askams, simple past and past participle of askance. Ascansos, third person singular simple present indicative of askance. Ascansing, present participle and gerund of askance. Askander, alternative form of Iskandar. Ascent, aslant, to one side askance. Askented, simple past and past participle of asken. Askenting, present participle and gerund of asken. Askens, third person singular simple present indicative of askend. Askar, a surname from Arabic. Aster, alternative form of askeft, newt, lizard. Askards, plural of askard. Askaro, a synthetic electrically insulating liquid which is non-flammable. When decomposed by an electric arc, the gaseous products also are non-flammable. Ascaros, plural of ascaro. Asgari, a surname from Arabic. Ascaris, plural of ascari. Ascars, plural of ascar. Assyrian, a surname. Assyrian effect, the phenomenon whereby a particle traveling faster than the phase velocity of light in a dense dielectric such as salt, ice, or the lunar regolith produces a shower of secondary charged particles which contains a charge anisotropy and emits a cone of coherent radiation in the radio or microwave part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Assyrian effects, plural of Askerian effect. Askerian radiation, synonym of Askerian effect. Obsolete spelling of ask. Atidon, a town in County Limerick, Ireland. Irish grid ref are 3,350. Simple past and past participle of asked. Asked after, simple past and past participle of ask after. Asked and answered, a type of objection in which the same attorney continues to ask the same question but has already received an answer. Asked around, simple past and past participle of ask around. Asked back, simple past and past participle of ask back. Asked for, simple past and past participle of ask for. Asked for it, simple past and past participle of ask for it. Asked for someone's hand in marriage, simple past and past participle of ask for someone's hand in marriage. Asked for the moon, simple past and past participle of ask for the moon. Asked for trouble, simple past and past participle of ask for trouble. Asked how high when someone said jump, simple past and past participle of ask how high when someone says jump. Asked in, simple past and past participle of ask in. Asked Jeeves, simple past and past participle of ask Jeeves. Asked out, simple past and past participle of ask out. Asked over, simple past and past participle of ask over. Asked round, simple past and past participle of ask round. Asked be impossible, simple past and past participle of ask the impossible. Asked the question, simple past and past participle of ask the question. Askance, second person singular simple past indicative of asks. Ask be, somebody who is asked something. Askies, plural of asky. Askifies, one who blows on ashes to bring them to flame. Askifies, plural of askifies. Askoidal, lacking a skeleton. Aspen, plural simple present of ask. Asper, someone who asks a question. Askerd, alternative form of askeft, newt. Askerds, plural of askerd. Askern, a town and civil parish with a town council in the metropolitan borough of Doncaster, South Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref SC 5613. Askers, plural of asker. Aths, third person singular simple present indicative of ask. Askises, plural of askesis. Agesis, alternative form of ascesis. Askus, second person singular simple present indicative of ask. Aspe, third person singular simple present indicative of ask. Askew, a surname. Acureness, the quality of being askew. Agures, plural of askew. Asby, a surname. Aspies, plural of asky. Askam, a village and civil parish in Westmoreland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in Eden District. OS grid ref NY 5123. Asko, a person who asks for advice but refuses to follow it. Askols, plural of askol. Askal, alphabet. Askin, a surname. Askin, pronunciation spelling of asking. Asking, present participle of asked. Asking after, present participle and gerund of ask after. Asking around, present participle and gerund of ask around. Asking back, present participle and gerund of ask back. Asking for, present participle and gerund of ask for. Asking for a friend indicates that a question is embarrassing by pretending to be posing the question on behalf of another person. Asking for it, present participle and gerund of ask for it. Asking for someone's hand in marriage, present participle and gerund of ask for someone's hand in marriage. Asking for the moon, present participle and gerund of ask for the moon. Asking for trouble, present participle and gerund of ask for trouble. Asking how high when someone says jump, present participle and gerund of ask how high when someone says jump. Asking in, present participle and gerund of ask in. Asking Jeeves, present participle and gerund of ask Jeeves. Asking out, present participle and gerund of ask out. Asking over, present participle and gerund of ask over. Asking price, the list price or sticker price of an item, the price without any discounts or incentives. Asking prices, plural of asking price. Asking rate, synonym of required run rate. Asking rates, plural of asking rate. Asking round, present participle and gerund of ask round. Asking the impossible, present participle and gerund of ask the impossible. Asking the question, present participle and gerund of ask the question. Ask in an asking manner, so as to ask. Askings, plural of asking. Askins, plural of askin. Aquapien, the symbol of a rod entwined with a serpent, medical, which represents healing and medicine. Asclepians, plural of Asclepian. Asclepios, alternative form of Asclepius. Asci, plural of Ascos. Ascos, an ancient Greek pottery vessel used to pour small quantities of liquids such as oil. Asper, alternative form of Ask, the first male human in the Edda. Apron, a surname. Askrens, plural of Askren. Askray, a village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Richmondshire District OS Grid Ref SD 9491. Aths, third person singular simple present indicative of ask. Asks after, third person singular simple present indicative of ask after. Asks around, third person singular simple present indicative of ask around. Asks back, third person singular simple present indicative of ask back. Asks for, third person singular simple present indicative of ask for. Asks for it, third person singular simple present indicative of ask for it. Asks for someone's hand in marriage, third person singular simple present indicative of ask for someone's hand in marriage. Asks for the moon, third person singular simple present indicative of ask for the moon. Asks for trouble, third person singular simple present indicative of ask for trouble. Asks how high when someone says jump, third person singular simple present indicative of ask how high when someone says jump. Asks in, third person singular simple present indicative of ask in. Asks Jeeves, third person singular simple present indicative of ask Jeeves. Asks out, third person singular simple present indicative of ask out. Asks over, third person singular simple present indicative of ask over. Asks round, third person singular simple present indicative of ask round. Asks the impossible, third person singular simple present indicative of ask the impossible. Asks the question, Third person singular simple present indicative of ask the question. At. Simple past and past participle of asked. Asquith, a village and civil parish in the Harrogate district, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 169482. Asquiths, plural of Asquith. Asal, initialism of American Sign Language. Asal, initialism of age, sex, location, used mainly in chat rooms to request this information from the person with whom one is communicating. As a lake, to abate, diminish. As late, simple past and past participle of a slake. As lakes, third person singular simple present indicative of a slake. As slaking, present participle and gerund of a slake. Alan, a surname from Turkish. Aslanian, a surname from Armenian. Aslanians, plural of Aslanian. Aslanler, Galatasaray Askay. Alans, plural of Aslan. Alant, slanting. Aslantwise, aslant in a slanting orientation. Out, initialism of association for library service to children. Ala, initialism of association for the study of literature and environment. Ali, in a state of sleep, also broadly resting. Asleep at the switch, neglectful of an important task, responsibility, or opportunity. Asleep at the wheel, synonym of asleep at the switch. Ali, archaic spelling of asleep. ALF, acronym of Associated Society of Locomotive Engineers and Firemen. Alassen, a surname from Norwegian. Atlessons, plural of Aslessen. Awat, a surname. Awat, of or relating to a group of languages spoken by many of the aboriginal inhabitants of Malaya and peninsular Thailand. As a lie, sliding. Outland, a surname. Outlands, plural of Aslan. Outwither, slithering. Ella, abbreviation of anti-streptolicin O. Aslockton, a village and civil parish in Rushcliffe Borough, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 7440. Elar, a barangay of Lebanon, Cameroon, Sir, Philippines. Elup, slanted or sloping. As a lush, sloshing, full of, covered or soaked with or in a liquid. Atlor, initialism of address space layout randomization. Asli, sluttishly. Ila, a barangay of Alangalang, late. Philippines. As slumber. Alip. Eta, abbreviation of assembly language. Eta, pseudo-acronym of assignment. As matcha, a reference to the Torah adduced by a rabbi in creating a rabbinical law. Azmaf, Avestan and Middle Persian name of the Zoroastrian divinity that is the hypostasis of the sky. Asman is the highest heaven and is distinguished from the firmament. Letter 10b 1a, letter 10b 2 1, letter 10b 0 1, letter 10b 3 4, letter 10b 0 0, theta beta a macron, letter 1e6 3, symbol 30 cia, which lies nearer the earth. Asmar, a surname. Asmara, the capital city of Eritrea. Asmars, plural of Asmar. Asma, a member of an ethnic group of New Guinea residing in the Papua province of Indonesia. Esmetographer, a song or music seller. Esmetographers, plural of esmetographer. Asmas, plural of esmat. Asmat, initialism of American Society of Mechanical Engineers. Aswear, smeared over. Aswerat, a female given name from Amharic. Asmodean, of or relating to Asmodeus. Asmodeus, the king of demons in Jewish tradition and thought to represent lust in Christian demonology. Asmodeus, archaic spelling of Asmodeus. Asmok, smoking, giving off steam or fog. Asmolder, alternative form of a smolder. Awanian, archaic form of Hasmonean. Asmoneans, plural of Asmonean. Asmonean, archaic form of Hasmonean. Asmoneans, plural of Asmonean. Asmolder, smoldering. Azar, initialism of age-specific mortality rate. ASM erotica, a subgenre of ASMR content intended to be sexually stimulating or appealing. Azar, plural of ASMR. ASM artists, a person who creates ASMR audiovisual material. ASM artists, plural of ASM artists. Athos, initialism of American Society for Mass Spectrometry. Eda, plural of ASM. Asmirs, a surname originating as a patronymic. Asamuses, plural of Asmuse. Ashasan, a surname. Asmasans, plural of Asmussen. Amks, active server method file, a file type used by Microsoft Windows servers. An, initialism of autonomous system number. Enac, acronym of Anglo-Saxon, Norse, and Celtic University course. Asnarl, snarling. Oh yes, any of numerous communes in France. Anuffle, cephling. Adrose, Ali, Asnort. Snorting. Initialism of abdomen soft and non-tender. Atho, abbreviation of anti-streptolism. Atho, a surname from Japanese. Aso ebai, a uniform dress traditionally worn in Nigeria and some West African cultures as an indicator of cooperation and solidarity during ceremonies and festive periods. Aso abes, plural of aso ebai. Aselok, a type of hand-woven textile used for clothing by the Yoruba people of Nigeria. Atha, soaking. Asakenal, an antiarrhythmic drug. Asacasing, misspelling of azacasine. Asocial, not social, not relating to society. Asocialize, alternative form of asocialize. Asocialize, simple past and past participle of asocialize. Asocializes, third person singular simple present indicative of asocialize. Asocializing, present participle and gerund of asocialize. Asociality, the character of being asocial, asocial quality or disposition. Asocialize, to cause to become asocial, to disconnect someone or something from society or societal norms. Asocialize, simple past and past participle of asocialize. Asocializes, third person singular simple present indicative of asocialize. Asocializing, present participle and gerund of asocialize. Asocially, in an asocial way. Asocials, plural of asocial, esoif, initialism of a song of ice and fire. Asoka, synonym of Ashoka. Asoka, alternative form of Ashoka. Asahan, alternative form of Ashokan. Asahan, alternative form of Ashokan. Asokas, plural of Asoka. Azoktin, a mixture of phospholipids obtained commercially from soybeans. Asolction, alternative form of asolptin. Asomatognosia, a deficiency in the awareness of parts on one's own body. Asomatognosias, plural of asomatognosia. Asomatognosic, relating to asomatognosia. Asomatognostics, plural of asomatognostic. Asomatus, without a material body, incorporeal. Acentavuli, one of three forms of the Georgian alphabet. Acentavuli, a monumental script, is the oldest form of the Georgian alphabet, but it is no longer used for writing the language. Due to its design, it is still sometimes used for headlines and titles. Asana, not sounding or sounded, silent. Azonia, tone deafness. Asapo, a kind of stew from Puerto Rico. Asapos, plural of asapo. Asaba, any mouth in the former family Asapidae, now considered to be a synonym of the family Pyralidae. Asapids, plural of asapid. Asaprasnil, an investigational selective progesterone receptor modulator. Asoristan, alternative spelling of Asuristan. Asoristan, alternative spelling of Asuristan. Although, plural of ASO. Asa, initialism of antistreptolysin O titer. Asad, a small city, the county seat of Asotin County, Washington, United States. Asotin County, one of 39 counties in Washington, United States. County seat, Asotin. Asot-Ewe, abbreviation of as seen on television. AF, initialism of application service provider. AF, a water snake. ATHA, abbreviation of A-Pacific. Aspacicuase, a particular steroid glycoside. Aspaphilaceae, a particular steroid glycoside. Aspalathus, any of the genus Aspalathus of flowering plants. Aspalatheuses, plural of Aspalathus. Aspa, a small village and civil parish without a council in mid-Suffolk district, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 1664. Asparaginase, a particular steroid glycoside. Asparaginase, of or relating to the Asparagaceae. Asparaei, plural of asparagus. Asparagine, alternative form of asparagine. Asparaginase, an enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of asparagine to aspartic acid, used in chemotherapy. Asparaginases, plural of asparaginase. Asparagine, a non-essential amino acid C4H8N2O3 found in plants such as asparagus. Asparagines, plural of asparagine. Asparaginic, synonym of aspartic. Asparaginic acid, synonym of aspartic acid. Asparaginous, resembling or related to asparagus. Asparaginile, a univalent radical derived from asparagine. Asparagoid, resembling members of a botanical group for which the genus Asparagus is representative. Asparagoids, plural of asparagoid. Asparagalite, appetite. Asparagasi, a particular steroid glycoside. Asparagus, any of various perennial plants of the genus Asparagus having leaf-like stems, scale-like leaves, and small flowers. Asparagus bean, a bean of East Asia with long, edible pods, a yard-long bean vigna umbiculata subsesquipedales. Asparagus beans, plural of asparagus bean. Asparagus bed, a portion of land designated for growing asparagus. Asparagus beds, plural of asparagus bed. Asparagus beetle, any of a number of small beetles of the genus Creosus, such as Creosus asperati, that are destructive to asparagus. Asparagus beetles, plural of asparagus beetle. Asparagus fern, any of several plants in the genus Asparagus which are grown for their ornamental fern-like foliage. Asparagus ferns, plural of asparagus fern. Asparagus lettuce, synonym of Celtus. Asparagus lettuces, plural of asparagus lettuce. Asparagus pea, a legume, Lotus tetragonalobus synonym Tetragonalobus purpureus, with bright red flowers and edible seed pods that superficially resemble those of the winged bean. Asparagus peas, plural of asparagus pea. Asparagus roll, a finger food made by rolling a spear of asparagus in a slice of buttered bread with the crust cut off. Asparagus rolls, plural of asparagus roll. Asparagus root, synonym of shatavari. Asparagus roots, plural of asparagus root. Asparagus-like, resembling or characteristic of asparagus. Asparaguse, a salt or ester of asparagusic acid. Asparaguses, plural of asparagus. Asparagusic, derived from or chemically related to asparagus. Asparagusic acid, the organazole for kepen with chemical formula SCHCHCO2H found in asparagus. Asparagus-like, alternative form of asparagus-like. Asparaguses, plural of asparagus. Asparagusy, alternative form of asparagusy. Asparagusy, resembling or characteristic of asparagus. Asparanin, a particular steroid glycoside. Asparasaponin, a particular steroid glycoside. Asparagin, alternative form of asparagin. Asparagins, plural of asparagin. Asparginile, misspelling of asparaginile. Asparkle, sparkling. Asparaci, a particular steroid glycoside. Asparse, ellipsis of insulin aspart. Aspartame, an artificial sweetener, the methyl ester of a dipeptide formed from aspartic acid and phenylalanine, used in many processed foods and beverages. Aspartames, plural of aspartame. Aspartami, the amide of aspartic acid. Aspartamine, asparagine. Aspartase, any enzyme that catalyzes the deamination of aspartic acid to fumaric acid and ammonia. Aspartases, plural of aspartase. Aspartate, any salt or ester of aspartic acid. Aspartate aminotransferase, synonym of aspartate transaminase. Aspartate transaminase, an enzyme that catalyzes the transfer of amino groups between biologically active compounds, especially between aspartic acid and glutamic acid. Aspartates, plural of aspartate. Aspartic, of or pertaining to aspartic acid or its derivatives. Aspartic acid, a non-essential amino acid, L-alpha-aminosuccinic acid, aminobutane-yoic acid, found in animal protein and in sugar beet, etc. C4H7O. Aspartate, a univalent radical formed from aspartic acid by removal of a hydrogen atom from the amino group. Aspartamide, the amide of aspartic acid. Aspartosylase, an enzyme that catalyzes the desylation of acetyl aspartate. Aspartakinase, an enzyme that catalyzes the phosphorylation of the amino acid aspartate, the first step in the biosynthesis of three essential amino acids, methionine, lysine, and threonine. Aspartakinases, plural of aspartakinase. Aspartyl, the univalent radical obtained by removal of a hydrogen atom from the carboxylic acid group of aspartic acid. Aspartylation, reaction with an aspartyl group. Aspartylations, plural of aspartylation. Aspartoglucosamine, a derivative of aspartic acid. Aspartoglucosaminidase, a human gene, an amidohydrolase enzyme involved in the catabolism of N-linked oligosaccharides of glycoproteins. Aspartoglucosamrinuria, a rare autosomal recessive lysosomal storage disorder caused by deficient activity of the enzyme aspartoglucosaminidase. Aspartoglutamate, the monoaspartyl ester of glutamic acid. Its N-acetyl derivative is a neurotransmitter. Aspartoglucosaminuria, alternative form of aspartoglucosaminuria. Aspartyls, plural of aspartyl. Asparuk, the name of a ruler of Bulgars in the second half of the 7th century AD. Aspat, abbreviation of aspartate aminotransferase. Aspatial, not spatial. Aspatria, a town and civil parish with a town council in Cumberland, Cumbria, England, previously in Allerdale Borough OS Grid Ref NY 1441. SBZA, Initialism of American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. AT, Initialism of Antisocial Personality Disorder. Asbden, a surname from Old English. Asbdens, plural of asbden. Avin, a surname. At, plural of asp. Aspect, alternative form of a spec. Aspecific, not caused by a specific organism. Aspecifically, in an aspecific manner. Aspecificity, the condition of being aspecific. Aspasease, a particular steroid glycoside. Aspects, plural of aspect. Aspect, any specific feature, part, or element of something. Aspect ratio, the ratio of an object's longest dimension to its next longest dimension. Aspect ratios, plural of aspect ratio. Aspect-oriented, describing a system which has been written so that different subsystems appear to add themselves to the main business logic without that logic having to include them explicitly. Aspect-oriented language, a programming language that aims to increase modularity by allowing the separation of cross-cutting concerns. Aspect-oriented languages, plural of aspect-oriented language. Aspect-oriented programming, a programming paradigm that aims to increase modularity by allowing the separation of cross-cutting concerns. Aspect-oriented programming language. Synonym of aspect-oriented language. Aspect-oriented programming languages, plural of aspect-oriented programming language. Aspectable, capable of being seen, visible. Aspectant, face-to-face, especially heraldry. Aspected, subject to a particular planetary aspect. Aspecting, present participle and gerund of aspect. Inspection, the act of viewing a look. Aspectism, the belief that apparently distinct features of a person such as body vs soul are actually just different aspects or ways of looking at of a unified entity. Aspective, reflecting one or more aspects, usually of a unified whole, as opposed to a heterogeneous entity composed of qualitatively different parts. Aspect J, an extension that turns Java into an aspect-oriented programming language. Aspectless, without aspect. Aspectlessness, the quality of being aspectless. Aspectological, relating to aspectology. Aspectology, the branch of psychology concerned with aspects of one's own personality. Aspects, plural of aspect. Aspectual, of or pertaining to an aspect. Aspectual pair, pair of verbs that have the same meaning but differ in aspect. Aspectualize, to convert into or treat as an aspect. Aspectualize, simple past and past participle of aspectualize. Aspectualizer, a constituent of a phrase that specifies the aspect of a verb phrase. Aspectualizers, plural of aspectualizer. Aspectualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of aspectualize. Aspectualizing, present participle and gerund of aspectualize. Aspectually, concerning aspect. Aspecular, subtended at the origin by the specular axis and the axis of the receiver. Aspen, a ski resort town, the county seat of Pitkin County, Colorado. Aspen Hill, a census-designated place in Maryland. Aspen leaf blotch miner moth, a leaf miner moth of species Phalanorca aparella that feeds on aspen leaves. Aspen leaf blotch miner moths, plural of aspen leaf blotch miner moth. Aspen Mountain, a ski mountain in the Elk Mountains in Pitkin County, Colorado. Aspen Springs, a census-designated place in Mono County, California, United States. Aspen Glow, the glow on mountain tops at dawn and dusk. Aspen Glows, plural of aspen glow. Aspen-like, resembling or characteristic of an aspen tree. Aspens, plural of aspen. Aspar, a surname. Asparagen, misspelling of asparagen. Aspirand, the symbol at sign. Aspirans, plural of aspirand. Aspirate, to make rough or harsh. Aspirated, simple past and past participle of aspirate. Aspirates, third person singular simple present indicative of aspirate. Aspirating, present participle and gerund of aspirate. Aspiration, harshness, unpleasantness. Aspirations, plural of aspiration. Asperatus, ellipsis of undulatus asperatus cloud. Asperatuses, plural of asperatus. Asparagine, a dictypiperazine alkaloid present in molds of genus Aspergillus. Aspersitin, a hemorrhagic protein in the venom of a lancehead snake Bothrops asper. Aspirina, the anon for E6E8E10E12E8-methyl-13-phenyl-trica 4,6,8,10,12-pentene 3,1 present in Aspergillus niger or its close relatives. Aspirantin, any of a class of organic compounds found in some Aspergillus species. Aspirantins, plural of aspirantin. Aspervlovan, an organic compound found in Aspergillus species. Asperfirana. The polycat id 5s 6 R12E4 E6 is 4,6 dienthalocta 2,4 denoyl 5,6 hydroxy 5-methyl 6 7 hydro 2 benzofuran 4,1 present in the aspergillus fungus. Asperged, disprinkle. Asperged, simple past and past participle of asperge. Asperger, a surname from German. Asperger syndrome, alternative form of Asperger's syndrome. Asperger's, ellipsis of Asperger's syndrome. Asperger's syndrome, an autism-related developmental disorder characterized by sustained impairment in social interaction and nonverbal communication and by repetitive behavior as well as restricted interests and routines. Aspergerian, of, related to, or having qualities similar to those of Asperger's syndrome. Aspergerians, plural of Aspergerian. Aspergers, plural of Asperger. Asperges, a Christian rite in which the congregation is sprinkled with water. Aspergen, of, related to, or having qualities similar to those of Asperger's syndrome. Aspergens, plural of Aspergen. Aspergic, pertaining to or affected by Asperger's syndrome. Aspergix, plural of Aspergic. Aspergil, alternative form of Aspergillum. Asperial, alternative form of Aspergillum. Asperial, alternative form of Aspergillo before a vowel. Aspergilla, plural of Aspergillum. Aspergillor, of or relating to the Aspergillus molds. Aspergilli, plural of Aspergillus. Aspergillia, plural of Aspergillium. Aspergillic, relating to aspergillic acid and its derivatives. Aspergillic acid, the antibiotic what it drive C is 6-2-butanol-3-isobutol 2,1-H pyrazidine. Aspergilliform, resembling the aspergillum in form. Aspergillimide, the alkaloid 1R6R7-9R11R16101013 pentamethylspiro 313-iazatotricyclo 5.5.2.019.037 tetraidecane 11,3-pyrrolidine 2,5,14 trione present in Aspergillus japonicus. Aspergillin, a black pigment obtained from Aspergillus. Aspergillium, alternative form of Aspergillum. Aspergillo, combining form of Aspergillus aspergillus. Aspergilloma, a clump of fungus in a body cavity such as the lung, usually associated with the Aspergillus species. Aspergillomas, plural of Aspergilloma. Aspergillomata, plural of Aspergilloma. Aspergillomicosis, a fungal infection by fungi of the genus Aspergillus as Aspergillopsin, any of a group of pepsins found in Aspergillus fungi. Aspergillopsins, plural of Aspergillopsin. Aspergilloses, plural of Aspergillosis. Aspergillosis, any of various infections by fungi of the genus Aspergillus that cause granulomatous lesions. Aspergillotic, of, pertaining to, or exhibiting aspergillosis. Aspergillotic psychosis, plural of aspergillotic psychosis. Aspergillotic psychosis, any disease caused by any mycotoxin produced by fungi of the genus Aspergillus, such as aphlatic-psychosis. Aspergills, plural of aspergill. Aspergillum, an implement in the form of a brush or of a rod with a perforated container for sprinkling holy water, a holy water sprinkle. Aspergillums, plural of aspergillum. Aspergillus, any of many molds of the genus Aspergillus, many of which are pathogenic. Aspergills, plural of aspergill. Asperging, present participle and gerund of asperge. Aspergirl, a girl with Asperger's syndrome. Aspergirls, plural of Aspergirl. Asperfoliate, alternative form of Asperifolius. Asperifolius, having rough leaves. Aspere, a particular steroid glycoside. Asperitas, a cloud formation characterized by wavy undulations in the cloud base. Asperities, plural of asperity. Asperity, the quality of being harsh or severe in the way one speaks or behaves toward people. Aspermatic, that does not produce sperm. Aspermatism, synonym of aspermia. Aspermatogenesis, the failure to produce spermatozoa. Aspermatogenic, that does not produce spermatozoa. Aspermatus, alternative form of aspermus. Aspermia, a form of infertility associated with a failure to produce semen. Aspermic, unable to produce sperm. Aspermont, a town, the county seat of Stonewall County, Texas, United States. Aspermus, lacking seeds. Aspermy, the condition in which no seminal fluid is ejected from the urethra at orgasm. Aspergillus, a cytotoxic alkaloid present in the fungus Aspergillus nomeus. Aspericide, a particular steroid glycoside. Asperus, rough, rugged, uneven. Asperously, in an asperous manner. Aspergilli, any of a group of pentacyclic paralytic alkaloids present in Aspergillus spp. Aspergillines, plural of aspergilli. Asperfename, an organic compound produced by Penicillium, Megasporum, and other fungi. Asperse, plural of asper. Asperse, to sprinkle or scatter, liquid or dust. Aspersed, simple past and past participle of asperse. Asperser, one who asperses. Aspersers, plural of asperser. Asperses, third person singular simple present indicative of asperse. Aspersus, second person singular simple present indicative of asperse. Aspersa, third person singular simple present indicative of asperse. Aspersing, present participle and gerund of asperse. Aspersion, an attack on somebody's reputation or good name, often in the phrase to cast aspersions upon. Aspersions, plural of aspersion. Aspersive, tending to asperse, defamatory, slanderous. Aspersively, in an aspersive manner. Aspersoir, aspergillum. Aspersoirs, plural of aspersoir. Asperser, alternative form of asperser. Aspersoria, plural of aspersorium. Aspersories, plural of aspersory. Aspersorium, a basin that holds holy water with which worshippers sprinkle themselves. Aspersoriums, plural of aspersorium. Aspersers, plural of asperser. Aspersory, synonym of aspersorium. Aspergillate, having a surface which is roughened by many small points or warts. Aspergillosi, a particular glycoside with similar properties to aucubin. Aspergillus, slightly rough, due to minute small hard protrusions on the surface. Aspet, Armenian hereditary title borne by the members of the Bagratuni-Bagratid family. Aspets, plural of aspet. Asphalt, a sticky, black to brown, and highly viscous liquid or semi-solid, composed almost entirely of bitumen with small mineral particles that is present in most crude petroleums and in some natural deposits. Asphalt concrete, a material often used for road surfacing, composed of a hard, granular material such as crushed stone combined with asphalt as a binder, often clipped elliptically as asphalt. Asphalt concretes, plural of asphalt concrete. Asphalt emulsion, a mixture of asphalt particles and emulsifying agent, such as bentonite clay and water. Asphalt emulsions, plural of asphalt emulsion. Asphalt jungle, a city or urban area where the landscape is covered by pavement and the environment is alienating and unsafe. Asphalt jungles, plural of asphalt jungle. Asphalt shingle, a shingle manufactured by coating a reinforcing material felt or fibrous glass mat with asphalt and having mineral granules on the side exposed to the weather. Asphalt shingles, plural of asphalt shingle. Asphaltane, polyaromatic compounds left from distillation of crude oil that are insoluble in pentane. Asphaltanes, plural of asphaltane. Asphalt, alternative form of asphalt. Asphalted, covered in asphalt. Asphaltene, any of the dark organic constituents of crude oils and bitumen that are soluble in aromatic solvents but not in aliphatic ones. They are polycyclic aromatic compounds composed of fused benzene rings with aliphatic side chains. Asphaltenes, plural of asphaltene. Asphaltenic, of or pertaining to asphaltenes. Asphalter, one who pours or works with asphalt. Asphalters, plural of asphalter. Asphalts, plural of asphalt. Asphaltic, resembling, containing, or relating to asphalt or bitumen. Asphalting, present participle and gerund of asphalt. Asphaltings, plural of asphalting. Asphaltization, alternative spelling of asphaltization. Asphalti, any of various bitumens containing asphaltenes. Asphaltites, plural of asphaltite. Asphaltitic, of or relating to asphaltite. Asphaltization, the process of evaporation that converts petroleum into asphalt. Asphalti, resembling or characteristic of asphalt. Asphalts, third person singular simple present indicative of asphalt. Asphaltum, archaic form of asphalt. Asphaltums, plural of asphaltum. Asphaltus, archaic form of asphalt. Asphere, an aspherical object, usually a lens. Aspherus, plural of asphere. Aspheric, aspherical. Aspherical, not spherical or nearly spherical. Aspherically, in an aspheric manner. Asphericities, plural of asphericity. Asphericity, the state of being aspherical. Aspherics. Aspheric optics. Aspherize, to make aspherical. Aspherize, simple past and past participle of aspherize. Aspherizes, third person singular simple present indicative of aspherize. Aspherizing, present participle and gerund of aspherize. Aspheterism, the view that all property should be in common ownership and that no individual should benefit from private possession. Aspheteris, of or pertaining to aspheterism. Aspheteris, plural of aspheteris. Asceterize, to donate into common ownership in line with the doctrine of aspheterism. Asceterize, simple past and past participle of aspherize. Aspheterizes, Third person singular simple present indicative of aestheterize. Aestheterizing. Present participle and gerund of aestheterize. Asphodel, a former township in Peterborough County, Ontario, Canada, merged into Asphodel, Norwood Township in 1998. Asphodel, Norwood, a township in Peterborough County, Ontario, Canada, formed in 1998 from the township of Asphodel and village Norwood. Asphodelaceous, belonging to the plant family Asphodelaceae. Asphodelae, a bianthraquinone obtained from Asphodel microcarpus. Asphodels, plural of asphodel. Asphodeliae, any gall midge of the tribe Asphodeliini. Asphodelians, plural of Asphodeliae. Avecte, pertaining to asphyxia. Asthete, misspelling of asphyctic. Asphyxia, loss of consciousness due to the interruption of breathing and consequent anoxia. Asphyxia, of or relating to asphyxia. Asphyxiant, that can cause asphyxia.